in terms of his Jedi abilities with the music. Definitely a genius, musical genius, extremely intelligent, socially conscious, aware, son of Black Panthers, and just had all of that pedigree. And then, through the manipulation of his life, um, these demonic forces were able to essentially change the course of his timeline. And he could have been like a Malcolm X type figure because he had all of the charisma. He certainly had the platform. Imagine Tupac with social media in this day and age, and having the ability to speak to millions, really the planet, billions of people at a time. Um, there's really no telling, if he was on that wave and stayed on that wave, with all the things that have occurred over the last decade or so. Can only imagine how he could have led people to something greater than ourselves in a sense. But again, the dark side kind of came in and took over, and there's these universal laws. There's this karmatic energy that exists, balance, and you just wish that you could go back in time and have a conversation with the people and essentially prevent something that occurred in his life. But it's up to us to take these lessons, of course, and learn from them, and then hopefully do better. In terms of acknowledging that the enemy does exist. They're constant. They never stop. They're relentless, and you gotta be a little more intelligent and strategic with the way that you move throughout this existence, because these people are like vampires. They're constantly waiting in the wings in the darkness to attack us, to tear us down. They're going after these black entertainer, rapper, whatever, moguls, and it appears they're going to just kind of go one at a time and tear them down. And if they've done the things that they're accused of, it is what it is. I don't have any sympathy for people who were in a position to do really amazing things and chose to spend all their wealth on European materialistic items, and abuse and harm people that they should have been protecting and elevating. So it just is what it is. Tonight's title is If You Are a Migrationist, Infinity Sign, God Chose You. God is universe, universe is God, God, infinite, universe. And so you have to be chosen for this. And if we know about the Great Migration, we know there were two waves. They say started in the early 1900s and lasted to about 1970. Pretty much right after the Civil Rights Movement had closed, and the Black Liberation Movement was kind of taking some foundational roots in America. Although that probably only lasted a couple more years before it was dismantled. And matter of fact, Tupac's mother and stepfather was a part of that situation. Um, we started returning back to the South in some way, shape, or form, not in large numbers, but 1970 is the line they say where we had stopped leaving the South as migrationists and started a slow return. And then that probably accelerated somewhere around 2000, because 2000 is where the Chicago Crusader said since 2000, over 8 million of Black Americans have returned back to the quote unquote South. I think the number of us leaving was 6 million over 70 years. So more of us have returned in a much shorter period of time than actually left. So there is a divineness to this, a divine destiny to us moving and migrating, and the reasons we left the South, or either domestic terrorism, violence, threat of violence, or opportunities in the North and in the West. And no matter where we go to try to get away from these people, they that not only do they follow us, but then they flood the country initially with poor Europeans, quote unquote, and then now it's just a whole bunch of illegals from all over the planet. To be quite honest, I think the last number that they said is 8 million known to have come into the country since Biden's been in office. And if they know about 8 million, there's probably several more million that they don't know about, can't account for. Just started seeing folks coming in from the Canadian border recently. A few news stories about that. So who knows how long that's been kind of trickling and happening without them really reporting on it. Um, and so we're in that situation where we can, just stay put and fight, like most people say, stay where you're at and fight. Um, but you're being surrounded in some of these places, and there's probably not a lot left to fight for, and that's a decision that has to be made. It's a calculation where every individual and family has got to look around themselves and say, look, what would I be staying to fight for? There's parts of Ohio that I used to travel into and deliver medical supplies in some black communities where it's actually worse than a third world country in some of those neighborhoods. The main streets are desolated, everything's boarded up or windows bashed out, and the houses are barely hanging on. Some of those houses you would go into and the floorboards would be rotted out. um, and you just wonder how people are able to live and survive and exist in these conditions. But so that's where I say, well, some of us, what are where we're at in the situation that we're in, what are we actually fighting for? Not much, if anything, and it's only going to get worse. It's really not getting better for us, and so we have this generational decision to make. Um, and I hope we choose wisely, because what I want to talk about tonight is essentially how we've been really plotting to, in fact, have self-determination, have self-governance, and kind of get away from these people. Really, ever since you go back to the 1500s, you go back to the 1600s, you go back to the 1700s, go back to the 1800s, but um there is this timeline of us just trying to figure out a way to get to self governance, to get to where we are the people who determine our own fate. We govern ourselves, um, whether here or whether we kind of take over a certain area here, and we do segregate or separate or deintegrate ourselves away from these people. And so um, we've been doing that really consistently up until probably the 80s. I think somewhere in the 80s, maybe even the late 70s, after the civil rights battles. Uh, okay, let me get Miss Leroy up here. Okay, I know the space is glitching. The first one collapsed, and then I started another one, so I see people kind of in and out. You got it.
Hi. I just want to say I love your spaces. I love that you focus specifically on this. So I have a question. You know how basically the Amish communities live? Do you think that I mean, I know we can do anything, but do you think it would be better if we lived similar to them?
So that's a really Good question. And so we have, they call them autonomous villages or autonomous communities, and there are a few, in America that are pretty much Black Americans. They Some of them are a little Pan African-y, but that's still okay. I don't have a problem with that. Um, you can look at the Gullah Geechee and their whole thing that they got going on. I think the issue is, I think there's multiple issues. One, you don't have any authority, as these small communities, and much like the Gullah Geechee, unfortunately, they erode away at the margins. So they created that whole system of taking land away from people because of the fact that no one technically owns it and everybody owns it. And so if one person decides to sell it, they can essentially sell it without anybody else's permission. They always have a way of kind of using, and creating laws that will separate us from the land, and the land is extremely important, as we all know. I posted a bunch of farming videos over on Funded Socially in our farming community, and it's actually really incredible, what a lot of our people are doing in farming, and aquaponics and mushroom growth. And these are not edible. Well, they're edible, but they're more for medicinal purposes. That was an amazing video. And then just like farm, just basic farm, backyard farms, and others. You got to have land to grow food. Food is extremely valuable, of course, and it in and of itself is its own industry. And so that's how our people survived, is through growing their own food, and being able to feed themselves, and build families off of it, and earn a living off of it. So I would say in a Black majority state, if there was a religious group of Black Americans, like that Georgia project, and I think there's at least two of those, it would make a whole lot more sense, because um, we would have a desire to protect them. Whereas in any state in America today, the people who govern these states, who regulate, anything and everything at the state, county, local level, they don't have the same desire to protect the people, and in fact, they would likely want to remove the people from the land, and or sit back and watch predators come in and take over, um the land. So that's the issue. Always, you got to have authority to protect the people, and to investigate, incarcerate, and punish the people who would try to harm, our folks. So it would be a good way to start. So when people bring it up in the past, I would say, well, yeah, if you have, because there's a matter of fact, recently on a timeline, someone I think who lives in Texas or wants to live in Texas was talking about starting, buy some land and start a whole community in Texas. And it sounds really, really good. But Texas is a majority Mexican state, Hispanic state, whatever they want to call it. And even though we have 4 million almost Black Americans living there, it's 4 million out of 30 million or whatever the number is. So we're still not a significant portion of the population where we can control the government there. The federal government's not going to protect us, they're not going to save us. And so we really got to be moving strategically for our own protection ultimately. And so if someone was doing that in Mississippi, South Carolina, Delaware, any of the states that we have identified as potential Black majority states, it would make perfect sense, because if you had 100 of these villages with thousands of people in each village, you would eventually already be establishing the numbers that you need, to vote your way into controlling the state government. Um, so that's what I would say to folks who desire to kind of go off grid, and separate from society in that way. which I think is would be an amazing thing because you're living in an ecosystem and living off the land, and you would be insulated from these cyber pandemics that they keep warning us about, and everything else, and would likely be in a position to help save people who would otherwise be fully dependent on government aid, because if something ever does happen where electricity goes out, like in a lot of these movies, and that lasts for several months, god forbid it would last for several years, everything that's digital, that's not saved, stored on some physical medium, could potentially be gone forever. A lot of this information that we share, and everything else, if you don't have electricity for a year or two, you may never get this information back, to be quite honest. It's actually a really dangerous situation that we're in as a civilization, even. Um, and we may go back to horse and buggy. And so, the Amish would already be ahead of the game in a situation like that. Um, which it's interesting that in none of those movies do they really, whether it's the zombie movies or whatever, it don't they never seem to lean on the fact that, yeah, these people that are kind of already living, a pre-industrial lifestyle, even some of the indigenous people around the planet who still live in inside of nature, that they would probably be okay. They would likely survive because they're just used to surviving, and living off the land and living within nature. So that's probably like a default reset that God has put into the planet so that humanity would survive in one way, shape, or form if the technology just got to the point where we could no longer run electricity, and then we would quickly no longer be able to transport food and refrigerate food, and then eventually we would have to hurt each other just to survive, and that just would be a spiral of civilization pretty quickly. But yeah, so I say yes, but please do it in a potential black majority state so that it makes sense, um, because otherwise, it's kind of like, there's someone who talks about building these communities again in Texas, because I got a lot of family in Texas. There's a lot of us in Texas. The problem is, if you take years of building all this infrastructure up, it's unlikely that you're going to move a second time. It's much more likely that you're going to move once, and especially when it's for a particular purpose such as this. So I understand people, desire to say, hey, well, let's set something up here that's a little more, that people are a little more familiar with and more comfortable with, um, only to in 5 or 10 years move again. That to me sounds like it actually will not go the way that people may think in their minds, because again, we're kind of reluctant to change, and that's probably more of a natural thing, a natural survival mechanism. Um, and I think we say stay and fight as a way to explain the fact that we have this programming of just not of being resistant to change. I think it's more resistance to change, which is a survival mechanism, versus us not really wanting to move or anything like that. So if I was going to try to get people to move, I would go for the big move. That's the most beneficial move. That would be the permanent move, versus trying to get people to, concentrate in a state that we can control, build up a whole lot of infrastructure, and then plan to abandon that infrastructure, because in the past we moved out of the South, the Exodusters, into Kansas. Nicodemus, Kansas is one of the first cities we built, and we it was domestic terrorism that pushed us into Oklahoma. It wasn't that there was this plan to leave Kansas and then eventually make it to Oklahoma. It was more of a, a black swan event, some negative event that occurred. And I think we got to just kind of look at history, understand it, and make plans that, address the issues that we faced in the past, because there is a time loop. There is a thing where we are actually living in time that cycles. And so the things that we face, even though it's maybe a digital world and flying cars and who knows what else is coming down the pipe, but it may seem like this is all new and fresh, but we're still the same people and we carry the same blood and energy. And so I think a part of life even is figuring out how to conquer um curses from the past, let's say. And one of the big curses that I think that we've faced, obviously, are these people. It doesn't matter who they are, all non-black American people are a curse to us, and we got to figure out how to conquer that curse, so then we can heal ourselves and really start living in full abundance on this planet and beyond. I think that if humans are going to live on the moon and on Mars and on these other bodies, that we need to be there as well, as a group of people, and we need to be in the leadership position, not in the employment, the employee position of those endeavors at some future point in time. I think we need to be the leaders of stuff like that. And I know that we would, because we are very intuitive, very creative. We get this information from the universe. And that's what in my opinion, has been blocking um, a lot of the blessings that the United States of America um, could have had and could be enjoying, is the fact that they hold us down out of fear that we will take over and we will be above them. And that's the one thing they fear the most. They do not want our people above their people. They don't want us above them. And so they just keep us, locked down, unfortunately. Um, so yeah, so I think we talked about the Knights of Liberty a few weeks back. I think this is kind of where I want to start it at. And even though there are evidence of organization long before this, at least 100 years before this, Prince Hall, and everything that they were doing in the late 1700s. But this Knights of Liberty was a group that was, I think it was 1846 to 1856. They were planning to essentially take over Atlanta, Georgia, and establish a territory and then expand out from there. And this was leading up to the Civil War. Um, and they kind of knew, like, towards when it was supposed to happen, because it was a 10-year plan. Towards 1856, the leader, Moses Dixon, kind of knew that this Civil War was imminent, that it was coming, it was going to happen. There was nothing that anybody could do to stop it. And so he kind of just called off their plans, excuse me, um in anticipation of the Civil War. And it's very likely that they did participate in the war effort on the side of the Union in multiple different ways. And so this is one of those stories that should be taught in history class. This definitely should be taught in a Black American history class, because we've the same way they fill our kids' minds up with these dead presidents, these slaveholders, these horrible, evil, demonic people. we've actually got real true heroes, real true leaders, people who were very sacrificial and loved their people and were willing to kill and die for our people, and very intelligent, extremely organized, and they were phenomenal. And that history just doesn't get told. It's actually a shame. Controlling the state gives you the opportunity to implement this into the curriculum across the entire state, and even at the collegiate level. So it's just vital that we get that, Miss Leroy.
Yeah, and basically what you were saying about our people, and one thing for a fact is we're survivors. We've survived everything thrown at us, and so I think that I'm not even gonna say I think, I know that we could do this, we can handle this because we've had to do it multiple times. And the way that we've come out, we're struggling now, but the way that we've just come out, it's truly a blessing. So, like, one thing I wanted to ask is, like, how would I be able to contribute to what you're doing? Because I'm actually about to, like, join the Navy
Oh, wow.
this month.
Ooh.
And
Oh,
I just want to be able to contribute because, like, I really don't know what to do. I'm young, like I'm 21, and but these type of things they really interest me because it's like my future really don't matter if the rest of our peoples don't, and it's like so like I really just want to know how I can help out.
Oh man, congratulations on joining the Navy. I actually, that's the one branch that I would have joined. I actually made an attempt late in life. But I couldn't get waivers for the tattoos on my arm. But so salute to you for that. The best thing is that when you are in U.S. military service, and you would have to confirm this, is you can put your place of residence anywhere in the country. And some people use it for like tax benefits. They'll go to a state that has low taxes or no tax, whatever it is. um, and so it helps them, financially to do that. But for us, as Black American descendants, we really, really need our Black American military service persons to choose Delaware or Mississippi as a place of residence, because you will be able to vote in that place of residence. And there are likely enough of us in military service that we could actually do this without doing anything other than filling out a form, and then being very politically engaged in Mississippi or Delaware, and then voting towards our interests, so that and Dover has an Air Force base, or yeah, Delaware, Dover has the Air Force base. That's like the one where if a person is wounded or deceased, that's where they bring them in over there on the East Coast. But it would be an amazing thing to have several hundred thousand of our service workers, or military service person, to vote in one state and say, we're going to pick the candidate that best represents Black American issues, and we're going to back that person, at the state level, county level, city level, and absolutely at the federal level. um, that would be phenomenal. We've talked about that in the past. It's something that's always in the back of my mind, because it is a group that, and like I said, just some paperwork. And now, there's people who I've talked to who've already gone through military service. They have a hyper concern about benefits, and I think there's like this status E1 or whatever it is. There's some grading, that system that they have. And so people tend to not want to do anything that upsets that system. This is like really one of those things where, again, all these systems are designed to control, unfortunately, to control our people and control what we do, control our mind, control our actions. It's just really it's really kind of sad, but it is what it is. That's what these systems are designed to do. And so people have to be brave enough to take the risk of, as a group, coming together and saying, look, this is extremely important. We can vote on which state that we all decide to put our registration to vote in and our address in, but we're all going to make that decision together, and that's the way we're going to move together as one group, as a block. Now, you may not get 100% of Black American service members to do that, but getting 50% or 90% or whatever the number ends up being is going to be a bonus and a plus to this movement, because those are votes that are essentially free votes, if you will, in a sense that 100,000 people voting in a statewide election is going to change who wins that election every single time in the state of Delaware, because they don't get that many people voting unless it's a presidential election. um, Definitely going to change a district, or a citywide election. So that would be phenomenal. Um, for someone who's on the inside, who's thinking about this and having those conversations, for people who may, in fact, be interested in doing something that would be beneficial, helpful, and change our condition in this country. So, what's up, Black American Homeland? You got it, Mr. Leroy.
Yeah, yeah, and then it's like it's just like, sometimes I do, I am worried about like our future as a people.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, like I just, sometimes I think about like, are we gonna make it? But it's like, I mean, I can't continue to think that and not make any, or at least like take any action towards like this movement. So like, I really appreciate you doing this work, because like I said, we have a lot of people for different things. And, that could be, in a reparations movement, that could be, you know, just strictly political power, no migrationist movement. Like we have a lot of people, but this is one of the main key things that is basically like gonna turn our community over. Like it's gonna give really like real success, because without this movement, the other two, I mean, I'm not saying the other two will be irrelevant, but it's like this is definitely one of the most important aspects of what can happen for our community. And yeah, like I'm just more so excited, because like you said, we do see our people coming back to the South. I'm actually originally from Ohio. So it was kind of, I was like, oh my gosh, you mentioned Ohio. But and I'm living in Memphis, Tennessee right now. So like I've done it myself, and just moving back to the South. And yeah, and I just want to ask you, what do you like, how long do you think this is going to take, and where do you see us like in the future? Like not like 20 years in the future, but like let's say 5 years. Because I really enjoy listening to you, and sometimes I just think I'm like, okay, enough listening. What can I do about it? So like I would love to just hear your perspective about that.
Okay, awesome. So Memphis is a suburb of Mississippi. And that may sound crazy. When I was sitting in Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware, and the brother that came up with us to kind of observe. And matter of fact, he went there on his own, stayed a week, kind of got a lay and a feel for the community, and and everything. And he's like, you know what, this is a suburb of Philadelphia. And that was it was a little hard to take, you know. And a funny, ironically, I said the same thing to a brother who lives in Camden, New Jersey, and he's like, "Man, this ain't no suburb." You know, he was really going in, repping his city and all of that. But you know, there's enough of us living in Memphis, which is just a city, that if we moved south 10, 15 miles, whatever the distance is, we could control the entire state of Mississippi. We control the budgets, uh, we can control everything. So that's like a decision that our people could make. It's not a difficult one. And we would still be very close to where, you know, we had this history and we grew up. I think sometimes we hold on to history too much and too long. When something is that close, it's within our reach. You know, the last elections, we had a black man who ran for state attorney general. He got over 300,000 votes. The governor who won, I think he won with just over 400,000 votes. So, you know, a couple 100,000 votes in Mississippi, and we could put a black governor in the state of Mississippi. He's running for U.S. Senate now, I believe. And you know, he's a retired, I believe, military person, very intelligent, extremely smart, you know, polished black American man. And you know, I'm definitely going to watch his election to see how he does in November. But again, you're kind of in a really good position because you could talk to the people in Memphis who are socially conscious, who understand, you know, what we need to do. And then you could also talk to your military folks as well, because it sounds like for you, Mississippi would be the easy place to register because you could live in Mississippi and you could work in Memphis or whatever. You know, it's a commutable situation, so it would make perfect sense in that way. Um, yeah, Ohio, man, there's so many beautiful black people living in Ohio. And it's like, again, another state where if we just all said, okay, well, let's move east, let's move to Delaware, let's move to Maryland, let's fill up these states, Pennsylvania, let's, you know, Philadelphia, my God, it's like 10 minutes to Delaware, you know, maybe an hour to parts of Maryland where there's other black population, but we're just so close to having real power, real authority, real Senate representatives who are loyal to their people, real U.S. reps, and it would just suck if we don't take advantage of this opportunity because demographic shift, demographic migration is a weapon of war. It has been used as a weapon of war, really, probably since the beginning of human history, and certainly once these genetically mutated individuals showed up on the planet 7,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. And so they come into an area, they slaughter, kill, rape, pillage, and plunder, and then they intermix with the population, and then they moved on to the next thing. In a lot of these movies you see these roving hordes. um Usually when they're black, they're trying to describe African people, to be quite honest. If you go back and look at some of these movies, Lord of the Rings and others, you always see these black people, these black demonic things. Well, they're trying to describe us from their point of view in many ways, and the Africans in many ways. um and so the reality is that it should be the opposite, because they are certainly the hordes and we are the heroes of the story. You know, we are the people who naturally have dominion and should have dominance of this planet. And yet here we are under this demonic rule. So um, yeah, we got to change it. We are the people that are going to change it. Nobody else is going to change it. That's the one thing I hope. that people understand. Ain't nobody is coming here to change anything. It's up to us, or it's only going to get worse. In 5 years, with the Trump presidency, I don't think too much is going to change. And in other words, we're on this slope, this downward slope. I believe we'll continue on this downward slope. It certainly will accelerate if Biden stays in office in 2020. What would that be? 2028, when I guess Gavin is supposed to be the next Democrat candidate. If you look at California and you look at Black Americans' experience in California, I would say look at that and extract it out to the whole country. I don't think it would be a positive thing for Black America. They're certainly going to sell it as a positive thing, but I don't believe that a Gavin Newsom presidency will benefit Black America in any way. So it'll be a lot of Black faces in high places, a lot of dancing and shaking booties. But that's about it. I don't see how we, go up if Gavin is the president in 2028. And so he's likely to come in after 4 years of another slowdown, a pause, if you will, and maybe even some help from the Trump presidency to full on attack against our people and our populations. And yeah, so that will be horrible. A Gavin Newsom presidency in 2028 will be horrible. And hopefully by then we are very, very close to getting our first Black majority state, because Delaware is something that can happen in just a couple years. We could have the people in place and then we're just waiting to vote. Same thing with Mississippi. We just need a couple years to get enough people. In 2020, 500,000 people moved to Florida, 500,000 plus people moved to Texas. It can happen very quickly. We just got to be willing to make that sacrifice. So I'll just end with that.
Hey, Black. Actually, I have exact predictions about what this young lady was talking about from 2030 to 2050. So I have exact predictions. I don't want to say it here because being recorded. It's actually, if the young lady would go to my my Twitter account and Black American Homeland, and well, I don't know how she can find it. Just play around with some of the keywords, and maybe you can find it, and you will see exact predictions I have for the southern states becoming supermajority Black. And yeah. Now look, you were telling this, right? Now Memphis has 300,000, a little bit over 300,000 people, and is 80% Black. And then you have Shelby County. Shelby County has 930,000 people. This is 2020 U.S. Census, and it's 51% Black. So is even more Black people living in Shelby County than living in the city of Memphis.
Wow.
So let's see, 51% of 929 was that, around about 460,000 Black Americans living in the actually it has 475,000 Black Americans living in Shelby County and Memphis together. So yeah, so that's pretty big. Yeah, I land there.
Okay, that's what's up. Yeah. So half, it sounds like if we get half of the adults at least to move into Mississippi, we would have enough votes, and they would and preferably move into counties where maybe 20, 30% and push us over 50%. in multiple counties so that we could control the district in Mississippi, so that we can control the state house, um, because that we need that too. So we don't want to just move into Mississippi and all move in the same county or same city. We want to spread out so that we can control the districts and get the state legislature as well. So, you got it, Miss
Right.
Lola.
And, hey, Black, yeah, actually, in Arkansas, you have a city called West Memphis, right? That has over 100, I think 150,000 Black Americans in that western or eastern part of Arkansas, and that's also part of Memphis metropolitan area, which is in Arkansas. That's about 150,000 Black Americans. And that Mississippi area, I don't have the number for that one, but so if you take the Shelby County, you take that southern part of Mississippi and the western part of Arkansas, that's the eastern part of Arkansas, you got a huge Black population there. So, yeah, I land there. Go ahead.
Okay, that's what's up, Miss Johnson.
Yeah, so like I am definitely gonna Black American Homeland, I'm definitely gonna look on your page to see what you like have to say about like the future.
Yeah.
Definitely, because I'm interested. Like I'm curious. But one thing I was gonna ask you, Black Majority, was that like, would you ever like be interested like teaming up with like the Black Panther Party, like the new one, or do you think that we need a separate defense team from them? Because I was actually interested in once I got out of the military, I was interested in doing that myself, creating like our own self-defense team, because that's definitely needed, especially with all the massacres we've experienced. So it's like, do you think it would be better to collaborate or to like to have that, but to also have another one as well?
Ooh. Okay, that's a really good question. So there are multiple. Let's say that again.
Yeah, we can do both. I think that we should have thousands of different security groups, right? And then we can work together or collaborate as an umbrella. Maybe have some type of umbrella organization, and then we have thousands of what do you call them? Not franchises, but we have thousands of lower groups in different counties, different cities, all over the country, and then we just have an umbrella organization that consolidates all those different smaller organizations. If you understand what I mean.
Yeah. Separate organizations, but all coming together for one cause.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. And one thing that I have to get better at is like, I'm not gonna say I don't practice what I preach because I'm still very young, but it's like, yeah, talking about it is good, but it's like, what am I actually doing? So like, I'll definitely be keeping in touch with you guys like once I join. Because honestly, like I said, I kind of need guidance on what I can do to contribute. So yeah, like thank you a lot for like answering my questions. I love listening to y'all because it's like it really gives me hope, and it's good to see other people who are thinking about the future rather than just the present. And I think we need more people like that. So like I really appreciate like listening to y'all, and yeah, thank you. I'm gonna stay in the space.
See if it'll let me talk.
Well, we thank you, my lady.
Yeah, if it'll let me talk. Okay, so they wanted to kick me out of the space. That's why they wouldn't let me talk. Okay. Let's see if it'll let me reconnect to the space. Okay. Okay, yeah, so I had a hard time getting back into space. But yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. I posted down in the purple box, and I'm gonna put it up in the jumbotron. This is so I'm gonna play the Liberty Knights of Liberty video. Again, that was 1846 to 1856, and I'm gonna try to do my best to connect that as in a seamless timeline all the way up until the Black Liberation Army, which kind of ended in the 70s. And there was this consistent knowledge transference of Black American ancestors and descendants who all had the desire for self determination, self governance, to have their own territory and ultimately their own nation. We are more focused on having black majority states. They're not 100% black people. There are other people living there. We just need to get to 60% of the voting population in order to control the financial, um, the infrastructure, pretty much everything that that a state would control. Just like this governor just commuted a sentence, unfortunately, of a piece of shit who this is like his second or third time having a drunk driving incident. He crashed into a vehicle where a small child, a little black girl, was seated, and caused massive damage. The girl was in a coma for a few weeks, and behind the family's back, the prosecutors and the Kansas City Chiefs worked out a very small sentence of, I believe, 4 to 5 years. And grief-stricken, the mother of the daughter, who may be of another persuasion. I'm not sure what exactly the woman is, but the father is a Black American man, and this young black girl, who survived, thankfully. Kansas City Chiefs said, "Well, we'll take care of her medical issues for life." Well, that to me is the bare minimum. Like what are we talking about here? They need to be suing them for hundreds of millions of dollars. Number one, but then also this governor just recently commuted the sentence of this piece of trash. Um, and so he got massive white privilege, massive favor, and will be out on the streets. Even though the original sentence was extremely light, now this sociopath will be out drinking and driving and putting other people's families in harm's way. So, um, this is the
who came from a connected family or something.
Yeah, he's Andy Reid's son, of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, yeah. So they win a Super Bowl, and within a few weeks this happens. um this is the power that a governor has, although this governor is a corrupt piece of trash as well, and is abusing the power of a governor. But there's nothing that the federal government can do in this situation. I mean, there's very little, if anything, that the federal government could do, would do, and or would enforce anything that would make a difference, to be quite honest. I think at this point the family needs to really sue the Kansas City Chiefs. For they need to really sue them to take the team. I mean, that's the type of lawsuit they need to bring towards the Kansas City Chiefs. Um, there's not a whole lot they can do against the government, unfortunately. But certainly sue the individual who was involved in it. Sue him so that he is basically living on his parents' couch, and never has any money, never is able to accumulate any wealth. Um,
Well, how old is it? How old is it? I need to read about this. You know how old he is? The person that caused the accident.
I don't know. He was a coach under his father in the league. Let me see if I could find it. So he's an adult.
Serious connection. Look, man. Look. When you have connections, right?
Oh.
People, when you have connections, especially political connections, right? And you do something that that cause huge problems, right? If you are considered a loyal person of the political party or the political establishment, they are going to reward you for that, right? And see, that's why Black Americans need the political control of a state and political power. Therefore, we can reward our people, our most loyal people, and people that are disloyal, we can punish them.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's what political control of the state will do. It will reward loyal people and punish the disloyal people. Go ahead, Black.
Yeah, no, and I absolutely agree with that. It's a power that we should have been had. We should have had really Reconstruction, and this is why they were so violent against
There's
us.
an echo.
Say it again.
Right, there's an echo.
Oh, there's an echo. Yeah, because I think I came into space twice. Let me leave out and come back in.
Right.
Yeah, I think I came into space twice, unfortunately. Okay, is this better?
No, it's still echoey.
Still echoey. Wow. Okay. Well, let me see. What can I do here? Because I went in and came out. Um, I can only try to go in and come out again. Hopefully this space doesn't collapse. I want to turn my phone off and on. Because we may just have to rat it out. Okay, how about now? We may have to rat it out. Okay. Yeah, you know how Twitter is. Of course, it collapsed the first space and then
going
back to the echo. Oh, damn. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Let me try to turn on the Funded Socially account and see if I can speak on that one.
Okay.
God damn it. That's going to make it hard. I won't be able to play this information. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Invite to speak. Okay. Let me turn these volumes down. Okay, how about now?
Better.
Yeah, you know what's weird? So my mic is off on both of these devices, but you can actually hear me talking. No, that is very odd. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that somehow Twitter's picking up a mic without me actually having a mic on, and that's why we got this echo. That's crazy.
Do you think it would make a difference if we record a space or not record a space?
Difference in what way?
Where space would be
Oh,
more balanced, more
I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. I've been in spaces where they weren't recorded and they still had some some glitchiness to them. I had a message on my. Oh, damn it! See, see how y'all doing? See how y'all want to do me? See how y'all want to do me? See how y'all want to do me? Skip. Okay, so man, it just kicked me out again. So I've been in spaces where they were not recorded. They still had glitchy issues. I had a message on my phone that said the Twitter app is what did it said something like collapsing, which was interesting. I kind of kicked the message to the side, but essentially wanted me to um, put the Twitter app on pause or to put it to sleep. That's what it said. Put it to sleep. So I think it's something in the app itself. And I do all the updates. I checked for the update. It didn't need an update when I started today. So we'll just try to power through it. So I'm gonna play this Knights of Liberty video, which is 1846 to 1856. And then I put in the purple peel and I put as the first thing in the Jumbotron um this 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 website called Blatlanta is how I'm going to pronounce it. I think it's more like BLA or no, it's not BLA, it's Balanta. So I don't know if that means Black Atlanta or what, but um this is what we're really going to talk about because this is where they kind of explain what Malcolm X was really up to, what he was really, really, really up to. And it's nothing like anything that I've ever heard in my lifetime, to be quite honest. And I'm assuming most people have not heard this information, but it does go into the behind the scenes actions that were being taken. I was recently, again, I think it's all through divine providence, if you will, but recently discovered that Malcolm X was approached to run for elected office in the state of Michigan. I believe it was for Senate. Um, and so there's some of that in there, and there's some of the other things that he was planning on, like an international level. We heard that video from Huey Newton last week. For those who were in the space, if you were here to hear that interview and the things that he was talking about from prison, and then when you hear what Malcolm X was talking about and planning, then it kind of starts to all connect together. And I want to play this video because, again, this to me is just this continuous line. We could throw W.E.B. Du Bois in there. We could throw Philip Randolph in there. We could throw a lot of different people throughout time that really all connect with information that they were essentially giving over to one another. Harry Haywood, we talked about him last week, of course, and all the things about that he was talking about. But a lot of those folks had this. I guess I'll use the term Marxism. They had that ideological bend, and so that was an anti-American bend, to be quite honest, anti-capitalist bend, and more towards a socialist, society where everybody is taken care of and everybody essentially has the same. Um, so it's just if you understand that and you kind of put that in the back of your mind, and as we go through and listen to the video, and then I'll put this in the text to speech app, and then there's also Richard Pryor. Now during the reparations2023.com, which we do still have on Funded Socially, we took a video of the platform. There was a video, and shout out to Miss No Taxation, of an event her father held that's on C-SPAN, of her father introducing Richard Pryor to speak in honor of Martin Luther King. So it's actually a really powerful speech. So I do want to play that too, because it's Richard Pryor in a way that most people likely have never heard him speak. He's very emotional in the video, and he says a lot. He actually says a lot. It's more of a tearjerker, to be quite honest, but it is a very powerful speech, and so I do want to play that too. So we'll probably play that second, and then I'll get to the text to speech information. Like, s- let me say this. So you hear that beeping in the background. There is a demonic spirit inside of some people, and regardless of when it is, it's always Saturday night around this time when that particular spirit um you know um pings my phones, and it's something that I've noticed for a while now. It may have to be a thing where I kind of block that spirit from having access, because it's just the timing is not even it's yeah. It's just one of those things where I think you kind of got to make a decision to eliminate certain things and people from your energy field. And I just, like, my goodness, you got it, Miss Leroy. Goodness fucking gracious, chick. Like, back up, relax, go a different way. Every fucking
I'm
Saturday at
sorry,
this
did you
time.
call on me?
Yeah, yeah, you got it.
Okay, yeah. Something I just wanted to
God
add is
damn,
that,
this fucking
and
spirit, man. This evil
that is
demonic
one of the
spirit,
reasons
man.
we were talking about
Goodness fucking
like
gracious.
basically like white privilege and them getting held accountable. And
Holy
that is one
shit.
of the reasons why I personally wanted to create, this self defense team, is because it's like, we hear about cases like Tamir Rice, Trayvon Martin, and the cops. They're never held accountable. So it's like something has to give, and that's one of the main reasons why I wanted to create it. But also, like, I remember you saying and talking about how you think that you were being basically followed, and that's maybe why you have some problems with these spaces, Black majority
Oh,
spaces.
yeah, 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 right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, 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 absolutely. So there is very high likelihood that there are files on the people on these spaces who do speak about certain things, speak about certain topics, and so not followed in the sense that someone's physically following me around, because that would be really boring, to be quite honest. All I do is work and sleep and shop, and that's about it. But I do believe digitally, we are being tracked in many different ways, to be quite honest. So um and back in the day when they had COINTELPRO. Things glitched again. Come on, man. Come on, bros. Come on, bros. Yeah, see, that's what that is. Okay, glitched me out again. So back in the day, I think I was saying when they had COINTELPRO.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can anybody else hear
Yeah,
me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay. Yeah. So the Twitter glitched me out again. So we're probably gonna have that type of night. But back in the day when it, oh man, wow. Oh, that's crazy. I wonder if it's because this person keeps trying to connect to the phone. I wonder if that has something to do with it.
Not because of maybe
I may have to
people like
remove this
certain
app from the
political
phone.
stances, because they know that they're about to make a next move, and they want to kill all our leaders. So like it makes sense, without leaders the community is destined for destruction. So
Okay, I'm back. I just uninstalled. I just had to uninstall that app. I hope that maybe that was the issue. Because again, I think that's a demonic spirit at this point. But I'm gonna let that go. So yeah, they were tracking us. They had files. Back then it was all paperwork. Today you can digitally monitor the whole entire planet. Just about, at least the people that have digital devices in their hand. It's a GPS tracking device, and it listens, to be quite honest, and it watches, to be quite honest. So, oh God, what the fuck, bros? Wowzers, man. Holy shit, bro. What am I doing? Am I saying too much? Like, am, am I saying too much? Like, damn, am I saying too much? I don't even know what's going on right now. I don't think space ever glitched this bad. Goodness
Right.
gracious. Well, let me play the video and see if it'll let us get through that, and then I'll get to the Richard Pryor one so we can hear that. Okay, here we go.
In the years before the Civil War, terror often gripped white Americans in the South. More than anything, they feared an uprising of the people they held in bondage. The Knights of Liberty, a top secret, all black militant organization, prepared to justify their fears by launching the largest enslaved rebellion in American history. But before they could revolt, secret orders called them off. I'm Joel Cook, and this is Rogue History. It all began in August of 1846, when a traveling barber named Moses Dixon convened a secret meeting in St. Louis, Missouri, to, as he would put it, prepare for business. His plan called for the infiltration of the southern states to recruit and train men who were courageous, patient, temperate, and possessed of sound common sense. Recruits were required to take an oath of secrecy until death. After 10 years of training, these Knights of Liberty would launch a war on slavery. The participants in this St. Louis meeting, made up of Dixon and 11 trusted friends, would come to be known as the Order of 12. These 12 men spread out across the South to establish the Knights of Liberty. But even as they chipped away at this 10-year plan, they made an immediate impact on the Underground Railroad. In a 1901 Denver Post interview, Dixon stated that the Knights operated a network capable of moving freedom seekers all across the United States. Disguise was often part of their success. In one case, Dixon rescued a mother and daughter from Louisiana by coordinating tailors and barbers to disguise them as sailors. A fellow Knight of Liberty snuck them onto a steamboat as part of the crew, and they successfully made their way to freedom in Canada. In the same interview, Dixon said that the Knights of Liberty had an unbreakable telegraph code that remains hidden to this day. But we do have evidence of coded language from other underground resistance groups who operated during the same time period. The African Mysteries, a group based in Detroit,
Man.
Michigan.
Holy fuck, bro. They are tripping, man. Oh my god, this is gonna be hard. Oh my goodness, I can't believe this, man. Yeah, this is gonna be nearly impossible. I paused it where it left off. I don't know, goodness gracious. I've been in spaces that went on for 15, 16 hours. Go to sleep, wake up, that space is still going on. Okay, just keep chugging along here. Try to get it all in.
Groups who operated during the same time period. The African Mysteries, a group based in Detroit, Michigan, communicated with freedom seekers through what we would know today as call signs. One nonverbal signal required a person to touch the knuckle of their right index finger to the knuckle of their left. The other person would respond by reversing the signal left to right to confirm that they were also part of the organization. But while groups like the African Mysteries were focused on escaping from the South, the Knights of Liberty wanted to seize land for Black people in the South. The plan was to attack Atlanta and form a stronghold of Black resistance. Moses Dixon's plans for a separatist state were rooted in life experience. His parents were born into slavery, and as a boy, he survived race riots in Cincinnati intended to drive Black people out of the city. He learned that Black liberation was needed by any means necessary, and would come to know exactly what that meant when he lived through Nat Turner's rebellion. On August 21st, 1831, Turner and at least 40 compatriots launched a bid to end slavery by attacking several plantations in Southampton County, Virginia. While it was never truly clear what Turner's plan was, the rebels executed 55 people before being stopped by state and federal militias. Black people suffered the consequences of the rebellion, with hundreds being beaten and murdered across the South. Slave patrols, formed by state and local militias, began an early version of stop and frisk policing, and laws known as slave codes prevented enslaved people from gathering in large numbers, traveling without permission, or testifying in court. None of this was lost on the Knights of Liberty as they prepared for their own revolution. In discussing the secrecy needed for them to succeed, Moses Dixon wrote, "We know of the failure of Nat Turner and others. Previous rebellion leaders struggled with stealth and planned for just weeks or months without building a real infrastructure to support their operations. Dixon gambled that a large army with 10 years of training gave them a real chance. Now, they just needed funding. To raise money for his secret plan, Dixon appealed to sympathetic abolitionists in the North and the South. They willingly donated thousands to Dixon's Underground Railroad work, unaware that they were funding a revolution. By 1856, they had everything they needed to launch their war against slavery.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just a small recap. There was one organization that sounded like an African organization, which they used that word a lot back then, and they were trying to organize to likely leave the country. Whereas this Knights of Liberty said, no, we're not doing that. We're taking over the areas that we can. And Atlanta, Georgia was their target. So I'm going to start it back up from there.
They had everything they needed to launch their war against slavery. But when the time finally came, they didn't strike. As Moses Dixon surveyed the landscape, it became clear to him that a civil war was coming, whether the Knights initiated it or not. Not far from his home in St. Louis, anti-slavery and pro-slavery guerrillas were already fighting a civil war along the Missouri-Kansas border. Dixon recognized that a larger movement was forming and decided to wait. But not everyone accepted the order to call off the rebellion. From Texas to Louisiana, and eventually all the way to Maryland, uprisings and rumors of uprisings struck terror among the slaveholders in the fall of 1856. But Dixon was vindicated when Confederate forces officially started the U.S. Civil War in 1861. Almost immediately after the start of the conflict, Black Americans began providing intelligence to the Union Army about the Confederates. Coded broadly as Black dispatches, this information could come in the form of debriefs from the people who escaped the Confederacy, or from missions specifically orchestrated by the Union Intelligence Office. But Black people weren't officially allowed to join the Union Army until 1863. So who was the Intelligence Office working with? Because the Knights of Liberty maintained strict secrecy, there are no documents confirming their participation in the early years of the war. But there are lots of coincidences. Take the Loyal League, for example. This all-Black spying organization was formed at an Ohio convention in 1851, not far from Dixon's hometown. When the Civil War began, this League of Black spies hit the ground running because they already had a strong communications network operating all over the South. Sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it? Though the armed rebellion didn't play out the way they planned, the Knights' work was not in vain. The network Moses Dixon built remained intact after the war, transitioning into a mutual benefit society known as the International Order of 12 of Knights and Daughters of Tabor. Dixon played a major role in organizing schools for Black Americans in St. Louis and served as a founding member of what is now Lincoln University of Missouri, one of the oldest historically Black universities in the nation. After his death in 1901, his legacy continued on through the Taborian Hospital in Mountain Bayou, one of the first hospitals in the country with an all-Black staff. Whether through clandestine means, like those used on the Underground Railroad, or the violent insurrections that moved the United States closer to a reckoning with slavery, there has been a continuous through line of Black agency and organizing from this country's founding through the present day. We'll never know what would have happened if Moses Dixon and the Knights of Liberty had launched their own war on slavery in 1856. But what their plans do tell us is that the narrative that Lincoln and the Union Army freed the enslaved doesn't even begin to tell the entire true story of African American emancipation. What did you find most interesting about the Knights of Liberty? Let us know down below. And while you do that, I'm going to tell you about a new show on PBS Voices channel called Sovereign Innovations. It's a series about Indigenous excellence, where powwows and pop culture dance together, and where ingenuity is a powerful tool for cultural resilience.
Okay, that sounds about like the end of that video there. So, the Knights of Liberty, 1846 to 1856, they had this plan to essentially take over Atlanta as a nation state. and they were going to expand out from there. They had spent the time. We just gonna laugh through this because they ain't gonna stop it. Yeah, we gonna punch through it because they ain't gonna stop the information because we're live on YouTube. I gotta get the link on Funded Socially. But we also do post these and embed them on Funded Socially. And so there is a continuation of the information, even though Twitter Spaces likes to be very glitchy when I speak. But they saw the increasing march of insurrections and rebellions all over the country, and this is what led them to be, well, the leader Moses Dixon, to feel very confident that um, the Civil War was imminent, and so he kind of called it off, which was, in retrospect, strategically smart. Um, and then they started doing different things clandestine, according to the information there. But likely did join some of the regiments. Cincinnati was a big place for Black Americans to join into the ranks of the Union Army. They had freedmen camps there and everything else. So it just was one of those areas, and he's from that area. That's what's interesting again about the fact that this history isn't told in the schools, because Cincinnati has this massive racist history. I think there was something very recent that came out in the news cycle. I can't remember what it was, but it was in relation to this very racist history in Cincinnati that Black Americans have with the white community there. And so imagine if this history is taught in a school in Cincinnati about Moses Dixon, and he is a Black leader that you could elevate in the Black community. Imagine the change in the minds and hearts of young Black men it would have in the school system like that. That's a part of their fear and a part of the system that they keep this information essentially secluded away from us. I kind of came upon that video, wasn't searching for that information, had never heard about it before. And that's usually how I find most of the information. I'm looking for one thing and then I end up finding all this other information. So um, that's just something that I wanted to play so that we can understand. We know that Frederick Douglass and would have been around at that period of time, and others um, would have been around at that period of time. So there's this connected information network that just kind of travels through time, again, all the way up until the mid to late 70s. And then you have early 70s, you have Jesse Jackson and the things that he got involved in, and it kind of seems like everything disappeared. Well, here's what we're going to find out is that the Pan-Africanist movement within Black intelligence had become so it's almost like the reparations movement is today. It became so dominant that a lot of the people changed their names to African names. And so when they did that, the continuation of information kind of disappeared because they were no longer going under their American names. And if they weren't like Ras Baraka in New Jersey, who was a part of all these movements as well that we're going to hear about, if they didn't have a prominent position, we didn't know who they were. Chukwa Lumumba in Mississippi, also a part of this conversation that we're going to hear about. And so that's kind of what happened. That information went deep, deep underground because of all the violence that was, the infrastructure, the police structure was um, reaping against Black American liberationists, Black nationalists, and the incarceration that was occurring at the same time. So the information kind of disappeared with them, and then it became this um what do they call it, establishment Black power which really Jesse Jackson is the embodiment of that. Al Sharpton's, those types became the voices of the people. And then you had the church that kind of just went completely silent. And so we had a few decades of really nothing happening politically, outside of rap music, outside of the youth kind of picking up this information and doing what they could with it, in rap music with Public Enemy, Ice Cube, and Tupac. That Tupacalypse Now record, which I started the space off with, an amazing record that really embodied his lineage and his history, as a son of a Black Panther. What's going on, New Negro? Give me a chance to take a break. Give me a chance to let my mouth rest a little bit.
Oh, peace and love, peace and love. Sorry, I was ran to my little baby girl. One thing that comes to mind, because I love when you get into that timeline cooking, because it always plays out like a movie, right? Cinematically plays out. Is a lot of that 60s CIA, FBI involvement, the amount of COINTELPRO snakes, and individuals who started to literally become agents for the system and the Black Power movement played a role in why it went from front-facing, like out broadly in community, where you knew what was going on, to kind of like this underground, covert liberation movement. And one of the things that I always think about, and I think sometimes, I don't know if we've all had an opportunity to kind of like really take a moment to step back, but I really look at Tupac's journey for some reason. Like when I watched the Dear Mama, and I'm looking at who he was connected to in the movement,
man.
Right? And when I watched that documentary, the most recent one, Dear Mama, this is like the early 90s before he even blows up, and he's like a child of this Black liberation, and he's barking on them, right? He's at this press conference barking on them like, y'all done put these dashikis on, y'all ain't out here getting to it no more. And I started to jog my own memory and start to think about that liberation energy that existed in some of that early version of hip hop that was the baseline between what we began to lose. And right, that's like the Generation X, right? That's that whole Generation X, right? That comes in after, the civil rights movement and the black liberation movement, the Black Power movement. And to what you're saying, there's like this deafening silence where the establishment Pan-African version of Black studies in these institutions, or we're going to be the ones to get into politics and become the Democrats. Like all of that stuff is formed between the 70s and the 80s. And then it's this elitist energy, right? Where it's, the African American and y'all Black, right? Y'all Black over there. We African American, because I came from like the collegiate space, and I had no idea what happened to like the Black liberation movement at that point in time, right? When you start to look at it in the 80s and the 90s, you get the Afrocentrism within, Black culture. They putting all this Afrocentrism into movies. We go through that wave where everybody want to wear the African earrings and the big jewelry and the dashikis.
X-Clan.
And I'm a kid at this time.
X-Clan.
But it started to become more about culture and about art, right? And not necessarily about systems of liberation. It wasn't really about organizing. That then becomes these, and I mean, unfortunately, right, it becomes the Dr. Malachi Yorks where, they start to position everything that is counterculture towards assimilation as cult, right? This cult stuff, conscious community backpack all that stuff that had to kind of be reversed. And I don't think it's ever repaired itself, right? Because it going underground then did allow for a handful of things to kind of, even what you're talking about, it makes me think of the Nature Boy guy. What happened there, right? What was his vision and version of what, Black consciousness? Then you get the Brother Polite, right? What are those things in the conscious community?
That boy is
and
crazy.
Were people, because I'm not here to judge. I don't got enough information on those things.
Man,
but it makes me wonder the movement going underground, and now people kind of doing their own thing and peeling off. How much of a hindrance was that versus when the movements that we seen, especially when we look back, for those who was there, I wasn't born in the 60s and 70s, but we seen that they were outside, right? They had like agency in the community, and we were able to, and the elders and ancestors, I guess at the time, was able to like see the Black Panther Party or see these Black movements be vibrant, be out, and be there. But at some point, that underground thing, I don't, I'm like, I think it disappeared. And then it becomes, what the hell happened these last 30 years? Where now we are the ones coming up and lineage, reparations, Black power, or our advocating for our people. But everything else outside of that has fallen into like this old Pan-African thing that I don't even think it was supposed to be that way. When I look at what the Black liberation movement was in the 60s and the 70s, it was really about us taking control of our communities. Even the Republic of New Africa and Cobra, when you look up that, I'm like, this shit was lineage based. They was descending the slaves. It was, we want states in the United States. It wasn't, we want to repatriate, or it seemed always centered here. So something was definitely lost, and it always gets cryptic when I start to play out the timeline, because I'm wondering what happened, because something strategically had to happen. I always say, my line of demarcation is 1970. Okay. From 1970 until now, something changed, something happened. I don't know if it was a government reorganizing. I don't know if because they flat blacked us. I don't know if it happened to really just be integrating us into the dominant public school systems or the welfare. All of those things did happen. And maybe it's a collection of all of it, right? Maybe what happened is a collection of everything. and the fact that we then became more reliant on government systems, and Vietnam War and the war on drugs and crack, all of those things happened. But it's like everything seems to fall apart once we get to 1970. And even, and I land here, even when we were reading a Moynihan report that comes out in 1970 or 69, where he's talking to Richard Nixon, everything even then is, let's take the cameras away. Let's stop radicalizing these people. Let's stop putting the cameras on them, because we're giving them heroes. We're giving them martyrs. We're giving the Black communities these individuals that they can rally behind, right? So let's just ignore them, right? And now let's put the cameras on the ones that we want to control, or the ones that we have in the pocket. So even to this day, you don't see that many videos of Darren Seals, right? When he did that uprising out there in St. Louis, right? After Mike, you don't see how much they kind of just like, and then they swept it under the rug that brother got brutally murdered and burnt up in a car. And it's like, wait, hold on. They stole the whole Black Lives Matter movement from these guys, and just, so it gets eerie when we really look at it. And it reminds me that, I'd say POW all the time, like really prisoners of war, is what we are, like, for real.
Yeah, man. So, man, Tupac, right? And I don't know if you were in the space when I said it earlier, because I started with Tupacalypse Now, and once it ended, I said, man, this man had the light. He was like the Luke Skywalker. He had the Jedi energy, and once he went through that tribulation, he came out really like Darth Vader in a sense. He went to the dark side, and it really never changed from there. Even though, there's talk that he was trying to get away from, that label and that energy out there, he never was able to flip back to the light. And there's this universal karmatic energy that exists, and there's really nothing we can do to control it, to be quite honest, no matter how much we try. And it was potentiality that was wasted, because imagine Tupac with the internet and social media and the ability to reach billions of people all at the same time, to talk directly to Black America instantly. The type of leader that he could have become had he reverted back to the Black Panther that was born inside of him, and the fact that he had the charisma to lead a people, he would have been far more dangerous with the internet alone. And that would have been something beautiful to see. But it almost is one of those things where it's like you could envision them, seeing that, being aware of that, and then doing things to derail an individual such as that from having the ability to get to that level. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because towards the end of his career, this last album that he was working on, it was the unification of the East and the West. I believe it was like One Nation or something like that, and he was getting to it, and I think that's really a testament to what it takes for us to be who we are, right? We come through purge from the fire, right? None of us we all a chip off the old block, right? So we could easily get on some real nigga shit within a blink of an eye. And if there's money, right? If there's access and power, and you got a nigga like Suge Knight that got bloods on the cord, you could lose yourself in yourself. This is just human nature. And keep in context, he was 25 at the time, right? So we still talking about someone that hasn't even reached that full full reflectiveness of who he is as a man, but going through the motions in the entertainment industry. But it was always something there that I seen peek out, and it reminded me more when I watched that Dear Mama documentary, because I'm seeing the environment that he was around, and it really made me understand how important it is and was for us to maintain certain environments, and why things are so messed up now, right? The neighborhoods aren't the same. The technology has disconnected a lot of stuff. So the school of thoughts that we even come from don't necessarily even exist like they used to, right? Where I remember going to school, you had some OGs on a corner that may have been doing the wrong thing, but yo, Rashid, you go to school, you better hurry up, don't miss the bus, make it to your first period of class, right? So some of the things that make us, it's almost like, how do you even recreate that, right? That's a certain mixture of an experience where your mom's was who your mom's was, right? His mom's was really getting out there, getting busy for real. Then you don't know who your dad is, your step pops is here, you move around, and I know we all got a certain story. Some people being raised by their grandmother, east or west, you had to go to the south or come to the north. We all got a story based on being, those descendants. We the ones who've been under mass attack. And in that concocts a certain thing within us. And this is what I talk to the brother Sonny a lot. I always say the thing of it that I miss is the knowledge part, right? Because there was always an element of the streets that still had a level of knowledge. And I always point to maybe the 5% nation that came in with the gods and earths. And there was something that kept a street nigga with knowledge. You could watch Belly, right? And even watching that, you seeing them going through the motions of playing out what the typical black guy in the neighborhood was dealing with, right? This level of, I could be on my nigga shit, but there's some consciousness I'm trying to, it's somewhere in there somewhere. And maybe it came from the church, because we still had the, going to church into maybe your first 10 years before shit started to change in the 90s. But where we are now, I'm looking at it and I'm saying, well, what is going to produce and create the versions of those Jedis that we need now, right? And it's going to have to be taking a lot of things away and replacing them with a lot of this information that naturally were conversations that we may used to have, right? These audio apps play a role in that because some people got their kids around, their kids just be in the house listening to us, chopping it up and having these conversations that might be reminiscent of the card game at auntie house, or the uncles in the backyard chopping it up, and you just running around the house soaking some game up. But that's something that was missed and missing, and it's important even into these conversations about how do we move forward in the way that we need to move. We're seeing how the lack thereof of information and concerted communication amongst our lineage has literally allowed us to be ushered in further to a building that Martin Luther King said, yo, this shit ain't really what I thought it was 60 years ago. And then you get, you know, the pandering to the Pan-Africans or the Democrats and whatever this thing now becomes politically, when the majority of our people are just trying to live day to day, take care of themselves, feed their kids, and stay out the way, right? So how do we find a way to live the basic life that we've always achieved to want to live and still be under a certain protection? And that's going to have to come with reinventing this wheel and looking back at the old, like you do in playing it. We've always had a majority state mentality. We've always wanted to be on our own and within ourselves. So how do we, you know, find the necessary people to be the messengers to kind of usher our people or give our people the information to go that way, which is, you know, one of the best ways. I think that's the last step we got to take, right? We got to get some level of majority.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those in the space and YouTube and Funded Socially who may not know, there is an event coming up. You want to speak to your event that you got going on to let people know the dates and everything that's you know, going on around it. Like I said, this Richard Pryor video was on our reparations2023.com website. Miss No Taxation. Her father introduces Richard Pryor to this next video that we're going to play. And this was attached to the event that we attempted to set up last year. And we all met. We had dinner. It's probably about, you know, 10 of us, I want to say, roughly. And we actually ended up making a good night of it. I actually had a really, really good time with the folks there. Met Miss Rella for the first time. Met Miss Giselle for the first time. And you know, just made it into like a 2-day event down there. Although we would have loved to have the family there, we don't want to have a repeat of that. We certainly want the family to show up for this event that is going to occur just in a couple of months, I guess, April. So if you'd like to share that, and then we'll let Duncan go.
Okay, so yeah, peace and love. I'm sorry, I'm handing my baby girl. Here, go to bed. You'll be okay. So April 15th. Wait, let Duncan go, and I jump after him. Let me get my baby girl.
Okay. Man, look, we love kids in these spaces. We love the sound of children in these spaces. And so, you know, if you're ever in a situation where your baby's there, your children's there, that's something that we appreciate all times. And you know that. Go ahead.
I'm good. Yeah, you know, she be waking up, signing up. So yeah, April 15th, we are holding a reparations demonstration, and the basic goal is to find a way to make sure that DC becomes, I don't know, a second home for the lineage, right? For us to be able to get comfortable with going there and making our State of the Union addresses or State of the Nation addresses. Every 2-3 months, we need to be out there with a microphone, with a banner, with a stage, right? We're gonna have speakers. So basically, April 15th is the day Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. And we know the assassination of Abraham Lincoln then ushers in Andrew Johnson, that then repowers the Confederacy. He was sent Special Field Order 15. Then we get them the rescinding Circular 13, right? Then we get him pardoning the Confederate States and all that land that had been promised to us, you know, because they had committed an act of treason. It's returned to them, you know. Then, you know, we get years later to compromise and we're under this right terrorism, but it all happened after the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, which was, you know, at that point in time, an abolitionist. We could consider him an ally whether he had to free us or didn't free us or whatever. He did what he had to do when he did it, and we were able to make something happen out of it. And it's also the last day of tax day, so IRS, is the man. We want the federal treasury to give us our cash payments. So the ultimate goal of April 15th is to set the stage for individuals that have something to say. Right, this is one of those things where I know, based on the time frame and the economic situation that we are in, not everybody's going to be able to travel there. So for those who cannot travel, be at your house, be it outside or wherever you can be on that day, just record a full video, at least 3 to 5 minutes, stating who you are, making your demand, your claim for repair. And for those of us who can make it out there, the main goal is to have people speak directly to the power and also to the people about what it is that we are in desire of. I'm not here to police what anybody says. I'm not here. This ain't a name banging time frame. This is, we need more content. We need more speakers. The amount of stuff that we say on these apps are great, but we don't necessarily often have the production value that is needed to be able to spread this information cleanly on other platforms. So we're gonna have a dedicated videographer cleanly recording all of the speeches. We're gonna have a podium and a stage and speakers, banners, some tables. We gonna look out to give some merchandise out. If people have information, come out with that information. But I'm gonna say this: my personal goal, in terms of what I hope to get out of it, is every person that shows up speaks directly to the camera and to the audience, and they say why we need repair, and they demand it, and they speak directly on it. So what I can do is chop up that footage and start spreading this information on Facebook, on TikTok. Really inspired by what I seen Mark Carter do at that press conference, with the elders. I was really excited about what I saw Sister Sean do at the DNC. And the thing that crossed my head was, we've had a handful of reparations movement events, but I don't often see footage of them, right? And if I do see footage, it's not in the cleanest, crispest audio where we can kind of push it this way, push it that way. So that's the main goal. The main goal is to give us an area center stage. We're going to be at the Lincoln Memorial. That's the infamous area where the I Have a Dream speech is. But we're going to be down by the reflective pools because they're actually doing construction on the stairs. So that area is currently not available. So we'll be standing up with the Washington Monument behind us, with the reflective pool water behind us, on the stage with a podium. Come with your flag, Black Heritage flag, or come with your Juneteenth flag or your African American flag. Come how you come. Come clean. Come ready to be on camera. Come, with your 3 to 5 minute speech. If you got 10 minutes to go, we have the space from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. So that's 7 hours for us to really just be there. It's gonna be some music. We're going to turn it to a little cookout. I mean, we can't have food there, but we're going to definitely play that good Black music, that good soul music, that good, music from our lineage. And it's just the one of many things to come. As a community leader and somebody that go outside, it's really important to just get comfortable with making sure that they know that we making them uncomfortable. It's a day of the weekday. So because it's a weekday, if you make your speech, you can run around. I would say send an email to your state rep and say you're going to be in D.C. on April 15th. You want to request a meeting. So after you do your speech for 10 minutes, you run it down on your state rep, right? And if we get a bunch of people out there running down on their state reps or some, we out here, we got this event. Matter of fact, come over there. Well, I invite you to this. It just allows us to kind of continue to make this movement, make this effort, this fight serious, right? And add that texture of ferociousness that I understand, I want to add my part to and contribute to. And like, we right here, right? We on your doorsteps, we outside, we there. And we're going to be here for 8 hours speaking on mics, recording footage, being able to translate this information online, because let's Google reparations online. They should be seeing us. The amount of time we spend on this damn app, and it can't just be audio space rooms, right? It got to be, we did this in April. What we gonna be doing on Juneteenth, right? Juneteenth, we here. Okay, Mark got the DNC, we there. We should be setting up something for October, right before November. The goal is just to start positioning more areas of activation that we should be doing, and all individuals are invited to speak. I'm gonna hold a space tomorrow that gets into more of the donation stuff. If people want to donate to a banner, if people want to print up flyers, I send you the PDF, you can hand it out. But right now, the main goal is just to let people know April 15th, if you can make it out there, pull up. We have a certain demand, and our concerns are different, right? Some of us is close the border, some of us is cut the check, some of us want to make sure we got the protected class status, right? So whatever it is, including all of those things, it's just a stage for us to get that energy off, and the responsibility that we have to our lineage to make sure that we take it to the Capitol as many times as we can. So this is going to be one, right? We might be out there again in Juneteenth. I did the permit, so I know it ain't that hard. We get what we need, but just making sure that DC becomes a comfortable space for the lineage to know we can go there and rally and get our shit off. And I'm calling it a demonstration more so because we are going there for a demand, and we want to pull up on political, officials while we out there. It's a weekday. It's not a Saturday. They offices is open. It's not a holiday. So let's go outside, shake it up a little bit.
Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. I certainly will do everything I can to be in attendance in the audience and get that energy, because life is energy, man. And those are, it's always good to be around the people. It's always good to be around the folks and take in the scenery and be able to report back, of course, to those who can't make it. But I love what you got going on, and people should definitely support it. And I put it up in the Jumbotron. I know it's on your profile. So if you get a chance, everybody in space, definitely retweet and let other folks know what's going on, especially people who live in the DMV area, as they say. Because then for them it's just a quick trip to the Capitol.
And if y'all know some people out there, tap me in with them. I've only been to DC a few times, and I don't really have that many contacts out there. So if you got some people out there, if you got people that live out there, I got sister Sean, I know she's out there, but if you got other people out there, more people, send them my way. I've been on Instagram looking up people who've been dropping locations in DC, just sending people messages. Yo, you really out there? Because I'm from the hood, so I want to connect with the people for real, right? I want to, who out there, let's connect. Let me see how I can get you guys involved and activated. So, anybody out there, let me know.
Okay, that's what's up. So let's go Duncan and the Miss No Taxation.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to touch back on that Tupac situation you was mentioning. That's the only reason I really, raised my hand and came out, wanted to get on the mic. But I wanted to take a second look at Tupac's situation and kind of understand that, even though he might didn't have the language for it at that time, I think he kind of realized, if you look at what he was doing, you kind of realize that he knew what was going on, even though he did not have the language for it. For one, him being shot at Quad Studios, was it Quad City or Quad Studios, what that was, Jimmy Henchman, and all them, and, he was thought Biggie Smalls had a lot to do with it, Jimmy Henchman being Haitian, Biggie Smalls being a Jamaican, it's like the immigrant, population out there, or the immigrant goons were kind of like siding up against him as a Black American. I don't think Tupac had the language for it then, because it was more of a time of flat blackness, Pan-Africanism, flat blackness, all that. I think they even used to dress up. He used to dress up and a lot of that African attire when he was dancing. If you looked at him when he was with that was Shock G and all them, you know, so that ain't wrong. I think Shock G from the West Coast too. So he had that West Coast connection, but not that West Coast street connection. And that's what I think he was trying to create, like a synergetic experience environment, you know, between the people who were the intellectuals or the talkers. And I'm not just trying to say that the Black Panthers and the BLA were just talkers, because we know that they was not just talkers. These people were getting active, right? But not to the level of Los Angeles street organization. You see what I'm saying? And so just me looking at that situation, because I thought about it, and there's more I can talk about. I can bring more of the Tupac situation up about how immigrants, you know, turned on Black Americans, like what happened at Tupac at Quad Studios. And then he had a problem with Haitian Jack, all them guys, you know. So he went out there. They actually came to him, you know, to try to get him to come out there. And I think that even though that might not have been his literal thought, if I'm just looking at how he moved when he went out there, he didn't really go to the dark side. He still was the same Tupac. He was trying to, like I said, create a synergetic environment where thug life was talking to the people, but he was trying to get them on that political type of mindset. If you listen to his conversation he had with I forgot old boy name, Monster Cody from I think one of them Crip sets. I don't keep up with the Crip set, but he was from one of them Crip sets out there, right? And Monster Cody was like, "Man, I'm trying to be where you at politically in your political mindset." And it's like you trying to come to where I'm at in the streets. You see what I'm saying? And so I think that Tupac was trying to, you know, create a synergy with both of those groups of people, and what he did, created that thug life, you know, which was a political movement for him. So I don't really think it was just a total dark side he was going to. I think that he knew, for one, that them people, that them tethers, did not want to mess with them Crips and Bloods out there on the West Coast. So they wasn't going to come out there with that mess. And he knew that. And them were Black Americans. So I think, you know, I really like those, you know, I don't know. I'm just saying, I think that was kind of a smart, I ain't going to say, it was just a move. Yeah, it was a smart move for him. Because we he was, you know, yeah, they would have hurt him real bad when they shot him, you know. But I just wanted to say that and not be long with it. Thank you. That was just my opinion.
Okay, appreciate that, Miss No Taxation. If we get a chance, I'll play one of Tupac's speeches, you know, after we get through a lot of this other information. But yeah, I mean, he definitely was an amazing, talented Black man, deserved to live a full life. He certainly would have done great things. And unfortunately, because of the environment that he found himself in, it just didn't go the way that many of us would have hoped or would have liked it to turn out. The music industry has gone satanic, and it's been that way for decades. And so it's just one of those vehicles and tools that I would not suggest young, talented Black Americans go into until we can own it, control it, and do it independently from the system that currently exists. So you got it, Miss No Taxation.
Black, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good, better than middling. I ain't raising no sound. Man, y'all gonna make me cry. I almost cried. For real. Listening to New Negro speak and you and him having that exchange, what I didn't tell you, Black, was you're the fourth person that has said caught something out here in the internet streets about my father this week. And two people called to tell me that a couple of people had passed away, and that my father was mentioned at their funeral in some speeches people gave out there in DC. And so the whole week has been my father's week. Isn't that something? April the 15th, and I told this to my friend Rashid, April 15th is my father's birthday.
Oh, wow.
And at that time, when he was born, Lord, back in something, way back, he was born on Easter. It was an Easter Sunday he was born. Easter comes on different days, right? And he was born on Easter Sunday. And the man who pastored the church in D.C. That gave his eulogy talked about his name Cornelius and it being in the Bible, and about a cornucopia, and I mean he went real deep on me, and how it had to do with my father, whose last name is Cornelius. So I've come full circle. It's been it'll be 10 years next year that my father passed, and I was the person in the family that cared for him physically to make sure he would get to his places. And so that's why some people know me on the Hill, because that's where he made his living. And everybody on both sides of the aisle loved my father because he was a good time. You'll hear it in that when he introduces Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor, he hosted him, so he's going to play a clip. Black found it on the internet and alerted me. And so when somebody says something about my father, because I hold this intellectual property, I have to answer back. That's the law. I can't play like I don't see it, so that it has to be used properly. It has to be used a certain way. And so I had to come in and say, and here's the whole speech. This is why Richard Pryor made this speech. What happened was, my father is called, to this day, he was called the fire chief on Capitol Hill. They say he put out fires. And he did. If any politician was in trouble, they called him. Or somebody of importance, they would.
Oh, damn it. What happened? What happened? I got glitched out, of course. Let's go back in. Come on, man. Don't act crazy now.
The first food stamp program in the nation. How that happened was because he had presidential appointments in 3 administrations, Nixon, Ford, and Reagan, and to this day they call them the greats. I believe, it's my belief based on who I am and what I know, that they will add Trump eventually. Okay, hear me well. So he ran the food stamp program, but he got over to the Department of Agriculture because, and this is before you all's time, I'm sure. You guys were probably in elementary school. It was in 1983, so however old you were at that time. The guy, that Secretary of Agriculture, came out and said ketchup is a vegetable. Well, and then said that he was going to count it as a vegetable on the free lunch program for the kids. Well, the people in America did not take that well. So, and they were up in arms. And so, of course, the president called my father and asked him would he go over to agriculture and straighten it out. And he did. He came on and he put it in the Washington Post because my father didn't like to go on TV. He didn't like for people to write about him or anything like that. That's why the only time people really saw him was on C-SPAN. He kept a low profile. He believed in that. And so he went over there and straightened it out and told the American public that ketchup is not a vegetable.
Have Black
and
Americans
that the children will be continuing to have fresh vegetables courtesy of the United States government, because that is our job. Okay. So he calmed the country down from that. And then he had an idea.
It says the X app keeps stopping. Why does the X app keep stopping? What is it? What is it? Like, what is it? There's something going on with this app in my phone.
And he told me it
Something
costs more
weird.
to burn the food stamps than it did to give them out. That's the government. But anyway, he instituted while he was there the Women, Infant, and Children's program that is still here today. Thank God.
I need to clear the data.
He also
that's what I gotta do. Clear
did the free breakfast program, and that's why he brought Richard Pryor out. Richard Pryor donated to the Panthers, went out there in California. he gave the Panthers all the money for them to keep those kids fed. That money came out of Richard Pryor and a few other people's pockets. A lot of people don't know that. And so he knew it backward, forward, and sideways. You know how that program was ran out there, and the Panthers were running a program, and they adopted that to the United States government, and that's why the free lunch and free breakfast and the Women, Infant, and Children's program exists today. My father looked at what they were doing out there, and he put it in the government, in a systematic kind of way. So that's why we have that today. And so he hosted Richard Pryor for the weekend. Reagan was the administration at the time. And my father loved to have a good time. He had to tell you that Richard Pryor, he told Richard, don't go in there and cuss that president out now. Excuse me. And Richard Pryor said, that's exactly what I plan to do. And my father said, now look, Richard, if you cuss the president out, we ain't going to be able to get anything. Okay? And so he didn't. And but he had to back him off of him. And he also stayed, Richard Pryor stayed at the home and that kind of thing. And he was hosted in that way. So he was very well received. That was also a time when Richard Pryor was piping hot. He was still hollering the N-word out in public. And, and doing what he did. But he survived all that, and he left us a great legacy. And one of it is these speeches. But the best part of it for me is to hear my father introduce Richard Pryor, because people don't. My father was a very serious looking man. He was so serious looking to the point where you just didn't even run up on him at all. Nobody ever ran up on my father ever in my lifetime. Okay, white or black. And he just had that look. And but he was fun. I mean, people didn't know that about him, but he was a good time. And I mean that because my father used to take me to some soirees up there in D.C. when I was older. But so to hear the introduction is really a good memory for me. And I sent it. I told you, Black, I was going to send it over there to Rain, Richard Pryor's daughter, because she doesn't often get a lot of information that she hasn't seen about her father. And so she said to say thank you for that. So that's the background story on that. My father accomplished a lot of things. He, Martin Luther King Jr. holiday bill. I mean, it's just a lot of stuff that we live on today. The one thing that I'm concerned about, though, for us and why I fight for reparations, and what's very important to me now is that economics. And that's a very Black Republican way of thinking, very Black conservative thought, is Black economics. But, he was there at a time when Claude Anderson was up there. And, they were on different sides of the aisle, but there was much respect between the both of them. There was never any beef or this one was wrong, none of that. They just had two different schools of thought, but everybody was going to the same place. They understood that. But my father believed in Black economics, and he fought hard for it. And when you talk about the government contracts, Black like we do, some of the others that we know, all that money is gone for Black people, but still there. And first the white women were taking it, and now, of course, the Hispanics are taking it. And the Indians, those ones, the Kamala Harris ones. So that's who has our money now. And And so that's where we stand. And we can thank Barack Obama for that.
Mm.
That's who we can thank for that. Okay. And that has nothing to do with a Democrat or Republican, but about what you think about black people. Okay. And so he thought nothing of us. And so, and that's why we're in the dire straits that we are. But we were headed that way anyway. So when you play it, I just want you guys to know that. That's why I keep a low profile. I don't come out often and talk about myself or my family or any of that. But, I'm a married woman. My child is grown. I have a grandchild. I live a lovely life, and I don't have to. But I do. Because I was raised right. Old school raised right. You have to pay your debt for even being on this earth. Okay. And the United States of America is a free country. I've lived in other countries for periods of time. And I'm here to tell you, you can't get away with what we get away with here. I can tell you that for a fact. Okay. So we have to keep that. Thinking is still free. Voting is still free. Your school of politics is still free. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. We are the people in this country. For reparationists, we are owed. So if somebody says anything to me about a handout, I tell them go talk to Sony and IBM. They have their handout. I'm asking for the debt to be paid. It's a difference. And I wish everybody well and have a lovely summer, you guys. It's going to be a hot summer. It's going to be fun. Oh, also, too, the other thing I want to say is, and everybody knows this, ain't no shame in my game. Everybody knows that. I tried to do the rally in 2023, sort of in the same vein as what my friend Rashid is doing. Of course, I'm old, so I want my stuff to be grand, right? But anyway, nevertheless, and needless to say, I call it the rally that never happened. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not sad about it. It just is. Nothing beats a failure but a try. And I am behind Rashid 1,000%, and he knows that. I'm all for that. And I will be at the rally. And Rashid asked me if I will speak, and in honor of my father, I will speak about my father. And make Rashid, because I'm telling you, and I told Black, listen, my father would love for you all to do what you all are doing. This is what he's talking about. Press the federal government. That's where the money is, and that's where we are owed. The rest of it really don't matter. All that other stuff people are talking about. Because if you get your money, you can get your land. If you get your money, you can get your gold. If you get your money, you can get your house. If you get your money, you can get your paperwork. Okay? And as far as Tupac is concerned, he came from the same streets Brother Muko is at right now. So if you want to know anything about any kind of upbringing about Tupac, ask Brother Muko. And don't go down to Baltimore. We didn't go in. I was in D.C. and didn't go to Baltimore. Be more careful. And please listen to him. He stays on code. Those are things that my father taught me. That's why I have people in common and people I can really agree with, like Black, like New Negro, y'all call him, like Brother Muko, and some of the rest of y'all in here whose names I have to look at and remember. But y'all know who you are because I talk to you every other day or every day. And so that means I do care. I do. And we need to put all of our support behind Rashid. And Rashid is 100% right. And you know how I know? Because I told y'all last year, get in power's faces. That's the only way you're going to get anything. You got to get in them white folks' faces, shake your finger. You have to do it. Go in there a certain kind of way and say what you got to say. And for Brother Duncan, you go too. You're a taxpaying citizen. So don't worry about not having the intellectual abilities you think you need to have. I come from good stock, baby. We don't do that. Everybody has a right to everything on Capitol Hill because guess what? You're a taxpayer. It belongs to you, not them. And keep that in mind. Y'all go up there and shake your finger. And if you can't get up there, go to the home office. You can at least do that in your state. Okay. And I love y'all and wish y'all well. Hey, Pink. All right, I'm gone. I'm going to listen to the speech now.
Okay, without further ado, we're going to play this introduction by Miss No Taxation's father. And then Richard Pryor gives a very emotional speech that had me tearing up. I can't lie. I didn't get through it all. I wanted to save some of it. And so we'll play this and then we'll get Brother Moko as we come out of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me honor to introduce the man who will in turn introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Samuel J. Cornelius, former administrator of the Food and Nutrition Services here at the Department of Agriculture. Secretary of Agriculture John R. Block recognized his talents and realized that he was needed in the office of the Secretary. He was promoted last week in the office of the Secretary as a special assistant. Truly a man of scholar in our midst. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Samuel J. Cornelius, Special Assistant to the Secretary of Agriculture. Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary Lane, distinguished guests, friends of the Department of Agriculture, employees of the Department of Agriculture, those of you who are interested spectators, and all the others in the House. I want to express my deep appreciation to the committee for asking me to introduce your speaker and mine for this afternoon. Before I do that, I want to commend your Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Armstrong Williams, who has done a yeoman's job in helping pull this program together. And it was through his principal efforts that all of you are here today for the sole purpose of listening to the speaker, because he interceded and secured the speaker for you. It does not take one long to understand that change comes about when someone steps forward and dares to do something different. We have witnessed this kind of activity in most of our daily lives, in religion, in art, in government, and yes, in entertainment also. The ability to laugh at ourselves during what we may consider to be our tense moments in our lives has helped bring about that change in each of us. Following the domestic reconstruction period of the 60s, it was your speaker and mine today who stepped forward and dared to do something different. His stage presentations brought about the question of race and brought it out of the closet of darkness and despair into the ray of sunlight and hope. This openness by you, Mr. Speaker, in front of all America, enabled all of us to lower our voices, reduce the tension, and step back and take a look at ourselves. History will record that from that day forward, much of the progress was made between the races in this country. And for that, this country owes you a debt of gratitude, Mr. Speaker. Your speaker was born in Peoria, Illinois. The state where the secretary hails from. And after serving in the United States Army, he returned to Peoria, Illinois, and he found work playing the piano and singing in various local nightclubs. He gradually added comedy to his routines, to his act, and was soon performing throughout the Midwest and the eastern part of this country. I'm reading it just like you wrote it. Mr. Pryor received his first television exposure on the Merv Griffin Show, and that was followed by appearances on Ed Sullivan and the Johnny Carson shows. His talents eventually brought him to Hollywood and feature films, and his first major role being that of Piano Man in the 1972 movie Lady Sings the Blues. While continuing his film acting, he also contributed his writing skills to several award-winning television shows, The Flip Wilson Show, and The Lily Tomlin Special. In addition, our speaker has recorded 6 hugely successful record albums. His most recent movies include Live on Sunset Strip, Some Kind of Hero, and The Toy. He also stars in Superman 3, which is scheduled to be released this summer. On a serious note, our speaker was a participant during the civil rights movement here in Washington, D.C., in the Poor People's March, which many of you were in 1968. There's one other thing that I know about our speaker, which he does not know that I know. And that is this. And this is particularly important to those of us in Washington, D.C. Because our speaker is one of the strong supporters and backers of the Charles M. Drew Memorial Hospital in Los Angeles, California. So it is with great pleasure and a rare and particular privilege for me to have this opportunity to introduce to you, Richard Pryor, the greatest federal employees in the world here in the Department of Agriculture. And I want you to know, before you return back to your home in Los Angeles and over to Hawaii, that we are particularly pleased that you took time out from your busy schedule to be with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker for Martin Luther King's birthday observance this year, the internationally known Richard Pryor. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen and guests. I am very happy that I was invited here to the Department of Agriculture. You have to be quiet to hear me. I am very happy that I was invited here to the Department of Agriculture in commemoration of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. And I've been asked to say a few words. I was in Hawaii when I got the phone call to come here, and I was perplexed because I was wondering why me. I certainly am not as eloquent as Dr. King. I do not represent a majority of people in any and lead any struggles. My heart is good. I'm a good person. I do the best I can when I'm not doing the worst I can. And I had to think about whether to come here today and what it was about. And I want to say something about that. I said, I would not want to do anything that would cast blight on the memory of Dr. Martin Luther King. I would not want to be a party to anything to embarrass the millions of black and white people in America who have struggled to make it possible that I can stand here today. I never rode on a bus in my life and took the abuse that some of you out there took. And I was flying on the plane here from California, and I was reading a book about Dr. King, and there were pictures in the book, and it brought back memories of that time for me. And it swelled my heart up with joy and pride to think of the courageousness of every person who participated in that time. You may not know how brave you were to do that, to sit there and take abuse and be spat upon, hit in the head with clubs, stone, ugly words thrown at you, and keep your dignity and remain nonviolent. I was one of those people who said that if anyone ever did that to me, I'd stab him in the eye. I'd hit him in the head with a brick. That's because I was frightened. I was too frightened to go down to Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. I was too scared to sit in the church at night and plan meetings. I was too frightened to be a part of that. But if it wasn't for you people who were down there and did that, believe me, I know in my heart that I wouldn't be here today. Today is a day to honor a great man who had great vision, and he believed in nonviolence. He believed in hope and faith. And today is also about a black woman who in Montgomery, Alabama one day was tired, her neck was hurting, her body ached from the work she was doing that day. She got on a bus. She sat down when she saw a seat, and they asked her to move to the back. She was tired. She was tired of all of it. She said, no, not gonna move me. It's wrong. And because that lady, Miss Rosa Parks, did that, it started everything that is happening here today.
It is also about James Meredith. It's about Bobby Kennedy. It's about Medgar Evers. It's about Malcolm X. It's about Roy Wilkins. And it's about Ralph Abernathy. It's about Huey Newton, too. It's about Eldridge Cleaver. It's about every black human being who tried to make a difference. It's about the 3 civil rights people who were murdered in Mississippi, who gave their lives for something they believed in. You don't understand what that's like. You haven't imagined the horror those men went through for standing up for something they believed in. And they died for it. And I honor them. And I thank them. And I'm forever grateful for them. So I'm here. I had a speech all written, and I was nervous about saying it, and rightfully I should be, because I don't make speeches. I'm a comedian, and I'm a professional comedian. And as you can see, I can't even talk very good when I'm not making jokes. But thank you. I'd like to also say a few words about Martin Luther King's mentor, great man Mahatma Gandhi, who was a leader in nonviolence. And Mahatma Gandhi said, for a nonviolent person, the whole world is one family. He will thus fear no one, nor will others fear him. And that means violent, when you're involved, when you care about what's going on around you, when you don't run when you see your fellow brother or sister being abused, no matter what color he is. You can't stand for that, because next it'll be you, and you'll be looking for someone to help you, and there'll be no one there. You know, there are a lot of good people in the world, and in America especially, and there's a great feeling I sense in the world that all white people are bad. Well, that'd be easy to think, and that'd be easy to say, but that would be foolish and stupid, because it is not true. It is not true. You look around you, every one of us knows someone who is good, who is different race, different creed, or different sex. The world is changing, whether people want it to or not. And it doesn't matter what political party you're associated with. It's about being good to people, but mostly it's about being good to yourself. And it's very hard to be courageous and stand up for what's right. And all of you, ladies and gentlemen, here today must believe that, or you wouldn't be here. Last night I was at dinner at Samuel Cornelius' home, him and his wife, and I thank you for that. It was very nice to be there, and there were some beautiful people. And one man in particular that I had a pleasure of speaking to was Mr. Tim Alexander Sr., who's sitting here in the audience tonight. He's a black man who is 72 years old today, and for 50 years, he has owned an insurance company, the largest black insurance company in America. And he was the man who got insurance for Dr. Martin Luther King and people involved in the movement for their automobiles when no other insurance company in America would be involved and insure them. He went about and put his whole business on the line to guarantee that there was insurance for Dr. King and the people involved with him. Wow. Mr. Alexander. Some of the things you said last night made me think in my heart, and it made it easier for me to be here today. But Mr. Alexander said that because some of us have been able to shake the shackles of racism and bigotry and to rise above our so-called station and to live a better life because of the struggles of other peoples,
There's one thing that we should not do, is to become overwhelmed. Because if you are black in America, you got a problem. We all have a problem. I don't give a damn about what we do, what kind of work we do. We got a problem. I know it. I know that no matter how black and African I am in my heart and soul, that there are millions of evil white men out there who control this society call me a nigger. And you and I know there are no niggas. Niggas gone forever. Now we are free, and that brings about a responsibility. We are free to starve to death. You are free to go to work and better your condition. If you do better your condition, don't ever forget to look over your shoulder, reach out your hands, and pull someone else along with you. So in honor of the great man, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., my last words I'd like to say that Dr. Martin Luther King's holiday has got to come out of the closet. And we, black Americans and white Americans who struggled through the turbulent times of the 60s will not be satisfied until his birthday is a national holiday. Know that we are not alone in the world. Black people of America, I know times have changed. The white liberal so-called establishment have other games now. They have the ERA, they have the nuclear freeze, they have El Salvador, Brazil, Argentina, Colombia. They have other things. They have moved on because in the 60s, when we got militant, we told them we didn't need them. So they took us at our word. Well, now we know that ain't true. We need everybody because we got a problem. We need help. We need to help each other and help anybody who is helping us. We have Africa. Africa is free. Africa is liberated. They liberated themselves through armed struggle because they had to. But they are there to help us. There are 100 million black people in Africa who are waiting for us to stop saying, Africans don't like us. They're reaching out for us. All we got to do is tell them, we have a problem. We want your help. Any way you can help us. You know, the world is 3 billion people. 2 billion of them are people of color. So we're not alone. And we will, as Martin Luther King said, we will overcome because we will live the truth and do what is right. And I am honored to have been chosen to be here today. I hope I have done this moment well in what I've said, and I meant the things from my heart. And it's not about me, it's about me being here to say that I'll be glad when Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday is a national holiday. Thank you.
Okay. Wow, man. So there was a lot said there. I don't even want to get into the nuts and bolts of everything that was said because it was a lot. But I do want to at least there was a couple things that he said is reach over your shoulder and pull the next person up. I think that is something that somewhere along the way, because this was in 1983, that it became a thing where when people who got to these certain levels, when they did reach over to help pull somebody up, it was to make them an apprentice, and that's a nice way to say it, and to essentially rule over them in many ways from what we're seeing, especially in the entertainment industry at this point, and the way that these politicians seem to groom people to step into positions with the same ideology and the same mentality that they have and their compatriots have. And so I think that whole looking over your shoulder and pulling the next man up has turned into more of a system to, again, either control the people that you pull up and really profit off of those people, or to groom them into being what you want them to be, instead of actually pulling people up who have the intelligence, have a different understanding of what life should be, and maybe want to do things differently or achieve different goals. I think um, we got an establishment mentality. We got a gatekeeper mentality, and that is to our detriment as a people in this country, because we don't have any power. I spent, I think it wasn't last space, but it was space before that, where I really kind of went over the fact that we just don't have any power. We lack true power. The power that we have is influence, but influence doesn't pay the bills. Um, Influence doesn't stop people from invading your community. Influence doesn't give you a loan to start a business. Influence doesn't get you a state contract or a city contract. Influence is the thing that I think we hold on to because it sounds good, it makes you feel good, and it's a mental escape from the reality that there are no black majority districts, um, that we are not the deciding vote in a presidential election, that we absolutely don't have any political power. And if the 100 million plus people who didn't vote in the 2020 election decided to vote in the 2024 election, they would bury the black vote in a national election. And so we really got to start being ultra hyper realistic about our position, because if we continue to feel good about the power of our influence, um, we'll just be influencing Asian people. I saw a clip of an Asian. There's these little seller things they do over there in China, and there's a woman and she's got Nike sneakers, and behind her is an Asian guy with a black face mask on. That's just a printed black face on a mask, and he's in the background. And from a distance, you're kind of like, is that a person? But as they get closer to the screen and he's holding a pair of Jordans, you see that this is just a printed on face on top of a mask. That's essentially what our influence is, to be quite honest. And if we're not very, very realistic about that, and we allow ourselves to go another decade or two thinking that that is actual power, we will not survive. So I think we got Brother Moko and then Miss No Taxation.
Well, I'm always yield to Miss No Taxation, because that is just like, one of my superheroes. So I go at her.
Now, see, Muko, he know what to do. See, he out of Baltimore. He know how to schmooze. Let me tell you what. He'll be back with us in a minute. That's what it is. See, and let me tell you, my daddy was a good time. I told Black he would have loved Black, because first of all, Black is talking about something that he would have been talking about, and he understands that. And he would take him around. I know my father, tell him, introduce him around, and then say, well, just go on and tell him what you've been thinking about. Then he'd stand back and watch everybody's face to see if they could understand what Black was talking about or not. See, sometimes you can test the spirit through other people. And sometimes you can plant a seed through other people. And, those are the things that I learned from my father. But I learned something different today that I wanted to share with y'all in the speech. And I've heard that speech, but I haven't heard it recently, not in some years, right? First of all, the one thing I wanted to point out is, if you notice, he said in the beginning, he said he welcomed people, and then he said in the employees of the Department of Agriculture. What people don't know is most of the people that worked in Department of Agriculture at that time were Black. And so he opened that door for what could have been a situation where they just sat down with the secretary and had some kind of formal thing, and only a select few. He opened it up to every employee in the Department of Agriculture. That's the first thing I want you all to know about who my daddy is and who I am. We're very welcoming people for us. The other thing I want you to know is and I hadn't thought about this, and I'm going to tell you the other one, the last. Richard Pryor pointed out something that was significant to me, is that when he was at the house, he was amongst people that he had never been amongst before. He was amongst Black thought leaders that were not seeking fame and fortune. These were people that were actually doing the work politically, nose to the grindstone kind of thing. But the biggest difference and the eye-opening difference for him, what I gathered from the speech, is that he came with a very Pan-African leaning school of thought, but he was amongst Black American leaders that were very Black American thinking, because that's the household I grew up in. You got to understand, it was my father that physically and made me, introed me to Dr. Welsing, okay, and Dick Gregory. And so, I come from a different school of thought than Pan-Africanism. We didn't have that in our household. So I wanted to point that out. Not that it's important, but just to say that it was eye-opening for Richard Pryor, just like it would probably be eye-opening for me if I was somewhere with a lot of Pan-Africans, And the third thing that I wanted to point out, which is probably the most important thing that I wanted to share, because this is what I didn't know. How about my daddy? They done made my daddy. I done got tickled. They done made my daddy gone over there to the Department of Agriculture and cleaned up a big mess with the man talking about ketchup is the vegetable. He been over there a hot week, and he gonna have Richard Pryor come on down there. He done pulled a fast one. See, that's what you have to do, I guess, if you're gonna be working with white folks and they put some trust in you. Pull your fast one immediately, ladies and gentlemen. Do whatever you got to do. If it's going on vacation, the day you get hired, you need to tell them you won't be available at this particular time. Let the folks know when you need your money. Do it, and do it soon. Because I think, and this is what I do know, it sets a precedence for everything. Then people understand when you're coming in the door who you are, what you mean, and that you are about yourself and your business. And I think that's very important. Immediately, he brought 1 week on the job, and he brings Richard Pryor all the way from Cal. And Richard Pryor, that was also a time when Richard Pryor said, if you listen in the speech very carefully, that's when he said he was going to stop using the N word.
Mhm.
But my daddy brought Richard Pryor out there. I know he brought him out there so he would use the N word, because I know my daddy. He want to shock the white folks, okay? And he did it very politically, and he did it wisely. And that's why he was able to be in that sea of sharks that's called Capitol Hill. But thanks, Black. That was fun. And Brother Muko, you ready now? I'm gonna get off.
Absolutely. I mean, what I had to say was short and sweet because, Richard Pryor, all of our elders and all our ancestors definitely hit a strong chord with me because a lot of them realized and recognized that they were realized the fight too late. Everything that was said to me sounds like nobody's looking for a handout, but everybody's looking for a hand in. We ain't looking for no handouts. We looking for a hand in. A hand in the what, Brother Muko? A hand in the resources. A hand in to controlling our own resources. You know what I'm saying? Anytime somebody comes to me and says, "Oh, we never give reparations." I mean, that's just a handout anyway. I mean, why? Look, man, ain't nobody looking for no handout. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's old, but we looking for a hand into the resource game. So we can control our own shit, so we ain't gotta beg nobody for nothing. And that's just asking a person more than once for the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So, shouts out to waking us up. Black majority, as you always do. Shouts out to everybody in the room. No taxation. Shantae, New Negro, Trouble, my man Tony, Flavor Joe, Jay, everybody, man. Wellsing, I see you down there, woman. Yeah, let's just stay on code, and words are very important. We are not fighting to be equal to any type of evil, debauchery, or any racism. We're fighting to dismantle the system of racism and bring a new system into existence called the system of justice. And to maintain that system of justice. Because, maintaining a guarantee that no taxation ain't going to get a hair harmed on her head while I'm in Baltimore and she, wherever the hell she at, that's some hard shit to maintain. And we can't lose focus of that. We got to always keep repeating justice and what that compensatory meaning is. Stop repeating this complete meaning of justice that you find in that Pratt library in the Black Law book. Okay? All these meanings are incomplete. But when the meaning is incomplete, what's the meaning? Okay? The something is complete. It's not what it is. It's not what it is. So let's just talk. Keep staying on. I love this space. I love everything that everyone is saying, and I really love the fact that we are coming into the realization of some things. We're not believing things anymore. We are knowing things, and we're no longer having to believe things. So, thanks for the space, Black Majority, and I'm gonna go back down to listen and listen for real. Thanks.
Hey, I appreciate you. So as you were speaking, what popped into my head was reparations is return on investment. Reparations is ROI. So that's kind of what I was as you were speaking. It really is a return on the investment that was already made but never paid. And that's how I'm a phrase it, and that's how I'm gonna look at it going forward, because that's really what it is. The thing that he said that really was like, wow, is when he said the gentleman that was at the dinner was the largest Black owned insurance company, which we've had these conversations in the past, and that the civil rights movement was being denied insurance coverage. Now, we know as a Black motorist, a Black American in this country, I can't even imagine what that would have been like back then, but to be harassed and pulled over potentially because you don't have insurance coverage was literally like a guaranteed encounter with police authorities, especially the way they had to travel and all the things that they were involved in. So it's one of those things where it was like, thank God, even though there's a lot of things that were going on that were extremely horrible, but thank God that there was a Black American man who had the ability to extend the insurance to our people who were fighting in that way. Those are the type of institutions. I know a lot of people like to talk about institutions, and God bless them, but those are the type of institutions that I believe we really, really need. And with a Black majority state, you could establish and fund and support a Black American insurance agency that could provide protection for our people. I mean, think about the market. It's 40 plus million, 50 million, and it's going to grow. It's going to grow. So those are the type of positions that I believe we should be really, really thinking about, and in ways that um, it would benefit our future generations for us to have those assets in our community. Yeah, that just was like, I was just like, wow, kind of struck by that. And then I also want to go over this real quick before we get to the next. It's going to be a reading because that website is there, and I invite everybody in the purple pill. Let me see if I got it up here in the top. Yeah, so it's the first thing in the jumbotron. It's down in the purple pill. It's called Balanta.com. I'm gonna read through it with the text to speech reader. There's a lot of powerful information in there. I also put another thing down there that I'm not going to mention yet, but it references something. Let me put this up in the jumbotron as well. It's the Republic of New Africa, and if you look at who the president, the vice president, and the second vice president was, that will give you an idea of the connection, this interconnection that these thought leaders, very intelligent Black Americans, had during that time period. And like I said, I think it extends all the way back into the mid 1800s and came all the way forward to the 1970s. And then the establishment took over, and then it showed up in the music, like Brother New Negro said. From Public Enemy, Tupac, Ice Cube, the Lynch Mob, X Clan, although that was more of a Pan Africanist bent. But there was just a lot of really good KRS-One. Please don't let me forget KRS-One and BDP, because they were really dropping jewels during that time, and a few others as well. So there was just a lot of really intelligence in the music. And then we know that there was a meeting in corporate white America to let's make this music into a gangster vehicle for debauchery and other things of that nature. And then it kind of slid in that direction from there on. And for what it's worth, Brother Tupac kind of got caught up in a lot of things that were going on, and he, I would love to believe that he would have eventually graduated into his Malcolm X period. It would be amazing if Ice Cube, or even Kanye for that matter, because inside of the rantings and ravings of Kanye, he says a lot of really powerful, important shit that people miss because the media just grabs one soundbite and they don't listen to the entire message. Someone just replayed something that he said during that one speech. I think he's somewhere in the Midwest. He has on a bulletproof vest that says security on it. That's the video where he talked about the 20 million Black children that have been aborted. But he talks about a lot of very important things in that speech that just got overshadowed by one or two small clips, which is really, really sad, man. People don't take the time to really, really listen to what he's saying. But, again, maybe not the right person for the message, but still someone who's trying. Oh, God. Yeah, we got a glitch. Okay. Okay, I got glitched out again. So, I wanted to. There was something earlier that was stated about Lincoln. So there is an event. Shout out to New Negro, his event or the event that he's hosting and organizing, which is going to be in D.C. Is on Lincoln's birthday, April 15th. And so most people don't know this, and maybe some people know it, but I didn't know it. Let me say it that way. I did not know this. I did not realize this, but it was brought to my attention this week. So Lincoln's first vice president was a man by the name of Hamlin. It was not Andrew Johnson. It was Hamlin, and it was after his name is Hannibal Hamlin. He was from Maine. He was a Republican. He was an abolitionist. And it was during the election of, I guess, 1864, where Lincoln got it into his mind that to reunify the country, he needed to have a Democrat on the ticket. This was really this was a major, terrible decision for his existence, but also for Black America, because he made a vitally um, just damaging decision. I just don't understand it at all, and I'm really kind of still grappling with it because it's new information. But this was a fatal flaw. This is like, one of those movies where you see the person who, maybe it's a guy and it's a femme fatale, and she ends up killing the guy or poisoning him or whatever the case may be. It was just, he was totally blinded by this love for the Union and unifying with these Confederate traitors who really wanted nothing to do. Oh, damn it! We're getting back to glitch. We're going back into glitch. We're getting back into Glitchville. Okay, we're getting back into Glitchyville, but I'm gonna try to press through it and hopefully get through it. But yeah, so the South wanted nothing to do with the North. We all know that. We know the history. And so he worked behind the scenes to replace Hamlin and picked Johnson, who he had appointed as the war governor of the state of Tennessee. So he had already been in bed with this devil. He had already made this devil the governor of the state of Tennessee under these war powers. And essentially, as a trial run, I must imagine in his mind a trial run, and whether he saw signs or didn't saw signs or just ignored it, decided that he was going to make this person his vice president. And again, I think he set himself up for assassination when he did that. But I'm gonna just read a couple paragraphs out of this. It says, as it turned out, the divide between Johnson and Hamlin could not have been starker. In 1854, when popular sovereignty champion Stephen A. Douglas had proposed splitting the Missouri Territory into the states of free Nebraska and slave Kansas, Hamlin was one of only 4 Democrats voting against it. Where will this end? ? He asked. Shall we repeal freedom and make slavery? ? It comes to that. As a New Englander and Republican convert in 1860, Hamlin brought geographical balance to the Lincoln ticket. Almost at once, some Southern Democrats alleged that the swarthy complexioned Hamlin was actually a Black man. Hamlin is what we call a mulatto, a South Carolina editor wrote. He has Black blood in him. A Tennessean at a rally observed that Hamlin looked, acted, and thought so much like a Black man that if he dressed as a field hand, he could be sold in the South. By 1864, a year before the Civil War would end, the Republicans were dead set on reunifying the country. Lincoln had even picked a new name for the party, the National Union Party, and its members approached their convention in Baltimore with the expectation that the Lincoln-Hamlin ticket would be renominated. But on the convention floor, leaders of 2 state delegations put 2 other men forward for the nomination, Senator Daniel D. Dickinson of New York and the Tennessean Johnson. To Hamlin's surprise, Connecticut cast all 12 of its votes for Johnson. Then Massachusetts gave only 3 to Hamlin, and the rest of the Yankee state votes scattered among the 3 candidates. The first ballot count was Johnson 220, Hamlin only 150, and Dickinson 108. Just before the second round of votes began, Kentucky switched its 21 votes from Hamlin to Johnson. Oregon and Kansas joined in, and then Pennsylvania shifted its 52 votes away from Hamlin as well. After New York switched to, even Maine caved, and Johnson was nominated with 494 votes, with 27 for Dickinson, and an embarrassing 9 for the hapless incumbent vice president. This right here is where Reconstruction died. This is where everything that Lincoln had planned for Black America died, in this political party vote where Lincoln was working on behalf of Johnson, his eventual successor, who likely had everything to do with his assassination. They worked to replace Hamlin, who was essentially looked at as a mulatto, which is really, really bizarre. But this was the fatal flaw right here in this moment when he switched and put a Democrat in the White House behind him. We all know the rest. He's assassinated and Johnson takes over, and he works relentlessly to reverse everything that Lincoln had, everything that was planned to have, the circulars that were coming out after his assassination, and all of the property that would have been given to Black Americans of the traitors who went to war against their own country. So this is the history that we don't get taught in schools. We get, Lincoln freed the slaves, and that's about it. We don't get that this was orchestrated in the Republican Party, and they chose a Democrat over one of their own in order to set up a situation where they could assassinate him and then take over and do whatever they wanted after the fact. So man, that's a very, very interesting and diabolical plot. Likely secret societies involved and everything else in that very vicious plot. But he advocated for it, and he ended up on the wrong end of it, having more love for country than even an awareness of loving himself, to be quite honest. And at least loving the people that gave him a victory, because they were losing. We had a space not too long ago where we kind of went through a lot of those Civil War battles, and they were losing. They were losing over and over and over and over again. And it looked as if the South actually was going to win without too much of a problem. And it wasn't really until Black Americans got involved that the tide of the Civil War started moving into Lincoln's favor. And then he does this very epic betrayal behind everyone's back, and ends up getting shot in the back himself or whatever. So yeah. So again, I just wanted to bring that up because Abraham was Lincoln mentioned, and that was just some new information for me. And then this part of it is where we get into the Balanta, BALANTA.org. Looks like this was written May 27, 2020. It's titled "Revisiting the Black Liberation Army's Message to the Black Movement in Response to the George Floyd Killing." There is a picture of Robert Williams, who is the person who I believe wrote the Deacons of Defense or Negroes with Guns book. Sometimes they get his picture in some of those posts or some of those articles. You see his picture next to the Deacons of Defense. But I know he wrote Negroes with Guns, and he ultimately is a very powerful, important figure during that time period from probably like the 50s into the 70s. And there's all these connections. There's all these links between the people who we know, like some of the very, very powerful names that we do know, and some of the ones that we don't know, who were the behind the scenes folks who kind of just I'll say more like a Yoda type character, and I do use a lot of Star Wars references. So if you know anything about Star Wars, you kind of will understand what I'm talking about. But yeah, we can get into this. So I kind of skipped the first half of this um this website information because it's more like current recent stuff, and a lot of it's like Black Liberation Army stuff, and I wanted to start in the middle where it starts with they start talking about George Floyd a little bit, and then they say setting the context, where they kind of want you to understand what led up to the events surrounding George Floyd, I guess. um Black American Homeland, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. You said that you said Hannibal Hamlin.
Yeah.
He was Abraham Lincoln's vice president, right? In the first term, correct?
Yes, he was. He was originally a Democrat.
During the second term, he was replaced by Andrew Johnson.
At the convention, you know how they have their conventions. Right. So at the convention before the 64 election, I guess is what it would have been. Or I guess those elections are held. Yeah, 64. So before the election, during the convention, they replaced Hamlin, who was an abolitionist, with a psychopathic, sociopathic Democrat, who hated Black people, to be quite honest. Yeah, that was a fatal decision, a fatal flaw. And again, I believe that vote is how everything changed. That vote is what led to everything that would ultimately change. If Hamlin was still there, it's very likely that we would have gotten the property, we would have the state authority that we so desired and needed and verbalized, and that America would be vastly different than it is today, like completely different, whether for good or for bad, whatever the case may be, but certainly much, much different than it is today.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said when I that's exactly what I said.
Very interesting. I'm trying to find the part where well, here it doesn't mention anything about him possibly being a mulatto, but
okay, yeah.
But yeah, I can see his picture. He does look different. I can say that.
Yeah, I'll send you the article I got. It's on Politico, and this was the 150th anniversary of so 2015. They talk about it here. Now, where I found it, the other story that I looked at is where they talk about how Lincoln was working behind the scenes to replace Hamlin. They don't really go into a whole lot of detail in this one, but in that other, and I don't know if that was Wikipedia or where it was at, but there was another article website where they really talk about Lincoln's hand in making this change. Which, like I said, I mean, I think that's where everything changed. I mean, in that moment during that convention, everything changed. And it,
right. Look, because if this person is, if it's possible that he's a mulatto, right? It says here he was admitted to the bar in 1833, right? And I wrote a story about a Black American. It was fiction, right? About a Black person being the first person to take the bar and all that stuff in the United States in the 1850s. Now, look, this person here, the bar in 1833. So if he's mulatto, he would have been the first person of African descent to be a lawyer in the United States. To me, it just very very significant to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I sent you the link. And so no, I understand what you're saying. I mean, if we go back into colonial times, where I know in New Amsterdam, which is New York, Black Americans had the ability to sue white people, employ white people, and things of that nature. I don't know if there were pre-colonial lawyers in America or in the colonies, quote unquote, but anything's possible, because it wasn't as black and white as they made it. Like everybody was slaves over here and then everybody was slave owners over there. There was a lot of gray areas, in as much that anything, quote unquote, is possible. I've never done a deep dive on that, but I think this part of what led Lincoln to make these decisions, and how they were able to convince all these northern states to go along with it, is a whole. I mean, that's just a whole, so because we know about the what is it, the Compromise of 1877, I believe is what it is. But this was a compromise way before that, 1864. This was that compromise. And so again, this is where you gotta at least acknowledge that there was something going on behind the scenes. Like, again, I'll say secret societies, but there was definitely something else going on that would have led to this dramatic votes changing in one convention, and then the assassination just months after that, and then months, because that's 1864, so 1865 he was assassinated. So yeah, you would have an assassination just months after that, and then even though the Congress was able to push through the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments and some other things, and override some vetoes that Johnson put up. And those are very important. The equally important thing about land and money and wealth and all of that redistributed didn't happen, and that is because of Johnson. And then quickly move into black codes and Jim Crow and all of that stuff, and the ending of Reconstruction. So I think that this convention laid the groundwork for that. The fact that he wanted to change the name of the party, I don't know what that's about. Maybe some people didn't vibe with that or whatever. I don't know what that was about, but it just seems like more study and more information should be discussed about that particular decision in that time period, because it does seem to set the trap for Lincoln ultimately.
Right. Look, there's also a statue of Hannibal Hamlin in Washington, D.C.
Huh.
It's made out of bronze.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
This is very interesting. I never...
Yeah, that's very interesting, because in that part it kind of says he kind of never recovered from that being taken off the ticket there, so he kind of went off into obscurity, I guess. But yeah, that's very strange.
Now they said that he urged Abraham Lincoln to sign the Emancipation. I can't even pronounce it. And also he urged Lincoln to arm, the black soldier. It's funny. They will probably wanted to use the black soldiers as like auxiliary or just supporters of the military instead of fighting. But he urged Lincoln to give them guns and let them fight.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. Like I said, it sounds like he would have, because there was the one Pennsylvania senator that was talking about 300 plus million acres of land to give to, our people. Those circular 13s where they really talk about all those states. Essentially, they were going to take all the property, land rights away from the Southerners and give them to our people as well. It just sounds like the fix was in during that convention. Like the fix was already in. So, they had this Democrat as the known person who could just step into Lincoln's, uh, um, footsteps. And here's the thing: early America, there were a lot of assassinations. You know what I mean? Like it's turbulent, right? I mean, so unlike the Kennedy, which is like basically 100 years later, and there wasn't a lot of that going on during that time period. It just was a war. It was a warring mentality in the country. The wars with the natives, the wars with all these different people, 1812 war, which I watched a whole video. Somebody sent me this video about the bankers. That 1812 war was really an attempt by Great Britain to regain control over the United States because of the banking and the currency and all this other stuff that's going on over there. Like, so, like, my God, man, there's a lot, there's all these multiple plots occurring at the same time. But yeah, those Seminole Wars, and then all these rebellions and revolts happening all over the country. And then Napoleon, and that was another thing that was talked about in that whole banker thing over there, Napoleon's War, which really the bankers were against that. The central bankers, this man, there's a lot of connected history there. This is what would be an amazing opportunity for our I don't know who writes curriculum in schools, but our educators to write curriculum where you would connect the dots between these international events and what's happening in America during the same time periods and how that affected decisions that were made over here. Put that into a curriculum. So that we can all, so our children can grow up understanding how the world works and not just how America wants them to think and be indoctrinated.
Hey, look, the Rothschild, right? They were major bankers, right? And they actually supported the British military and Napoleon military. And whoever won, it didn't matter to them. Whoever won, right, they would have had power. The Rothschild would have had power in Europe, because if Great Britain had won, they would have benefited from that. Or if the French had won, they would have benefited from that. So it didn't matter to them who won the war. They supported, both sides. The Rothschild. Or the Rothschild. That's what they call the Rothschild.
Yeah, there's profiteering in war, and that's during that time, and probably a little prior to that, they started to they call it fractional banking, which is where you only have 10% of the deposits, and you can lend up to 10 times of the deposits. And so they started that. And America, this is what was interesting about it, is that America had paper money, but it was their own money. It wasn't backed by any central banks, or it wasn't backed by gold or anything like that. And so the bankers over there didn't like the fact that America had this money system that they didn't control, and that they couldn't exploit for profiteering. And even though, I mean, America had all these wars going on over here, but they weren't able to get in on the profiting of it and the profiting of America. And so they had that War of 1812, and then again, this is where you got to get into like secret societies and people who are loyal to this and loyal to that, and they convince America to go with this central bank. I think it was like the First Bank of America or something like that, and quickly the economy like plummeted, and they started having all of these like inflation issues and everything like that. It's like a 3 hour long video, but it's a really good bit of information. Someone sent it to me, because they're under the impression that currency is really all that matters, and I understand that viewpoint. But we've been chasing money for too long as a people. We got to stop chasing money. We got to start chasing authority, so that we can have the.
They believe. Well, they believe in you want to control the money. Control access, control who gets the money, control the government. Like you want the government to what's that word, to get money from your bank, right? You want all these big institutions to go through your banking system, to support the government system. So that's what they mean. Yeah, Black Americans basically. I'm not going to mention anything about that. That's just, yeah.
Okay, that's what's
up. I'm not going to make any comment.
Yeah, no problem. We got Miss Leroy, and then I'm gonna go into the Belanta.org website. Like I said, I skipped the beginning. I'm starting in the middle of it, and you're gonna get a lot of dots connected in there. And then depending on how long it goes, because it's like a novel, to be honest. This website's got a lot of information in it, but we'll see how far we get, and then maybe I'll have to do a part 2 or something next week. But you got it, Miss Leroy.
So I already know for a fact that like Black people or Black Americans played a role in the revolution, in the Civil War, basically like freeing ourselves. But I would love to hear because I like the way you explain things, and you know a lot. So like, can you explain that to me? Like, what was the role and like the role that we played, and yeah, I would love to hear that from you.
In the American Revolutionary War?
No, the Civil War, for ending slavery. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we did a space about all the revolts and rebellions that were designed to create a Black state, and there is a website I can try to send you the link to that. But essentially, going back to the 1500s, to be quite honest, because this is a part of the history that people tend to leave off. But we did land in Florida in the 1500s, early 1500s, and immediately rebelled and revolted against our captors there. 1526, that's well documented. I think it was about 100 people that had went into the interior of the country. And then people like to mention 1600, 1619. Well, same thing eventually happened. People rebelled there as well. And Florida became a base, almost a safe haven for people wanting to escape Southern. So there was a Southern Underground Railroad that people would leave the North and head towards Florida because there was more freedom, let's say, and more rights, more ability. Oh God. Okay. Got to connect back. Yep, we pushing through. Okay, we pushing through. Got glitched out. So in Florida, and I believe this was under Spanish rule, there was just a little more freedom, property rights, and other things that our people had. And so our people who would escape from Virginia and South Carolina and the Carolinas, they would go south to escape to that. Um, and Georgia, and this is something that I found out recently. We talked about it. Georgia, when they first were becoming a state, or becoming a state, they were debating whether to be a free state or a slaveholding state, because the pull to Florida was so great that they didn't want to share a border with Florida and have people escaping into Florida. So there was this initial debate about it. And again, like I'm saying all these things, but these are all the things that was because of our people, because either actions of our people, direct actions, and or the understanding that existed amongst whites that again, if you're right up against Florida and there is a lot more freedom and people are escaping into Florida, that you wouldn't necessarily want to have this conflict of freedom and enslavement, because of course, it's going to give people motivation to kill their slave masters and then escape into Florida. That is a part of it as well. It wasn't always just escaping. Often the escape started with the killing of the slave master and the burning down of the property or things of that nature. And so that's what that one site about revolts and rebellions really talks about, all the documented times, and usually it included 10 or more people. So there's a lot that aren't mentioned if it was just a handful of people. This is ones that were, where 10 or more people were involved. So the United States fought 3 wars with the Seminoles. Black Seminoles were involved in all of those wars. And the Seminoles were winning up until the final war. And there was actually even a 4th war after the final Seminole War, quote unquote. There was a 4th war, I believe. And this is all going on while they're fighting wars with, like, again, 1812 is going on. They're fighting wars with different individual native nations, tribes in the interior of the country. And so there was really about 100 years of constant war. Maybe I'd say from 1776 all the way till 1865, whenever the Civil War kind of came to a close. It was essentially war every single year or every other year, constantly in this country, at least from the government's point of view. And because there was all this fear being incited in the population, you were in here. We played the Moses Dixon, the Knights of Liberty, and all the planning that they were doing from 1846 to 1856. He talked about how the revolts and rebellions had become so consistent that he knew civil war was imminent, because it was just constant rebellions, revolts. And there are some of the big ones that most people know about, but then there are a lot of little ones, and some of them included white people. To Richard Pryor's point, there were some that are documented on this website where white people were involved. And they weren't, and it wasn't just the John Brown. John Brown gets a lot of credit, but there were others that did actually include white folks as well. So just to make that clear. And so essentially, and a lot of them that we read, it would start at one house, and then they would essentially be marching through the, I'll use the word streets loosely here, and they would pick up people as they marched towards their goal, whatever that goal was, a city, a town, or whatever it was. And then often the plan was to take over that city or take over that town and hold it as not an insurrection, even though they would probably call it that, but as territory. And I believe it was 30 plus times that were documented where our people from the 1700s into the 1800s committed rebellious revolts in order to take over territory. with the desire and the plan to establish a black territory that they would control, um, and be able to defend. So that was a constant thing. And then when it comes to the war, so we know that the United States likes to bait countries into war. They set up, um, tanks and things. When they didn't have tanks back then, but they would set up infrastructure, war infrastructure on the border. And so they did that. They had naval and all of that, assets, and they were essentially creating the environment where the South was becoming very, very nervous of when they would actually, invade or strike out against them. And so what ends up happening is, I believe is, I want to say it's Fort Sumter in South Carolina. Um, they end up being so nervous about the North attacking that they end up attacking first, is essentially how it goes. That's how the first shots were fired in the Civil War. The South was so nervous that they attacked the North first. And then the South, like I said, is just winning all these battles. We played a space about that. They're defeating them all over in Virginia, out west, like wherever they end up having these battles, the North is just getting destroyed. They're getting surrounded. They got to retreat over and over and over and over and over again. This goes on for a few years, and then, um, Frederick Douglass, who is in D.C., is, advocating for Black Americans to get into the war. He even, I think, his sons eventually did join the war effort. Um, I know there was a Black seamstress who was the seamstress of Lincoln's wife, and so she was advocating at the time. Like I told one brother, recently, the White House was very different back then. You could essentially walk up to the White House, knock on the door, and have a conversation. It wasn't the way it is now, super security restrictions. And so when our people started leaving the South, we centered our population in DC. We were in different places as well, but we really seemed to center our population in DC. That's how DC became Chocolate City. Is really, a remnant of that time. And, they use the term Father Abraham, which is a biblical term for the Abraham, character in the Bible, but they kind of bestow that upon him. And, through all of these different things, like us leaving the South, and then the one general declaring us contrabands of war, which means that we are weapons of war. And so that he established that so that he could then obey the Fugitive Act, which was to return us back to the South, because he's saying, if I return these Black men to the South, they'll eventually come and be killing our soldiers, right? So he labels them weapons of war. That really accelerates our emancipation. To be quite honest, it really is one of the things that led to our ultimate emancipation, along with us fighting, of course. I believe it was close to 200,000 that were enlisted in, the Army and Navy, because we did have, positions in the Navy as well, during that conflict. And then, roughly 500,000 of us self-emancipated from the South to the North. And, we were, doing different things, like growing food for the war effort and for ourselves, of course. And just, I don't know what they would call those positions, more like, ancillary positions or support positions. So we provided, a physical presence as well as a support presence, a lot of information, like what you would call espionage, I guess, came out of our people. A lot of times there were a few accounts of, our people who were playing double agents in a sense. So they would be loyal to the Union, and they would go and give the South, erroneous information during the war effort. So things like that was going on. Um, and Ultimately, like I said earlier, that I don't believe the North would have won the war without Black Americans being that involved. Um, and at the same time, um, the people who remained in the South, um, ultimately, once Lincoln, quote unquote, they won, and then he started establishing governors, war governors, in all these different states. We literally were in a position where we had to fight to defend ourselves with weapons. So the war never really, really ended. It kind of slowed itself down. So it wasn't one country versus another country, but there still were conflicts that were ongoing. And there's a story that I think I want to say we played. Um, Man, that was a long time ago, about a gentleman, and I want to say he was a politician or was running for office, and he was on one of those boats, ferry boat, and they came up on him, shot him point blank range. They thought he was dead. He went into the water. He ended up surviving it. Um, so there would be multiple incidents like that, because even though the Union Army was stationed in the South, and their quote unquote job was to protect us, that's not exactly what was going on. And so when I see things that happen and I say, man, these federal protections would be really nice to have, that's really, I'm being extremely sarcastic when I say that, because there never really have ever been federal protections, and they're never actually ever going to come. We've always had to be in a position to protect ourselves and defend ourselves. And if we don't have that ability, we are literally at the mercy of whatever these demonic people want to do to us. We need to be able to defend ourselves and not have this unnatural reliance on the federal government. It is not natural for our people to want to depend on the federal government to protect us. Having state authority, there would be a greater sense of the state protecting us, the counties protecting us, the cities where we are majorities protecting us. But we can never, ever really, really expect the federal government that we don't control to have the will to protect us, the desire to protect us, and then to do it consistently for a long period of time. I think more than anything, the lesson we take away from Reconstruction is the federal government will do the bare minimum for the shortest period of time possible, and then go back to what it always has been and what it always does. And we can't really allow ourselves to convince ourselves that is going to do anything different than that. That's just the reality of it. And to me, that's actually a good thing, because ultimately, I think as any population of people, when I think about Venezuela, so we know a lot of these people coming up here are coming from Venezuela. Well, just a few years ago during the pandemic, the United States was really trying to dismantle and destroy Venezuela. They tried to insert a coup. They had some Juan Garcia or whatever the guy's name was. They were trying to put him into office, and the government was able to resist it. And then there was all these food shortages and all kinds of riots and burning this and burning that. But today, 97% of their food is grown in Venezuela. They are self-sufficient with their food at this point. And they withstood the power of the United States, and not so much that it was direct war, but it was definitely orchestrated from the US during that time period. So that's what we have to be able to do. I believe that New Negro spoke about the fact that they turned the cameras off. So I believe that the United States was practicing propaganda on our people, on our population, and they refined some of those techniques and they utilized them in different populations around the planet. And at the same time, they refine techniques against these other populations, and they turn around and use them against our population here as well. I think it's just the way that Okay, we got it. We got it. We good. We good. We in here. We in here. We in here. Reconnect. 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 Okay, I'm back. I just really think it's the way that system, that beast operates, is that it's constantly like an AI algorithm. It's constantly learning and evolving and mutating and figuring out new ways in which to inflict pain and suffering and trauma against non-Europeans specifically. They hate the Eastern Europeans, to be very, very clear. But they if they had their way, they would eliminate all of the indigenous population first, and then worry about the Eastern Europeans last. Is what I believe, the way that their mind seems to work. But um, someone asked about the 3-hour video on YouTube. Someone says I'm going in and out. So if I'm going in and out, I'm gonna go in and come back out. I know the Twitter, man. This, there's always space where I'm like, man, this is probably, I've been kicked out the most this time. This time is definitely one of the more times that I've been kicked out of this space. It's actually kind of ridiculous. So I'm gonna go in and come back out, and then oh, she's saying it takes 40 seconds. Wow, that's crazy. I'm gonna go in and come back out and see if we can. Matter of fact, let me throw a mic to DJ and see if that balances the space out a little bit. But I want to play this text to speech, this Balanta.org, because again, Knights of Liberty, 1856, Civil War, Frederick Douglass. You start getting into the 1900s, and then you got W.E.B. Du Bois. You got Philip A. Randolph. You got Harry Haywood. You got this connection to what is going on over there in Russia, and also let me say this: Russia's Navy did help the Union during the Civil War. So most people may not know that, but they actually were on the side of the Union during that war. England and Britain was probably against the Union, to be quite honest. They were probably more favorable to the Confederates during that time period. It's likely because they gave them belligerent status and gave them the ability to trade internationally and get loans and things of that nature for weapons. So there's that, so that we understand that. And then there was this Nazi party stuff going on in America in the early 1900s. There was also this Communist Party stuff going on in America in the early 1900s. Some of our people gravitated towards it. And out of some of that came all of these different plans for a Black majority state, an autonomous region of states. I think it was Philip A. Randolph's map where it kind of is like just the majority counties kind of connected, or not connected. They were disconnected across the from Texas, Gulf of Mexico, up into the East Atlantic coast, all the way up to Maryland or Virginia, I believe. I'll try to put that down in the purple chat too. And then Philip A. Randolph is someone who was he was the Yoda. And again, I'm gonna use that reference because he was in the background in the civil rights movement. He did his thing back in the early 1900s with the Porters Union, I believe, is labor union. And then he was kind of more of a leader in the background during the civil rights movement. And I think it was, man, I want to say he lived a very long life. God bless him. And probably because he was kind of not the face of things, but he definitely connects to Malcolm X or Martin Luther King Jr. There might be a connection to Malcolm X somewhere in there, but the information certainly connects to Malcolm X. And this Balanta website kind of gets into it. So can everybody hear me clearly right now? Because I'm going to start playing it, and I don't want to have it be glitchy or whatever. Black American Online, can you hear me pretty clear?
Yeah, you good, bro. What's up, everybody? Black State of Radio.
Okay, appreciate it. So yeah, I put that's the first one in the Jumbotron. I put it in the purple pill. Try to find this map thing that I did a while back and put it down there too. But yeah, this is pretty mind-blowing information here. Especially when you get to the part where Malcolm X and everything and yeah, it's out there, man. It's way out there. Okay, here we go.
To understand the Black community's response, you first have to understand the events that led up to it. Then we can properly assess what needs to be done in response to the killing of George Floyd. In 1962, Max Stanford, now Ahmad Muhammad, engaged with Malcolm X and told him he was a revolutionary interested in following him in the Nation of Islam. Malcolm X told Stanford that if he was truly revolutionary, he would be better off working outside the noise. Stanford went forward to become a founding member of the Revolutionary Action Movement, RAM. RAM was the first group in the United States to synthesize the thought of Marx, Lenin, Mao, and Malcolm X into a comprehensive theory of revolutionary Black nationalism. They combined socialism, Black nationalism, and Third World internationalism into a coherent and applicable theory that called for revolution inside the citadel of world imperialism, meaning the United States. The Black Guard was a national armed youth self-defense group run by RAM that argued for protecting the interests of Black America by fighting directly against its enemies. The Black Guard, in Max Stanford's words, was to stop our youth from fighting amongst themselves, teach them a knowledge of Black history, and prepare them to protect our community from racist attacks. In 1964, Malcolm X became a RAM officer. At that time, they published Soul Book, the revolutionary journal of the Black world. It was a radical Black culture magazine edited by future Black power activists Bobby Seale, Huey Newton, and Ernie Allen, among others. Call to Action by Malcolm X, implementation by Milton Henry. People are getting it twisted. Whitewashed history tried to brainwash people into thinking that the Black Liberation Army was a bunch of lunatic, violent Black people. However, the Republic of New Africa's first vice president, Milton Henry, Guy D. Obedel, was a Tuskegee Airman and graduated from Yale Law School in 1950. He served as a city commissioner of Pontiac, Michigan from 1954 to 1960. His uncompromising exploits in defense of freedom, justice, and equality for Black people were frequently covered by Black newspapers throughout America as well as a few white newspapers. According to his own testimony, I was one of 7 city councilmen representing a district. And I sat there and of course 1 out of 7, that was Black and interested in assisting this community. I could see very readily that we really didn't have any ability to do much more than just trade on particular items. The municipal court remained almost completely white. The fire department was completely white. The police department had about 4 or 5 Blacks on it and they felt they were doing their job. And the racism was rampant in the attitude of the place, and these are the things that you couldn't do very much about. I was just wasting time. I was a figurehead. I was there as a Black man representing Black people, and I could see that in reality I had no power. I couldn't make any changes in the things that were important. They pulled me out for window dressing. They'd have me sitting around at meetings talking, where most of the time they were trying to persuade me to vote for some nonsense that didn't have a damn thing to do with Black people. So, I ultimately decided that I was going to walk off the commission. Where did he walk off to? Well, he went to Africa and traveled with Malcolm X to Cairo to meet with African leaders. On April 12, 1964, Malcolm X returned to Detroit to support his friends, including Milton Obadell, who had created the Freedom Now Party. That night, Malcolm X gave his famous "The Ballot or the Bullet" speech, stating, "It is our intention to have a Black nationalist convention which will consist of delegates from all over the country who are interested in the political, economic, and social philosophy of Black nationalism. After these delegates convene, we will hold a seminar. We will hold discussions. We will listen to everyone. We want to hear new ideas and new solutions and new answers. And at that time, if we see fit them to form a Black nationalist party, we'll form a Black nationalist party. If it is necessary to form a Black nationalist army, we'll form a Black nationalist army." 2 days after the Civil Rights Act was passed, Milton's group on advanced leadership, GOAL, took action. According to Milton's brother Richard Amari Obadell, the rifle clubs would be for going south in moments of siege, and for getting guns into the hands of willing and needy blacks in the fascist South, when the time comes. The GOAL leader predicted that proportioned underground warfare by Negroes would come to the South. When that happens, he said, the Northern Rifle Clubs would back Negroes in besieged towns under attack by whites seeking to retaliate for the acts of the underground. Note: now, nearly 60 years later, in the wake of George Floyd's murder, Black people everywhere in America are armed. In the book, From Civil Rights to Black Liberation, Malcolm X and the Organization of Afro-American Unity, William Sales, Jr. notes: paralleling these discussions, and in as much secrecy, were discussions Malcolm X had with RAM through its field secretary, Muhammad Ahmed. As Ahmed remembered it, in June 1964 he and Malcolm worked out the structure of a revolutionary nationalist alternative to be set up within the civil rights movement. They also outlined the role of the OAAU in this alternative. The OAAU was to be the broad front organization and RAM the underground Black Liberation Front of the USA. Malcolm, in his second trip to Africa, was to try to find places for eventual political asylum and political, military training for cadres. While Malcolm was in Africa, the field chairman, Ahmed, was to go to Cuba to report the level of progress to Robert Williams. As Malcolm prepared Africa to support our struggle, Robert F. Williams would prepare Latin America and Asia. During this period, Malcolm began to emphasize that Afro-Americans could not achieve freedom under the capitalist system. He also described guerrilla warfare as a possible tactic to be used in the Black liberation struggle here. His slogan, "Freedom by any means necessary," has remained in the movement to this day. These discussions, in fact, reflected the impact of Malcolm's interaction with the representatives of national liberation movements and guerrilla armies during his trip to Africa. He was very much focused on establishing an equivalent structure within the African American freedom struggle. On June 14, 1964, the Sunday edition of the Washington Star featured an interview with Malcolm X in which he announced the formation of his new political group, the Afro-American Freedom Fighters. In this interview, Malcolm X emphasized the right of Afro-Americans to defend themselves and to engage in guerrilla warfare. A change of direction was rapidly made, however. As Ahmed reported, Malcolm's premature public posture on armed self-defense and guerrilla warfare frightened those in the nationalist camp who feared government repression. They feared giving public exposure to organizing efforts for self-determination and guerrilla warfare. Malcolm agreed, and the name of the new organization became the Organization of Afro-American Unity. The OAAU was to be the organizational platform for Malcolm X as the international spokesperson for Ram's revolutionary nationalism, but the nuts and bolts of creating a guerrilla organization were not to take place inside the OAAU. The OAAU was to be an above-ground united front engaged in legitimate activities to gain international recognition for the African American freedom struggle. Cannot lay a duck egg because the chicken's system is not designed or equipped to produce a duck egg. The American system, political, economic, and social, was produced from the enslavement of the black man, and this present system is capable only of perpetuating that enslavement. In order for a chicken to produce a duck egg, its system would have to undergo a drastic and painful revolutionary change. OR revolution. So be it with America's enslaving system. The real reason they killed Malcolm X. In Reflections of a Resolute Radical, Donald Freeman writes, the Afro-American Student Conference was held in Nashville, May 1st, May 3rd, 1964. It was the first time that Northern and Southern African American militants convened about Black nationalism. It commenced the ideological conversion of many activists from civil rights to Black power, Black nationalism. By its end, RAM, Revolutionary Action Movement, convinced the conference that young revolutionary nationalists were the vanguard of a Black revolution in the United States which embodied cultural revolution and promoted Pan-African socialism. Then Max Stanford, aka Muhammad Ahmad, and Roland Snellings met with John Lewis, chairman of SNCC, in Atlanta. Lewis them work as part of SNCC's field staff, although he disagreed with RAM ideology. So they went to Greenwood, Mississippi and started a freedom school. Their nationalist and armed self-defense advocacy disturbed the white SNCC staff and evoked an intense internal debate. Concurrently, the Ku Klux Klan, KKK, perpetrated church bombings and harassment throughout Mississippi. Thus, Max emphasized the urgency for a major meeting in Detroit, prior to Memorial Day, 1964. Our proceedings occurred at the home of James and Grace Boggs. Based on a thorough assessment of the state of the struggle for Black America's liberation in the North and South, we instituted a national organization with the name Revolutionary Action Movement, RAM. Max Stanford was elected National Field Chairman, I as Executive Chairman, James Boggs, Ideological Chairman, Grace Boggs, Executive Secretary, and Milton Henry, Paul Brooks, Treasurer. RAM's international representatives were El Haj Malik Shabazz, Malcolm X, International Spokesman, and Robert F. Williams, International Chairman. In December 1964, Doug Andrews, Paul Brooks, Tom Higginbotham, Max Stanford, and other members met in Cleveland to refine RAM's 1965 priorities and strategy. We discussed how to galvanize the energy of young urban African Americans, thereby enhancing the applicability of Rob Williams's explosive advocacy in the United States and our coordination with El Haj Malik Shabazz's Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU. I was pleased with our youth and young adult penetration among college students stemming from the spring 1964 Nashville Conference and Gangs, which was a byproduct of my work with others in Chicago during the summer. I hoped that this progress was the prelude to a significant conversation of young Black men and women to RAM's ranks in 1965. As January 1965 began, Malik Shabazz was busy seeking the backing of Ghana, Algeria, and more African government to bring about the condemnation of the United States' oppression of Black America in the UN. Such internationalization of the African American liberation struggle as a human rights issue was a principal objective of the OAAU. By that time, Max Stanford had become one of Malik Shabazz's constant Harlem companions. Their communication was continuous. Hence, Ram's agenda was an integral part of his activities. Then a series of ominous events beset El-Hajj Malik Shabazz. In late November 1964, he had been invited to speak in France and Great Britain. February 8, 1965, he spoke again in London, but was not allowed to return to France the next day. On February 14th, his East Elmhurst, New York home was firebombed. A further foreboding misfortune was the February 16, 1965 New York City arrest of Walter Bowie, Robert Collier, Khalil Sayed, and Michel Desclaux, a French-Canadian woman, for allegedly plotting to bomb the Statue of Liberty. What these menacing omens portended was actualized by the assassination of El-Hajj Malik Shabazz at the Audubon Ballroom on Sunday afternoon, February 21, 1965. The bourgeois, capitalist, mass media claimed that the Nation of Islam perpetuated that heinous crime. However, Ram asserted that its perpetrators were the CIA and FBI. Decades later, in the 1960s, from a radical perspective, an article of mine published in Vibration, January 2000 to June 2000 issue, I wrote, Malik Shabazz, was killed. A few months before the major escalation of the United States military aggression in Vietnam during the spring of 1965. Such a sequence of events was probably not coincidental. The power elite of the American empire did not want Malik Shabazz to still be around when they intensified the brutal imperialism in Indochina. Therefore, they made sure that he was not on the scene to tell African American males not to go to Vietnam and die while carrying out the deadly orders of their oppressor. El-Hajj Malik Shabazz was the radical with the most mass media, television, etc. exposure and public appeal. Hence, he was the political agitator with the potency to raise the consciousness of African Americans to the highest degree. His potential to radicalize Black America, especially youth and younger adults, made him an ideological and political menace. Such radicalization of Black Americans could have contributed to the emergence of a powerful liberation movement that would seriously destabilize the American empire. That kind of turbulence could not be tolerated. His death precluded it. The arrests of Walter Bowie, Robert Collier, Khalid Sayed, and Michel Desclaux in the so-called bombing of the Statue of Liberty plot in the murder of Malik Shabazz marked the prelude to the counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, of the FBI, which eventually engineered the liquidation of Fred Hampton, the head of the Black Panther Party, BPP, of Chicago. In August of 1965, Robert F. Williams, living in exile in Cuba, published an analysis on the potential of a minority revolution in the USA. On June 17, 1966, Stokely Carmichael, then chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, which was organized in April 1960 by Belonta activist Ella Baker, formally announced Black Power as a political slogan during a speech in Greenwood, Mississippi. Afterwards, the Malcolm X Society was organized in 1967. After the 1967 riots, the FBI and their COINTELPRO program targeted RAM for political destruction. However, RAM was just one of many civil rights or Black nationalist groups targeted because of their politics. Tactics used to suppress RAM were also used to suppress and target Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, the Black Panther Party, the Nation of Islam, the National Welfare Rights Organization, Dodge Revolutionary Union Movement, Drum, Republic of New Africa, RNA, Congress of African People, Black student unions at universities all over the country, and Black churches and community organizations. In this context of government repression, RAM transformed itself into the Black Liberation Party, and by 1969 had practically dissolved. On March 31st, 1968, the Malcolm X Society convened the Black Government Conference held in Detroit, Michigan. Attended by a few hundred people, the conference announced the formation of the Republic of New Africa, RNA, which was to be composed of Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, and South Carolina. The conference participants drafted a constitution and a Declaration of Independence. To fund the RNA, organizers planned to negotiate with the United States for reparations and for status under the Geneva Convention and by conducting a UN-sponsored plebiscite for self-determination. Jaid Obadel, formerly Milton Henry, an attorney whose politics were shaped by his travels with Malcolm X through Africa, reported that attendees voted to renounce their American citizenship and selected Robert F. Williams, an American fugitive living in China, as the RNA's president. RNA's strategists planned for a key land purchase in Mississippi and the inevitability of armed struggle.
Okay. Wow. So there was a lot in there, a hell of a lot. And actually, where it ends is kind of where we played that special report from, months ago, of folks in Mississippi on a black ranch, and planting down the red, black, and green flag there. It turns out that Chukwe Lumumba was a part of that ceremony, and he has a connection to Harvard. He has a connection to Detroit, which also this brother Milton Henry does. Milton Henry is he founded this Freedom Now party, which had the plan of running Malcolm X for U.S. Senate in Detroit. But what you got in this this excerpt, I guess, is that this RAM organization, which was really like a Black Liberation Army, guerrilla warfare army type organization, and the one that Malcolm set up, Organization of African American Unity, which was crafted after the Organization of African Unity, and I actually did find that there was a direct connection there. So he was essentially trying to mirror that organization with this organization. And it says how they essentially wanted to have them separate so that there would be this political wing, this front group that Malcolm would be heading, and because he had all of the press and all of the charisma and could reach the people. And then this RAM Revolutionary Action Movement would work in the militant capacity of the organization, and they would be separate in the public's eyes, but behind the scenes they would be working in coordination with each other to bring about whatever they felt was necessary. And you hear Malcolm X in here talking about guerrilla warfare and things of that nature, which they talked about rifle clubs, establishing these rifle clubs all over the country and heading towards the South ultimately was a part of their strategy as well. Again, a lot of these people's names, because they went from their American name to this Pan-African name, they kind of disappeared in the 70s. They weren't incarcerated. They kind of disappeared, and then either weren't heard from on a national stage, or were kind of just went into their silos, underground information bunkers, and shared this information amongst themselves. But It never really filtered down to the people. Max Stanford changed his name to Ahmad Muhammad, but he was the leader of this revolutionary action movement. He was the military leader of that particular group, and him and Malcolm essentially stayed in constant communication based on this. There's a book that he wrote. It's called Soul Book: The Revolutionary Journal of the Black World. um, Probably something that people who like to look into information like that would probably want to look into. Well, no, this is not a book; it's a magazine, is what it says. And it was edited by Bobby Seale, Huey Newton, and Ernie Allen. Now, this is what's so amazing, because in my life, when I've looked back and I said, "Oh man, yeah, Malcolm X influenced the Black Panther Party, the Ballad of the Bullet, that was the influence." Well, here it is. They were actually physically working together in the same time and sharing information at the same time in 1964. Ironically, I think John Lewis's name came up somewhere in here with the SNCC, or whatever that thing is, student Sissy, yeah, John Lewis, chairman of the SNCC in Atlanta. Um, and John Lewis wasn't in agreement with the RAM ideology, meaning the militant guerrilla war tactics. Um, and so they left Atlanta and went to Mississippi to start a freedom school, which is interesting. So this RNA. So what ends up happening, and I got this in the Purple Peel. In this RNA, and there's on the website, there's a picture of, you see John F. Williams sitting at a table with a bunch of microphones. I believe the woman behind him is Queen Mother Moore. I believe that's the name of the woman there. And then you have the graphic, which is the Republic of New Africa. It shows Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina. There's an image of Harriet Tubman, W.E.B. Du Bois, Malcolm X, and Frederick Douglass. And I've seen this image before. Here it's in green. I've seen it in red. And I never really knew that Malcolm X actually had a direct connection to this thing, but it turns out that he absolutely does have a direct connection to the Republic of New Africa, and really the beginning foundational infrastructure ideology that went into what ultimately would become the Republic of New Africa after his assassination. And the brother Milton Henry, who they said was a lawyer, he went to Africa with Malcolm. And then there's reports that there was a phone call while Malcolm was I believe still in Africa, and he asked him if he would run for Senate in Detroit. So they were organized, they were coordinating, they were planning to hold. Well, they actually did hold several of these conventions, and then they were coordinating, you know, um, some real action during a time when things were very chaotic, I guess is the best way to put it. This graphic shows Republic of New Africa headquarters is Detroit, Michigan. President Robert F. Williams, who is the gentleman from Mississippi who wrote The Negroes with Guns, who had to leave the country in exile, and was, I think he was in Cuba, and then eventually in China. You also see as the first vice president is Milton R. Henry, who was the gentleman who went to Africa with Malcolm and who started that new Freedom Now party um, that Malcolm had a hand in as well. And then the second vice president was Betty Shabazz, Malcolm's wife. This would have been after he had had been assassinated. Um, and then there's a bunch of other names here. Some are still American, others are kind of Pan-African-y. Um, so that would be up to people to try to figure out, who these other folks are. Um, I see Max Stanford's name down there as a special ambassador. What happened? Did it go out? Okay, my phone went blank. So there is a whole nother part, and it's actually still early enough. I just got to do a copy and paste to get to most of it. Um, I wanted to get that into our conversations so that we now can understand that the Republic of New Africa, the Black Panther Party, Malcolm X, these things were not just coincidentally happening, but they were actually coordinated and organized and shared the same ideology, philosophy, and were working towards a similar goal, a similar path that ultimately would center themselves in the southeastern United States. Last week, I believe we had Huey Newton in that interview. There were two interviews. One when he was in prison, he was talking about guerrilla warfare and fighting directly against the United States in Vietnam. And then we had the one where he talked about moving the Black Panther Party's headquarters to Atlanta, Georgia, specifically to the south, to Atlanta. So, um, this none of this is coincidence. This is all very direct, intentionality, um, to get our people moving in a certain direction. And of course, they assassinated the most vocal leader, the one who had um, the hearts and minds of the people, in Malcolm X and in Martin Luther King Jr., to be quite honest, because he was probably eventually going to get over to this side because Philip A. Randolph, for what it's worth, actually shared much of this ideology. He was more of a Black Panther Party mind, um, than a nonviolent integrationist, in my opinion, because that's kind of the school that he came out of, with self-determination and Black independence and things of that nature. So when Malcolm X and Rustin Bayard have that interview, and the discussion turns to establishing, um, blacks moving to the South, and becoming Black majority states, essentially. Malcolm agrees to that in that questioning. I think he says taking a region of states, essentially, is how Bayard presents it. And Bayard and Philip A. Randolph, essentially worked together, along with Malcolm X in that side of things. So it seems as though there was these connections that were going on, that we probably don't know about, or didn't necessarily have the ability to say, well, yeah, this connects to this and that connects to that. And it's nice to have some confirmation, because I love connecting dots. That's kind of why I do some of these deep dives into some of this information, just to try to connect some of these dots. But I believe firmly that if we start from that Knights of Liberty and we move forward, that we'll be able to find this person, this ideology connects to that person, that ideology, all the way through up until the mid 1970s, and then it just goes underground. And then it kind of just seems to disappear. It resurfaces in the music for about a decade, and then they take that out, they take that from out underneath us, and then we essentially are just kind of floating aimlessly in space, up until they start having these videotaped assassinations, lynchings by police, and then this reparations conversation gets really, really ramped up. and people start focusing in on Black American politics and heritage and lineage and everything else that's come out of it, um, to try to like refocus our energy. And ironically, around the same time, slightly before Black American Homeland, he puts out his book. He does all his research, in which we are going to do a series where we try to text to speech his book, and then I'll probably try to do mines where I could do a live revision as we're listening to it, because I know there's 90% of it I would stand on. There's probably some things that I just need updated and revised based on the last 6 years. It's been 6 years since I wrote that book. So based on the last 6 years of information gathering, there's certainly things I want to add to it, and things I would emphasize more and things I would emphasize less, I guess. But when the information came to me originally, um, it was more along the same path where Malcolm says in one interview, and probably says it in multiple interviews, where he says, and I think this was the Nation of Islam's policy of, what business is it of America where we go, whether we're here or somewhere else. And my plan, which was, man, I got my first home computer, I think that was like in early 2000. And the thing that I sat there and crafted and printed out was called Blackland, believe it or not. And it had its own currency. And, of course, it was self-determination, its own government. But it was not in the United States of America, because, at that time, and I wasn't super political at all. It just was, again, something that God, the universe, put into my heart and mind. And being someone who does a lot of conceptualizes a lot of things, I just put it into a document. And then I did it. I printed it. I think I may have gave a copy to some family members, and then kind of went on living my life, as they say, solo dolo YOLO. And then it took, man, 2002 to 2018, took another 16 years for me to circle back around to those thoughts and that information, and really prompted by being on Facebook for the first time regularly, and just reading over the timeline and seeing what people are talking about. Oh, God damn it. You folks won't leave me alone. Bing. Yeah, just going,
Yeah. Hey, you know what, DJ? The average Black Americans, sometime during their life, dreamed of a Black American independent country. I mean, I think it should be a normal way of thinking that, hey, like there should be, somehow we should have an independent Black American country. I mean, to me, that should be some type of normal thinking in the Black community. What do you think, DJ?
Nah, I agree. You already know me. We agree to agree, brother. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna get pushback from me too much. You know what I mean? Maybe somebody else might want to come over and challenge you. I ain't got no smoke for you. Go bust some weed. But hey, this is why I do my QR codes and try to advocate for Black State on the daily. So with that being said, hey, what are you doing out there? Not you specifically, but everyone else out there. Doing I did to promote and help Black State, help our reparations claim, things going on in Black America. There's a lot of crap going on right now, man.
Right. Hey, Black, you back?
Yeah. So I try to say, we do the quarterback couch in retrospect, and try to understand, not necessarily where mistakes were made, because I don't think you can make mistakes in when you're trying to fight for freedom and empowerment and dignity and humanity. But I think that anytime Black Americans, either as a group or individuals who have a certain level of prominence, um, really start to get international with it, like global with it, I think that the United States, because it is what it is going to react violently in those situations. And for those who are brave enough and they really want to make the point, I don't tell people not to do what God leads you to, or what you feel in your heart is the thing you're supposed to do. But at the same time, I think it's very predictable where that leads to, what the outcome of that will ultimately be. And so I think, if the more um well, I don't necessarily want to say more, because it's not more, it's just a different way of thinking. The same way this Ram Maxwell Stanford had a more of a militant mindset, guerrilla mindset, and Malcolm had more of a strategic, intelligent mindset. I think they're equally viable, equally important, and they're both necessary. Um, but at the same time, I think that we learn from the past, and then we use that knowledge, wisdom, information. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Goodness gracious. Okay, we learn from the past, use that knowledge, wisdom, and information to make more strategic decisions, not necessarily better, but different, so that we don't find ourselves in the same trap that will lead to a violent reaction, a predictable violent reaction, from the beast, the demons that we all unfortunately exist under. And while America, you know, is much freer than most places on the planet Earth, it could be um, much more conducive to Black American freedom. Um, and so that's kind of where I want to impress that upon people, and impress that upon the way we think about things. I got one more little bit of because I actually, this is just under that Republic of New Africa graphic of where they show who the leadership was and all of that. And then actually I found something else I'm gonna post, and then I'm gonna read this one too. This was there was something called the South End. It looks like it's a newspaper. Wayne State University. Wayne State University. Bam, that's Detroit. That's Chokwe Lumumba, his alma mater. We connected Chokwe Lumumba and Wayne State University to someone else. Oh, that was the NARC. That was a NARC connection. Yeah, exactly. Because Chokwe Lumumba and New Negro kind of mentioned that earlier about the connection there. So there is a Republic of New Africa and a NARC connection, um, with Chokwe Lumumba, Wayne State University, Detroit, likely the Republic of New Africa. Well, the Republic of New Africa, obviously. Um, so that's another one of those connections, that we don't really learn about. We're not taught about it. So when we hear these different groups, we think, oh, the Black Panthers. Oh, yeah, that had nothing to do with Malcolm X. Or we hear Republican New Africa. Oh, that had nothing to do with the Black Panthers. That had nothing to do with this. That, like we, at least in my mind, I've seen them as these separate things that existed, completely separated from each other, when the reality is they were very, very connected. They were in contact with each other. They were building with each other. They were organizing with each other. They were sharing information with each other, which is very different. If I can be really bluntly honest, very different than what the current and or more recent reparations, um, conversation has been, from the people who, seem for whatever reason, not everybody, obviously, but some seem to want to, um, be the loudest voice in the room and, be the chief. I guess too many chiefs, not enough Indians, or something like that. Um, and so we probably are duplicating a lot of work. It's one of those things where decentralization is good in the fact that the enemy, can't necessarily attack everybody by attacking one person. That's the reason why you don't want to have leaders. That's why it's a leaderless movement. That's why the code is a leader. And I get that that from a purely theoretical position. But what ends up happening is there's a lot of inefficiencies where you end up duplicating a lot of the same work, and, discovering things over and over and over again. If there's 100 different groups, and 100 different groups have to discover the same information 100 different times, that actually slows things down much more than, people may actually, realize. And that's the unfortunate part of, not necessarily being able to, share information, um, organize in some meaning way that, and that goes back to the thought, and different people have expressed it. I've expressed it before, of some round table of, people who are willing to sit down at a table together and, essentially, have conversations to work any issues out, to bring forth, agenda items and calls to action and things of that nature, and to disseminate it from, some round table. And then, it gets to the people out of that, and then you have all these different groups that have conversations amongst themselves. The leadership of the groups come together, they have a round table discussion, and then the information goes back. That would certainly be a little bit more desirable, in some way, shape, or form. But I don't know if, the way that this movement has existed, if it'll ever get to that. But, that would probably be something that you would hope for in a perfect world, in a perfect situation. But, I'm gonna play this, because, yep,
Hey,
you got
Dwight, before you play that, I have to leave in about 10 minutes. So, yeah, I appreciate this space today, and appreciate everyone coming out, and I will see you guys next week.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, we got to get your book up so, I could do the text to speech thing, and then, we could have a I'm sure it won't be one space. It'll likely be a few spaces to get through it all. But,
Right.
Something that we could, put together at some future date for sure, to make that happen. So, but yeah, love you, love the fact that you, do what you do. And, if no one, if you're not following Black American Homeland, please follow him. Repost the information that he puts out, so that, more and more folks could get the information. Because what I'm discovering even now, that there seems to be, more new accounts over here, more new faces over here. I know there was the Clubhouse sort of infusion a few months back, but even now, I'm still seeing more and more newer accounts. And so, definitely follow, Black American Homeland, follow New Negro, follow MF Kush. She does amazing, Black business spaces. that we all need to support in the stuff that she's doing with that. And follow the folks who continuously, consistently give out good quality information and that are not involved in a whole lot of BS or conflict, because we really don't have time for that. For what it's worth, people can do what they want with their own time, but we don't have time for that as a collective. We just don't, man. And I hope we can figure that out quickly. But yeah. Um, so I'm gonna play this part, and then we got DJ as a co-host just in case I have to go in and come out. Yeah, this is a little interesting here. This is still from the Balanta, I think is how they pronounce it. Let me find the spot I want to start it at. Okay, here we go. And then I'm gonna put that. I got another thing I'm gonna read off because it's a picture, but it's a report from Black America in 1969, and they do like percentages of different things. So that'll be an interesting thing to check out. I'll put that in the purple pill.
On May 31st, 1968, about 30 leaders of the RNA met at 40 North Ashland Avenue in Chicago to address some of the biggest issues facing the new government. Among them was the legislative act that established the Black Legion, the RNA's military. Similar to the income tax, the creation of this body was supposed to resolve another perceived problem. This time not just for the RNA but for the larger African American community as well. Specifically, the RNA tried to address the heightened security threats to the Black community by the overt behavior of racist police as well as other members of the white community. This addressed a longer historical problem as well. The creation of the Black Legion was also tied to the greatest repressive fear of the organization, being directly hit by an aggressive assault like that waged upon nonviolent civil rights activists, from whites in general and the police in particular.
Oh, damn it. Oh, damn it. Yeah, of course. I stepped away.
DJ would disconnect.
Yeah.
I can't hear your Black.
Yeah, I stepped away for a second. Of course, the screen would collapse. So I'm gonna start it again. They had a meeting of 30 leaders in Chicago. I'm gonna just restart it. Hopefully, it'll let us get through this thing without collapsing.
On May 31st, 1968, about 30 leaders of the RNA met at 40 North Ashland Avenue in Chicago to address some of the biggest issues facing the new government. Among them was the legislative act that established the Black Legion, the RNA's military. Similar to the income tax, the creation of this body was supposed to resolve another perceived problem. This time not just for the RNA but for the larger African American community as well. Specifically, the RNA tried to address the heightened security threats to the Black community by the overt behavior of racist police as well as other members of the white community. This addressed a longer historical problem as well. The creation of the Black Legion was also tied to the greatest repressive fear of the organization, being directly hit by an aggressive assault like that waged upon nonviolent civil rights activists, from whites in general and the police in particular. The RNA vowed that it would never be hit in such a direct manner without preparation. Two reasons existed for this. On the one hand, the RNA vowed never put themselves in a position where they were vulnerable to this type of attack, i.e., being out in the open, unarmed and unprepared. Instead, the RNA would try to build themselves in the minds of Black folk and then step forward to claim the nation en masse. On the other hand, the RNA would prepare to defend themselves by creating an armed wing, trained in shooting, hand-to-hand combat, and diverse survival skills. This was the essence of the organization's reappraisal, armed self-defense from overt general assault, both immediately after the attack and a second strike, which would be delayed after the initial attack as retribution. The plans for the former were pretty straightforward, whereas the plans for the latter were never quite clear, seemingly on purpose. For example, there was always reference to people being underground, but nothing concrete across source material. As conceived, the Black Legion would be composed of selected citizens between the ages of 16 and 50, the men and women being in separate units for reasons that were not provided in detail. All were to engage in 2 hours of training per week, and once a month there would be practice on a field training site. In addition to this, all male citizens between the ages of 16 and 50 and all female citizens between the ages of 16 and 30, without young children, were mandated to join the Universal Military Training Force. Similar to the State of Israel, in an effort to have as many soldiers as citizens, this force involved at least 2 hours of military training a month, when individuals would learn how to shoot, dress wounds, and otherwise take care of themselves in a conflict situation. Finally, to prepare RNA members as soon as possible and engage the whole family, there was to be a junior Black Legion composed of all children between the ages of 9 and 15. In these units, youth would undergo a less rigorous but largely similar program. At the second RNA conference on March 29, 1969, police raided the Detroit New Bethel Baptist Church. The police attempted to assassinate Guy Obedel and fired on conference participants with nearly 1,000 rounds of ammunition.
Wow.
At the Black Economic Development Council held a month later, former SNCC Executive Director James Foreman issued the Black Manifesto. Foreman closed. All roads must lead to revolution. Unite with whomever you can unite, neutralize wherever possible, fight our enemies relentlessly, victory to the people, life and good health to mankind, resistance to domination by the white Christian churches and the Jewish synagogues, revolutionary Black power. We shall win without a doubt. On August 17, 1971, when police raided the RNA in Jackson, Mississippi, a police officer was killed. 11 RNA members were arrested and imprisoned on a variety of charges, ranging from murder to sedition against the state of Mississippi. Among the RNA 11 was President Amari Obedel, the former Richard Henry, Guy Obedel's brother. 3 other RNA members made the news when they hijacked a plane to Cuba after killing a New Mexico police officer. That same year, 1971, was consecrated as the year of the Revolutionary Youth. Following the dismantling of the Black Panther Party by the FBI's COINTELPRO program, which used violent measures such as the murder of prominent Black Panther Party member Fred Hampton and dividing the Panthers' leadership, some members of the BPP sought a reformist approach to bring about the liberation of the Black community, such as community service and politics. SNCC Executive Director James Foreman and Belonta business leader John L. Blake were recruited by President Nixon to lead such reforms. Other members saw a more revolutionary approach to bring about liberation, and these formed the Black Liberation Army, which used the Belonta strategy of decentralized organization with no leader, first taught to the movement by Belonta activist and founder of SNCC, Ella Baker. It is against this backdrop that the Black Liberation Army issued its message to the Black movement, included below in its entirety. Given the outrage now felt and being expressed by Black people across the country, it is especially important to consider that crime in a capitalist society has a class basis and is punished in accordance with this class basis. The whole of capitalist society is predicated upon exploitative relations, and thus lower-class crime is a reflection of ruling-class criminal values and practices. In the Black community, the average inmate is exposed to and preyed upon by these very criminal values. We knock each other in the head, rob each other, burglarize each other's apartments, sell dope as a means of getting over, because we each want what the system of capital has defined as being of value, but has forbidden us to acquire in legitimate fashion. In a society that views a person's material things as determining his worth, we are the most hungry to be of worth. Crime is essentially illegitimate capitalism in such an arrangement. This is essentially the justification for killing George Floyd. His crime was forgery. He attempted to secure, by any means necessary, what was denied him by the capitalist system. Now is the time that every Black person address the issues of revolution, the invalidity of the oppressor's law, the capacity to enforce justice outside the oppressor's laws. Complementary to creating our own social force of law enforcement is the struggle to take over, dismantle, and weaken the oppressor's police apparatus in our community. This apparatus must be neutralized at the same time that our own apparatus is being built. The message to the Black movement, below, written in 1971, is the best articulation of what we need to understand now. Every Black person in America needs to read and understand.
Ooh, okay. So wow, in that one, again, these brothers had changed their name. They talk about the Balanta business leader. I'm assuming this Balanta has a little more roots that probably need to be fleshed out, what it means, Balanta, what it's about. But we see that in Detroit, they say police raided this Detroit New Bethel Baptist Church in an attempt to assassinate the brother. This is the brother Milton, Henry Milton, who went on a trip to Africa with Malcolm. They say they fired on conference participants with nearly 1,000 rounds of ammunition at a church. I mean, that's unfathomable. I can't even imagine what that's about. And then we did cover this story of how the Republic of New Africa members had a house in Mississippi, and they were raided. And during that raid, one of their officers was killed. We talked about that as well. I'm not sure if Chukwe Lumumba was involved in that or was there yet. He might have been the attorney representing these gentlemen in that situation. But then what ends up happening is 3 members hijack a plane to Cuba. It says after killing a New Mexico police officer that same year. So these Black men and women were very serious about their business. They had no fear at all whatsoever, and they were talking about, which I've even talked about this, training the youth. I've talked about having sort of like an ROTC in the high schools, and then making it a mandatory, almost like a reservist type of training for every a citizen who is 18 years of age to go into some level of military training within the state, so that you do have this built in, and it would be paid, of course, paid training. You would get first aid training, you get a lot of life skills in it, but you would also get the military and respect of firearms and understanding of how firearms are to be used for protection. And you would get the ability to one, think about joining the state military defense forces, think about possibly becoming a peace officer, which I think is a much better term. And you would have this built-in sense of duty. And it's probably something that, just like the reservists do 2 weeks or I think it's 2 weekends every year. I think it would be something that would also be very important as a deterrent for the United States to understand that yes, we have 500,000 Black Americans living in this state. They're all trained in defense and firearm capabilities, and I think it's just something important to have in the schools, and as well to have as a part of creating a social fabric where you have people who have a shared experience and who are capable of defending their family, their community against the quote unquote lone wolf attacks, which I think also having this um, military trained population that is ready, willing, and capable would also act as a deterrent from lone wolf attacks. Um, Knowing that the people in this state are armed and do use deadly force, and create laws in a way that it would make it pro gun, pro defense, and people who stopped any potential lone wolf attack would be rewarded and uplifted in the community. So they had they had these ideas way back in the late 60s, early 70s. And so I guess the more and more you dig and more you research and more you understand, a lot of the information again we're kind of rediscovering information and trying to make it more accessible, more palatable for the current generation to absorb and understand, and at least have confirmation that oh yeah, or people did think like this, oh yeah, they were organizing towards, oh yeah, this is not necessarily something new, it's just something that we haven't done yet on a scale that would give us state authority. um I think that ultimately, as they were dealing with the violence of the police, the violence of the system, that they really had focused in on Mississippi. That's why they ended up in Jackson, Mississippi, and it just kind of, I think it's sad in many ways that more people didn't join them. I think it was 300 or something like that that eventually went to Mississippi initially, and it is a little sad that more people didn't join up with them and head into Mississippi and work to establish a little bit more. So someone asked, was that the Republic of New Africa? Yes. Yeah, you're, oh man, you missed a lot. You definitely want to rewind this space because we connected these dots from, oh man, we're Malcolm, Black Panther Party, Republic of New Africa, something called RAM, Revolutionary Army Movement, I want to say. Let me see if I can find that RAM thing. But essentially, there were all these different organizations that were sharing information, that were working together, that were essentially kind of born out. Well, I don't want to say born out of each other, but just that there is this connection that goes from Malcolm X to all of these organizations, and that they were working together behind the scenes. I mean, that's the best way to say it. This RAM organization, I'm trying to get there what the letters stand for. I know it's Revolutionary and Movement. Let's see. Okay, Revolutionary Action Movement. Action. Yeah. Wow. That's very important because everything requires action if you really want to get things done. And then there's this word Balanta that is balanta.org. This Balanta word keeps coming up. And, I'm thinking that it has some greater meaning that they don't really take the time to go into here. Um, See, so I do find Balanta, but they're connecting this to Guinea Bissau Creole and Portuguese. Um, so I know that that's not the same group of people, but maybe that's where they get the name from. because I mean we do know these people were relatively they were into Pan Africanism. So Guinea-Bissau, um, it says it's a language spoken by about 423,000 people, north central and central coast of Guinea-Bissau, which I think is an African country. I want to say Bantu people, common origin. So I gotta assume, that this is where they get this word from. And our people were really into Pan Africanism. Let me just say that they were into it. Now here's what's interesting. When I look up Balanta and I look at images, what do I see? A symbol that I've really have embraced recently. Um, it's the scale. It's so maybe Balanta has something to do with balancing of scales and justice, the justice scales, because that's what I'm seeing in the images. So now that I do, I embrace the scale image and symbolism, because what we've needed is justice. What we've been seeking is justice. And the only way we're going to get justice as Black Americans is to govern ourselves and be the people who give out justice. We're just never going to get justice from these people. It's just not going to happen that way, and it's unfortunate. And someone can cry a river about it, but it's just not going to happen. These people are not going to give us justice. We got to get it ourselves. We got to get in a position to give our people justice. So that actually is a pretty cool connection. And it does look like Balanta also does mean balance, maybe, but it has a reference to scales, scales of justice. So, oh, okay. So here we go. Yeah, Balanta. Here it goes. So this is on the Balanta.org site. The 26 principles of the great belief of the Balanta ancient ancestors. And they say, according to DNA marker E3A asterisk M2, also called E1B1A, found in the Mandinka and Balanta people. So they go into this genetic connection that they have with these people. So that's that. Yeah, so that's interesting. Excuse me. This one I gotta put in the purple pill, and then I'll try to get up to the jumbotron. But this is a report from Black America. It is a picture of I guess, a news article from Newsweek. Oh, damn it! Come on, brothers and sisters. Okay, all right.
You're out.
Yeah, I went out. I think I'm back. Hopefully. So
You're back.
I'm back. Okay, cool. So yeah, so this report from Black America is in 1969 Newsweek. So it says whites in a 1969 Newsweek poll rejected even the basic premise that the ghetto, slum, housing, and recession unemployment were due to discrimination and not some failing of the Negroes themselves. They were therefore inclined to doubt that most of Black America's complaints were justified. Um, so as I'm reading this, the thing that just flashing in my mind is reparations. Reparations. You could substitute the word reparations in here and come up with the same result. And suddenly, even the most circumspect Negro leaders had the uneasy feeling that it was 1877 all over again, that the second Reconstruction had come like the first to the verge of collapse. And so they're saying this is 1969, 5 years after civil rights was passed. And yeah, they're looking at this is like the end of Reconstruction, man. That's very sad, very depressing. And says perhaps so, but this time, in contrast to the last, Negroes will not go quietly. They have come too far in their struggle to stop now. 10 to 20% of them do despair of their future in America, or persuaded, that is, that the nation is not worth defending in a world war. Interesting. That Negroes should withdraw into a separate Black nation. Bang. Wow, 1969. The Black mood Um, the Black Mood one maybe semicolon or colon the young. So the percentage who northern under 30 or no, let me see, northern Negroes. Oh, this is interesting. I got to find this article because this looks crazy. The percentage who northern Negroes under 30 over 40, those are the two categories. Under 30 over 30 northern Negroes, the percentage who approve the idea of black power, 68% under 30, only 43% over 30. The percentage who think violence will be necessary, 36% under 30, 20% over 30. Believe the riots have helped, 50% under 30, only 32% under 30. Would like a separate black nation. Wow, that's a powerful question. So under 30, it was 27%. Over 30, it was 18%. I know that Malcolm often says there's 20 million or 22 million Black Americans in the country during his time in some of those speeches. So we could maybe say, yeah, we're probably still right around 22, maybe even 25. Just off the top of my head, if we had 27% of that population, or even 20, because that'll split the difference, um, that's right around 4 million. You know, a little over 4 million people would have been in favor of a separate black nation in 1969. That's actually pretty wild, pretty insightful. I'm gonna have to try to find this Newsweek article. Maybe someone who works at Newsweek or has a connection maybe could help facilitate that. Sometimes it's so hard to find. You know, you go on. I use DuckDuckGo a lot, and there was this whole thing about DuckDuckGo on the app like a couple weeks ago. I think they were trending actually because how horrible Google's image searches are. Um, but I've been using DuckDuckGo, and I don't believe the whole theory that they claim that you're searching in secret or whatever, that they don't track your searches. I think that's BS. But they do have better search results for what it's worth. I only go to Google if I can't find it on DuckDuckGo, and then sometimes Google will have it, sometimes it won't. But I have DuckDuckGo as my default search thing. The brother on YouTube says the one that helped Ashada secure to Cuba. Now that was a thing where I believe they actually, now I don't know if this is the same one, because they were they would have been Black Panther Party members. These were RNA people, but I know they went into the prison. It was a woman's, probably like a low security women's prison. They went into the prison, got her, and then I think they went to Algeria, because I think we played a video clip from that. They went to Algeria initially, and then eventually she ended up in Cuba. I can't remember if they turned those the men in or not. I can't 100% remember that part, but we did play that clip a few spaces ago. Um, yeah, Black Liberation Army. It could be them too. It could be either the Black Panthers or the Black Liberation Army. And then he says Ma'at is the symbol of the balanced scales, the just scales of justice. Yeah. There is I want to say it's man, I want to say Isis. I know when I looked it up, it's one of the deities in Egypt that is credited with the scales of justice as well. It's a female. But then also I found out that Thoth, I believe also, because he's the master of measures. So he may actually have that symbol attached to him too. It's probably a very, very ancient symbol that essentially has come to mean justice in many ways. And it's something that we need. We need justice. Black America needs justice. We haven't had full justice yet. They keep doing incrementalism and incrementalizing non-justice and injustice. And we just need to be in a position to give our people full justice, um, by the fullest extent of state, county, local, and ultimately federal law, with our federal representatives, in the Senate and in the U.S. House, working to implement policy that will, um, acknowledge us as being an indigenous population. I had someone DM me about that, and at the state level, you could do that pretty easily. You could put that into the state constitution that you acknowledge that Black Americans are an indigenous population. And then you can work, especially if you have multiple states, you can work towards getting that, codified into federal law in many different areas of federal law. The state power and state representation and having this ability, and this authority is the path to justice. In my opinion, it is the path to federal reparations, because you know um, when people are free to speak their mind intelligently and just looking at the everything on the table and not being emotional and not, what's the word, um not being afraid of repercussions, quote unquote, from just stating the truth as the truth is. um you need a majority in both houses, and you need a super majority, to be clear, which means you probably need close to 70, 67, 70 senators. You might as well say 70. And you probably need somewhere, let's say 300 in the House. Um, I think that's about 2/3 of the 435. So, in other words, you're going to need 2/3 of the country to agree to that in the Congress in order to pass legislation through the Congress, and then of course at that point the president should sign it. I mean, because there is no, I think politically, a president who had Congress pushing through a bill, through both houses, it would be pretty clear that he could be overridden if needed be, especially if it's a supermajority in both houses. So I think the president would sign it, because you would have the will of the people, quote unquote, as they say. Um, and so yeah, if you got both houses of Congress, the president signs it. Now you got reparations on the table, and it's being implemented in the way that people desire, direct cash payments, and then everything after that, whatever everything after that is. Um, but I think you got to have real representation in both houses in order to get that done. And you might need all 8 Black majority states to get that, to get the level of support that you're really going to need in the Senate, especially because that would give you 16 out of 100. Um, that would be really, really significant, because you could block everything in the Senate if you had 16 senators. There's likely not a lot that they could do, if you had 16 senators.
Black, going back to what you were saying earlier about the numbers as far as how many people wanted to actually have just a black a state of just blackness. I can't believe that the numbers were that low. Like you were saying, over 30, it was only 18%, and under 30, it was more like 27%. I wonder if those numbers were actually skewed and the numbers were really higher, because they never really kind of want to tell truth, as far as that's concerned. But I really just can't believe those numbers were that low. I think it was actually higher, but they don't want us to think that those numbers are higher, just like they don't want us to think that the percentage of us in this country is higher than what they keep telling us it is.
So, man, and I understand exactly what you're saying. I actually thought the numbers were pretty high. And I think if you did it today, they would be single digits, and that's probably the problem that we're dealing with now, is that coming out of the civil rights movement, I think people were hopeful, especially the over 30s, because they had just had this massive victory, um, integration, access, everything that they had been essentially taught to want and to strive for had finally been achieved. And so I think that 18% is for people who are just coming out of that, thinking that everything's going to work out. We just got to give it a little bit more time. Even the presidents, from LBJ, they were putting a lot of stuff on the table that sounded really, really good. Nixon was kind of putting programs on the table that sounded really, really good. And then it kind of all fell apart and got dismantled. But I think that is, over 30 is the hopeful people, that things were going to just kind of work out. And then the under 30, the 27 and the under 30, those are the students. Those are the people who are now going to get to go to these white schools, or whatever the case may be, however that worked out. They're thinking they can go to college. Again, there may be a lot more hope, especially as you get closer to 30, in that group. And there's no telling how young they went. They go down to like 14, 15. There's no really way to know how young they actually went here. But I'm actually encouraged by that, because I just feel like today, if Newsweek did a poll today, first of all, people would be like, "What?" I mean, there'd probably be so many damn weird ass comments, and then I don't know if the numbers would be higher than 10% in either group, and that's what saddens me a little bit, um, because I think we've bought so deeply into integration. Even now, even with Biden, I mean, think about the Joe Biden campaign, Scamilla Harris, aka yada yada yada. I just reposted something of her and a bunch of black chicks and this what is it, ski wee or whatever it is, and it's like, I mean, if you're a vote blue no matter who person, you're not thinking about a separate black nation at all. You're full in. You're full in on the integration, bringing in as many immigrants as you can. You're all in. Teach my kids how to be transgenders in kindergarten. Um, and so I just don't. I part of me just really, really wonders if those people would ever want to separate from white people. I think they want more integration, whatever that would look like. Um, the youth, is probably, you probably could get you definitely get over 10% in the youth. Let me say that. Especially if you talk to, you know, folks who are really disillusioned with the way things have gone, and really don't see any hope in the future. I think that group of people would be, way more interested in getting away from those folks. So yeah, I know, and I respect everything you said. I know what you're saying. I think coming out of Reconstruction, you probably would have been in the high 50s, 60s, maybe even in the 80s and 90s. But this demonic beast works over time. It just kind of whittles away and whittles you down, breaks whole generations down. And then you start thinking that, if you can walk outside your front door and, walk down to the corner store, that's enough. um versus having the same level of ability to own a home, own several vehicles, be able to drive anywhere that you want to go at any time, and never have any concern about being pulled over by the police or anything of any threat or harm to your life or your existence. And you have full access to capital in the society, like everybody else. You have full access to all the opportunities to earn a living like everybody else. Sometimes I think they just beat people down so much that you start to look at things in a way that because you're inside the boiling pot of water at that point, and you kind of don't even know what's outside that boiling pot of water anymore. And so you just kind of accept things for the way that they are. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of our people are just in that mind state of accepting things the way that they are and just hoping that it doesn't get any worse, but also not necessarily looking to see it get any better or do anything to ensure that it gets better, which is very important because as a man especially, you gotta want to stand up on your 10 toes, take responsibility, go find some success in life, in society, and be able to take care of yourself and your family and your responsibilities. That's like very important to build up human self-worth, self-value, human dignity. And you know I think it's been a multi-generational psyop, psychological operation, to cater to the needs of or women in this society. There's the video of, I guess that's the early '80s, where they got the young girls who are like, "Oh, I don't need a man, and I'll take care of my baby all by myself," and yada yada yada, bing bang. And as an adult, you can look at that and know how detrimental that would be to a young mind, and you could almost predict how that would end up over time. And I think that there is this psychological psyop element to the way the Democrat Party operates. Um, I don't think they give a damn if black men are a part of that party at all. To be quite honest, I don't think they'll ever do anything. Just like the church doesn't care about black men necessarily being a part of the congregation, I think that they have made a joint calculation to cater to black women and their needs and desires in such a way that it paralyzes us in many ways. Um, it paralyzes our ability to want this self determination, and it's a matrix of many different levels. And hopefully enough of us can break free from it long enough to take enough risk and sacrifice to establish the first black majority state. I think that is the key to all of it, because the Mexicans already got California and Texas, and they're not slowing down at all. I don't know what we're going to do if we don't do something, fairly quickly. We gotta do something. Oh, this thing actually has links in it. I didn't realize in this Balanta thing I've been reading from, there's like links to other pages and things of that nature. So man, there's a whole thing. See, back then, the National Councils of Churches. Let me read this. So this was when was this? Goodness gracious, 1969. It says the conference was funded in part by the Interreligious Foundation for Community Organization, the Episcopal Church, and the National Council of Churches in the hopes of bringing Black leaders together to discuss how to implement Black power. This is in 1969. In 1969, the Black church was funding conferences to bring people together to talk about Black power. Like what happened to these people? Um, a dramatic shift. Again, the establishment, the Jesse Jackson effect of taking John Lewis out of the SNCC, taking Jesse Jackson, taking Al Sharpton, and um, essentially making them puppets. And there's no other way to look at them. They just essentially turn into puppets. Man, we're gonna have to go through this because golly, there's a lot of really good information in here. Holy shit. It's talking about a $500 million plan. The manifesto outline sought to create a national Black labor strike and defense fund, national welfare rights organization, a Southern land bank, and 4 publishing and printing industries. These folks were about that life, man. They were really about that life. So I'm gonna put this on Funded Socially for folks who haven't joined up yet. I think we need like 2 or 3 more people to hit 600, which 600 is kind of like a bellwether thing, because I think I read somewhere that Twitter, when it first founded, the first year they had 600 members. So I've been a little interested in getting to that mark. But we're right there. We'll probably hit that this week. So I'm gonna put this. It's called May 1969. Jim Foreman delivers Black Manifesto at Riverside Church, and I think back here is where they talked about the police raiding the Detroit New Bethlehem Baptist Church. Yeah, attempting to assassinate their leader, and fired 1,000 rounds, nearly 1,000 rounds at the church. So I'm gonna definitely put this over there because I think it's important for us to have that information. But yeah, so we got some more comments. It says trying something new. Shout out to trying something new. Says we lack imagination because our reality is intentionally made inhospitable. It says, why did the Twitter space crash? Did the Twitter space crash? I don't know. It says we're still in here. Okay, yeah. So Twitter is what it is, man. Twitter is, my God, it's been crashing and acting crazy all night, but we're still in here. We're still alive. But yeah, let me I'm gonna take a little break, and I'm gonna post some stuff in the Purple Pill, and I'm gonna put something on Funded Socially because I don't want to forget to put this over there, because I think it's really, really important. It seemed like Detroit, man, for what it's worth, there was a lot of really important activity, discussion, and things that was coming out of Detroit, man. Man, so shout out to the folks up there. My family actually, I think my mother lived there for a short period of time. My grandmother moved there and stayed there for decades, and then some of our other family members lived up there as well, for a few decades. But my last uncle moved out within the last 5 years. So we have like extended family that I think is still up there through marriage or whatever. But most of my core family members have moved out of Michigan. So, but yeah.
Back in the DJ co-host, I'm gonna have to head out in about 20-30 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. His thing keeps, I don't know why, his thing keeps breaking apart on the co-host deal. So
his phone is janky.
It's got to be something going on. This phone is janky and stanky up in here. Oh, so I'm gonna switch gears a little bit. So Cat Williams, shout out to Big Cat, tearing up the interviews circuit. He went on Joe Rogan, and most people would start off that conversation and be like, "Where's the jokes? Where's the comedy? What's going on? What's happening here?" But Joe Rogan, if you ever watch Joe Rogan, it's mainly about a lot of conspiracy type topics, a lot of ancient topics, and so that's kind of where the conversation went. And I don't know if it was intentional or not. It kind of seemed like that's where Cat wanted the conversation to go, and so they did. I think I watched maybe an hour of it. I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but they started talking about some of the stuff that we kind of talk about towards the end of our spaces. Ancient ancient religion and ancient information. Um, and Cat, for what it's worth, man, he talked about himself being a young black man, and I want to say he's from Cincinnati, Ohio. That's kind of what I remember. I could be way off on that, but for some reason, I just remember him being connected to Cincinnati, Ohio, for some reason. But um, he talked about he used to read a lot, and I think he said he used to go to the library and 3 days a week, and I think he said he would pull out 20 books at a time, 60 books a week. I think is what he said, and he just read. That's his thing. He talked about, he still does it to this day, which is actually really impressive. And I could see how having that knowledge base would allow him to go into comedy in the way that he does it. He has that ability to insert very um, um, very unique intelligence into his comedy information, and but you don't seem, it's not like he's being preachy or he's lecturing anybody. It kind of flows really, really smooth. um but I know it's for most if you're a Cat Williams fan and you're looking for comedy, or you're looking for like black celebrity dirt gossip, you're probably not going to get it in this interview. It's more of like it's more, I don't want to say, I guess it is intellectual, but it's like on some ancient topics. But like I said, that's really what a lot of Joe Rogan interviews are. To be quite honest, they kind of bounce around a little bit, but for the most part, they are on some conspiracy, which I know we use that word conspiracy theorists. I think it's just theories, and I think that a lot of the theories have a lot of weight behind them. At this point, we got so much information now that a lot of them, yeah, they're just theories with a lot of really good information to back them up. So I'll probably try to stop saying conspiracy theory, but I think it's a really good interview for what it's worth. But what's going on, DJ? You up?
Yes, sir. What's good, family? Shout out to the Black State. Share the room, Knackers. What's going on? Taking a break, you said?
Yeah, I'm gonna post this on Funded Socially. I think people should get over there and check it out, because I've stopped posting some of this information on Twitter, and I do exclusively post it over there, so the people that are over there can get it and get into it. But yeah, I want to let my vocals rest, I guess. I'll try to find a video to play, but if you want to play something, because there's been a lot of news stories, of course. A lot of stuff always happening, and
oh yeah,
yeah,
you know it, man. Yeah, shout out to the Black State. Make sure y'all share the room out. I got you, bro. So yeah, let's pay these bills real quick, family. Social, SOXCIL.com, SOXCIL.com. Make sure y'all come up there and make an account. We need two people to make 600, folks. Two people to make 600. Let me set my phone up there real quick and come back over here. Okay, I see y'all on the big screen over here. Hold on. 1 second. Hey, yeah, check out that link to Windows, Black, when you get a chance while you're resting. link the windows, download it on your computer and your phone so it could sync up or whatever. Where I'm at. And Chrome is trash too, by the way. Chrome is trash. Chrome is trash. Chrome trash. All right, yo, Cam Newton got beat up by some high school kids. You already know what time it is. Let's get to the ratchet news too as well. You know what I'm saying? Why you messing with them high school kids, Cam? You know, we don't care if you 6'8", 250, you know what I'm saying? He's just as strong as you is, you know, man. Word up. Shout out to Sinbad, the comedian, the great comedian Sinbad, you know what I mean? Finally speaking, and, you know, and getting better after having the stroke. Shout out to Sinbad. Get better, get well, brother, you know what I mean? Let's see what's going on over here. 15-year-old arrested for murder of driver in D.C. Shout out to the 52 Block Federation, too. That's our Black American fighting style, 52 blocks. I hate that it's being publicized on YouTube, but I understand because, you know, even Bruce Lee had that issue with his own peoples. They felt like he shouldn't have been teaching martial arts. But if you don't teach it, how do you expect the art itself to grow? So it only makes sense, though. But, yeah, shout out to Master Mo. And 52 blocks, you can find me right here on Tweet. 52 Block Federation, you know what I mean? 52 blocks. Let's go get your 52 blocks up, fam, you know what I mean? So shout out to that. Shout out to Pat Poose, too, by the way. He back. Pat Poose back, the bar guard, you know what I'm saying? Or alphabet guard, you know what I mean? All right, Governor Kathy Hochul, you know, them truckers is mad at her right now. And New Yorkers is mad at her because she ain't really trying to advocate for us black folks like that. Yeah, you might have signed a reparations bill, but you ain't no different from Gavin Newsom. It's just a carrot hanging over your head. And for those that don't know, old boy that was busting his gun over in the mall, the one that was shooting it out with the cops basically over some stolen merchandise, he wound up getting locked up. He was all crying, joking, 15 years old. His mother crying. Now, send all these people back, yo. Send them all back. Let's talk about the baby that got shot over in Chicago, too, by the way. My little Mexican baby, yo. The Mexicans out there shooting it out in our old projects. Baby get hit, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Come on, y'all could be doing that shit in your own neighborhood, in your own country, you know what I mean? What you up here for? We got to deal with our own peoples in the same shit. So, like, yeah, let's talk about it, you know what I mean? Let's talk about it.
Mental, if you in a black community in Chicago, you got to duck bullets from your own community, and now you got to duck bullets from some illegal fools too.
Ooh, let's go. You know what I'm saying? Hey, let's talk about the illegal fool that killed that white Georgia nurse student down there, Lincoln Riley. You know what I mean? Come on, yo. You know what I mean? And there's a whole bunch of these jokers out here doing a whole lot. This is why, you know, I think the new word for us, man, we need to segregate. Fuck the delineation. You should just segregate from everybody. You know what I'm saying? Let's go back to that old word, because when we was segregated, we actually had our own shit. You know what I'm saying? Even though the white cracker now can still try to fuck with us, we still had our own shit. Black Wall Street, black whatever hood. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, they've been finding heads and body parts up in New York Park somewhere.
Oh, did you hear about old girl that got arrested for humping the corpse, and she had a baby by the corpse, and then turned around and tried to sue the family of the dead man?
No, what kind of?
You lucky brother Mo, go sleep, because I hit him with that information. That nigga called me immediately. He wants that nigga Baltimore in the house, nigga. Wow. Be more codified. Get your t-shirts up. BeMoreCodified.com. Stay codified, y'all. Goddamn. Word up. And you gonna sue me for child support? Bitch, I'm dead. You know what I'm saying? You feel what I'm saying? I'm about to haunt your ass and shit. You know what I'm saying? You got some nerve and shit. And look, I was thinking like, damn, that must have been a black man and shit, but they showed a picture of her and the baby. He was white, or the girl, little baby was white, so was what it was. You know what I'm saying? And she said the shit was just moving on his own and shit on the dad's table. Like, damn, that nigga.
You trying to get some money? That's the true definition of you got to get it out the mud. You definitely.
Hey, look, plus whole his life. There you go. You know what I'm saying? Choo.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Chrome been crashing on me for the last week and a half.
Oh, really?
Hey, you know what you got to do? As a matter of fact, let me go check my shit since I'm talking shit real quick.
I'm going to probably have to erase it, uninstall it, install it back again.
No, not even. You ain't never got to do that with Chrome. The problem is, because I forget to do it too, you got to go to the settings and then go to About Chrome. That's the only way Chrome will actually update. you know what I mean, to fully update it, you know what I'm saying? Because you got to restart it. A lot of people don't know that and shit, you know what I mean?
No, a lot of times when I have my browser up all night long, I'll get up and I'll see that it says click here to update.
Right.
Update icon on it, but it's been doing this weird thing, and I thought it was my computer because the tabs will give me how much memory usage it's using, but I went to Opera. Opera worked just fine because YouTube kept crashing on Chrome.
Right.
And
YouTube definitely got some issues with Chrome, for real. And something's up with the YouTube app where that shit don't play shorts. They just keep the shorts will start buffering. That's a 60-second video. Why does shit buffering? You know what I'm saying?
Right. I think YouTube was trying to hit me up at one time because I got all of this extra protection on my browsers and stuff, and so they was like, you can't use YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Right. With if you don't allow the ads, and I was like, well, I guess I won't be using YouTube, you know. And then when I came back, after I did some updates on my computer itself, I came back and it let me watch the videos with all of the ad blockers and stuff that I got on it, because I'm not removing my ad blockers for nobody. I just want to read your article or watch your video.
Right.
But Opera, like I said, I loaded Opera up. Opera worked just fine. I got Avast, which seemed like it's just Chrome too, but Avast secure browser. It worked no problem. YouTube, no problem. Because I normally, when I go to sleep, I normally have 3 YouTube browsers up. One playing Winds, and one might be playing Howlin' Wolves and Thunder or some foolishness. And with some mystical woo BS in the background.
Rain and thunderstorm and shit. You know what I'm saying? You can't sleep, nigga.
I have all 3. I know homeboy had told me one day, he's like, I'm tired of hearing them damn wolves howl.
Get my nigga Walla up here.
And my niece stayed the weekend with me one night, and she got up and she said, Uncle Cookie, I was trying to be funny, but them damn birds is getting on my nerves. I don't want to hear no more birds.
Tweet. You want to Twitter and shit, tweet. You know what I'm saying?
I can't get out to sleep. She's like, nah, I can't sleep with them birds chirping.
Tweet. That's all, folks. You know what I'm saying?
I guess I'm getting on everybody's nerve with my little night saying. Can you just play down? I play 3 of them.
Oh man, that's funny as hell. Go get your ass on tape, put you on the ground one day. You know what I'm saying?
And listen, that's how from my time my boys was young up until they got older, that's how I used to get them to go to sleep. And when I want to calm the spirits that be renegading through my house with all this masculine energy, and they know, you know, it's time to quiet. You know what I'm saying? And I play some thunder and lightning or some strong wind sound. You know, that means sit y'all asses down back there. Shut up. You know, I want some quiet time.
Word up. Mama best folk and shit. All y'all get out of the house for 10 minutes and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm in one of them moves again. Yep, I need some zen. I need some peace.
Peace.
No line that one for sure. Now this shit. Hey, y'all probably already heard the reports that the Haitian president that was assassinated, his wife has been charged with his assassination attempt. So it says right here, Haiti gang boss attempts capturing police chief and ministries. Yeah, it's going down in Haiti, man. So a question was asked a couple spaces ago, well, more like last year, the year before at this point. You know what I mean? Should Black Americans go down and pretty much not take over Haiti, but like go down there and like straighten that shit up? You know what I'm saying? Because like the Muslims came down to D.C. and shook that shit up. Black Panthers shook up things in Chicago to California. You know what I mean? So should we go do the same thing since it's right here in our backyard and shit? Like, go shake that shit up. You know what I mean? But obviously we do segregate and delineate, and is that even our responsibility versus like at least, hey, look, fam, this is what y'all should be doing. You know what I mean? But they had so much war and chaos over the years. It's just like, and then obviously they get shitted on by the Dominicanos. I mean, no black probably Dominican mommy, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, damn, they ain't got nobody looking out for them and shit. But hey, it's the same shit up here. So it's like, damn, this is why, The only tellers is those that gets our reparations. But other than that, use a regular nigga for somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Keep it real. It's a regular nigga. You know what I mean?
I have to say a resounding no. Us global blacks, we have our own individual problems in our own individual lands. And I don't feel like with the problems we're facing over here, we're in a position to go to somebody else's country to have them straighten it out. I mean, I'm just at a point where, and this is even in my own family. I'm not getting ready to insert myself inside your shit because I got my own shit to do.
Right.
But if you're asking for help, and if the vast majority of you all, if your presidents or is looking for that type of help, then that's something to be considered. But it's sort of like being a busybody when you insert yourself inside somebody's business and they're not asking you to. That's being a busybody. So I say we should not be a busybody.
Nosy knocker.
Mind our own damn business and take care of our own house, because we got a lot of sweeping up in front of our own doors to do right now. A lot of sweeping up while we going over somebody else's homeland. We got a whole bunch of people in them homelands coming over here trying to get us to go to their homeland. No, we definitely don't need to be doing that. But I feel like it could be a possibility that they setting that man's wife up.
Get out the potato chip bag, man, unless you're giving us some. What flavor you got, you know what I'm saying?
I seen crackers. I got me some good cheese.
Some wines, you know what I'm saying? On a Saturday. Black State Radio, y'all. We even got food up here. See that shit? You know what I mean?
I ain't got no wine, but I got a little Henny.
That's the black wine, you know what I'm saying? Either that or Easy Jesus, what you know about that? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Little Boone's fine and shit mixed with it, you know what I'm saying? Now you got a motherfucker hurricane shit.
My mama's
monster and shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that was my mama's drink right there, that E&J, that Irk and Jerk, that Easy Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't gonna say it was hers, because when she would leave it too long, I dip in it. And they were mine too.
Go.
Oh man, what I want to say? Oh yeah, you mentioned the New York reparations. So the sister Dr. Deborah Jenkins, I want to say, she is a part of the task force. And so if you are connected to her, know her, she definitely will need our support, encouragement, and
you said she was on the task force?
Yeah, I believe she was selected on the New York task force, but she is one. She's probably, on her own, because there's some panties on that, some Pan-Africanists on that task force. So she gonna have a fight. She gonna have a struggle, but she is one that has been selected to be on there. So shout out to her. And again, she probably gonna need as much support as people can give, and prayers, and all of that as well. Positive energy.
All right, for sure. Now, shout out to Sister Deborah for sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shout out to her for sure. You know what I mean? Excuse me, Dr. Deborah. Shout out to Sister Dr. Deborah. You know what I mean? Jenkins. You know what I mean? If you were Jenkins, pat yourself on the back. You know what I mean? Knacker, we made it. You know what I'm saying? Real talk, yo. You really think about it, yeah, nigga, we made it right there, because that's like the first step. You know what I mean? Getting one of our peoples up on game, and then getting them in position. And that's what we've been talking about the last 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years. Hey man, we need to take over something, because when you look at it up here in the north, we don't own anything. We don't own a damn thing. Everything is owned by everybody else. And then I don't even like going outside, because I know I got to go spend money somewhere, so I might have to go to one of the Telenacre stores. So I just try to go to like Costco or something, or like one local ShopRite or something like that, and just try to buy everything I need from there and be done. You know what I'm saying? And I might hit the Dollar Tree for all the little knick-knack stuff, but that's about it. You know what I mean? Same thing with the food. You hardly see our Black American restaurants around here. You know what I mean? And then when we try to do something else different, like a taco spot or something like that, jokers don't support it or whatever. You know what I mean? Because we ain't even nowhere near the majority around here no more. I'm starting to see that as a lost cause, man. But it's like, some of us gonna stay up here and be stuck up here for whatever the reason. It is what it is. You know what I mean? New bridge driver rescued after semi-truck dangles from bridge. Damn, what the hell he was drinking? You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Yeah. I was talking to some brothers in the barbershop the other day when I took my boys over there, and they were talking about pooling their monies together to buy this like this apartment house. I guess it's a house, two family house or whatever, and sectioning off the rooms because they have some family members that's coming from up north that want to come down to the south. So they were coming up with a plan to buy some houses to do like a boarding house type situation. Yeah, boom. So I was sitting there thinking about that. I'm like, I know when I first moved to South Carolina, when I lived out of my aunt's house, I stayed in a boarding room in Orangeburg, and they had some pretty nice rooms and nice big, real big, nice, houses down there that had their own little space and everything, and that wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. A lot of times those houses went on the auction block because the people who owned them died, and didn't have family. And there is, when I was, back in the days traveling around, doing shit that I ain't gonna say, but there's a lot of old houses in a lot of these areas around here whose people died and children moved out of state and nobody wants the property or the house and they're just sitting there. And so if we can get people who would want, got a little bit of change to go and start buying those homes and investing in them a little bit, and most of them are in pretty good standing from what I remember. That would be one.
That's the way to go. That's definitely the way to go. There ain't no question without it. There ain't no question about it. That is definitely the way to go. Oh my God, I got a clear cache. God damn. The app has a bug. Wow. Ain't that about a blip, man? See what type of shit they got me under, man? They got me trapped, bro. They got me trapped. It's the first time that ever happened. Wow.
Just keep it real, yo. Let's be logical about this shit, man.
Because when I think about it, when the last guy who lived next door to me, when he moved out, it was owned by a black man had bought that house probably about 7 or 10 years ago, and he sold it to some Mexican American looking woman. You could tell she was Hispanic, but more white looking, but still Hispanic. And so for the last almost year now, these Mexicans have been living inside of that house. So she's basically doing the same thing. She bought the home, but now there's some straight up Mexicans, and they're all males, and there'll be 2 or 3 days out the week that sometimes they're not there. Some days you'll see 2 vans there. Some days it'll be 3. A couple of days nobody is there, and it's real weird as hell to me, but that's pretty much what she's done with that house, is she's allowing the people to come in because there's so many different random ones, and a lot of them look alike. Well, I ain't trying to be stereotypical. I'm just saying I ain't really staring, but I'm watching. But it'd be so many of them here, back and forth. I don't know if it'd be the same cats or not, but they all get up 5 o'clock in the morning, dip out, come back 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night, and roll back out the next day, same routine, and then you don't see them for a couple of days. So if they're practicing doing things like that, not to say that that's how we should have our people moving, but I'm noticing a pattern. And there's another house around here with a bunch of Mexicans and stuff inside there somebody was telling me about. So we definitely need to, see who amongst us got a little bit of change to put together and start buying homes, that you might have to start off, you always gotta, there's that saying in our community, you gotta crawl before you walk, But if you definitely want to come from up north to down south, if we had these random houses, safe houses, so to speak, where they could at least rent a room, until they got on their feet,
Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm.
And start advertising it like that, it's not a permanent place to stay because we need to be able to cipher all of our people who want to come in and out, But 3 months, at least, you should be able to get on your feet in that time and then move the next family down.
Yeah, I'm going to say probably like a year. To be honest with you, the way inflation is, everything going up except your paycheck.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then if you talk about moving from like Jersey to wherever you might be at in the South, the pay grade obviously may not be the same. The jobs, how the jobs is nowadays. Let's talk about that. What's up with the job situation? I ain't had a job in over 15 years. I've been hustling on the street, getting how I live. So it's like I'll file a 1099, pay my taxes when I feel like it. But other than that, I ain't working for nobody. So it's like, is the hustle going to be the same for me in whatever state I move to? Which I also lived in the South too, DMV. I lived in Maryland and DC or whatever, you know what I mean? Which some people don't even consider that the South. That's like up north to some people, you know what I'm saying? Because it's the same folks that's traveling up I-95, you know what I mean?
There's a lot of places that's hiring right now. It's your choice of whether you want to feel like, you don't want to take a low-end job, but even some of these low-end jobs are paying, starting off with a nice amount for, what it is you're trying to accomplish. You might not be making that Jersey or up north money, but you bringing in $300 a week, $400 a week here, that might be small potatoes, but anything is better than $0.
Oh yeah, for sure. A 9 to 5 piece of 10 to life any day. There you go.
You stack that, stack it and keep stacking, until you're able to afford something or find a better job. There's all kind of different. They got the job agencies here. They got that sign up today, work today place. That normally hires a lot of men. Places that need men to start working immediately. You go up there today, you hang around for a little while, somebody will come in and say, hey, we need 10 people to go down A, B, and C.
Right. Now, see, my thing is now, I need that funding system, you know what I'm saying? That $1 million loan, so I can turn around and hire your ass. You know what I'm saying? Go on over there and do some work show because DJ ain't working for nobody no more. That shit over with, you know what I'm saying? I can't work near the tether gang either and shit because I don't want to hear that shit. Nope, you know what I'm saying? So go on buy a CD from Manaka once in a while, subscribe to my YouTube, play some of my beats. Beat, you know what I'm saying? Keep it real, you know what I'm saying?
You can get that hustle effect too.
Oh yeah, you know what I mean? Well, to be honest with you, I've only been out of work for 10 years. So I already got still almost 30 points of Social Security, but the way they talk of Social Security, that shit might not even be around by the time I need to collect it.
Okay. But I mean, like a lot of people go out on the market and make money. Remember, I was telling you about the surplus earlier, and that's I ain't even getting ready to tell a whole lot of people about, but that's been a nice little change maker. But you go over there, they got iPads, some update iPads for like $100. You turn around, sell them on the market for $275, $250. Real so many Mexicans up there that's buying them. Hell, somebody just bought a Generation 3 from me for $100. You know what I'm saying? You can't even download nothing on that.
Right.
But they want it, and the surplus got all kind of different things up there. So you go up there with a little piece of change, and sometimes it take a little piece of change to make a little piece of change, make a bigger piece of change.
Right. Well, but I've been doing
already got stuff. You got, like you'll say, you got your CDs and different things you want to make. There's a market for that. You think folks down south ain't still buying CDs and DVDs and stuff like that? Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. So here's the thing, right? I've been doing e-commerce for over a decade. I was top 10 worldwide on eBay one year for hair care products. Real shit, you know what I mean? So I know what it is though, but it seemed like, you got to deal with like the frustration of e-commerce. It's like it's almost worse than retail. And I got 30 plus years of retail knowledge too. I could run the store. You know what I'm saying? Manager or loss prevention, you know what I mean? Or warehouse, whatever, you know what I mean? You do whatever it is need to be done in the store, I could do it. So I think the real issue is from what it is. I said America has stripped the whole notion of buying physical media out of your mind because it's all about streaming. Even though as an artist, I don't get paid from that, even though it's to your enjoyment. See what I'm saying? So how do artists combat that? You can't, because you ain't a part of the machine. You don't own Spotify. You don't own no Netflix for no visuals. You see what I'm saying? So it ain't up to you how it is determined you get paid on the back end. This is why Monique complaining this. You got Steve Harvey coon ass. Oh, this the money game. This the money game, trouble. You gotta play along, sister, to get the money. You know what I'm saying? We'll go, no.
I'm just saying it's a little bit heavier because, you know, brother got some thick lips, so you gonna have to say that. Look. Baby.
Look, act like a man, think like a woman, sister. That's how you get them. You know what I'm saying? And the answer is, you was wrong, Steve. You know what I'm saying?
But it's difficult if you're the artist, but if you're a seller like yourself, there's all different types of venues and ways for you to be able to get off on your stuff.
Well, I'm a jack of all trades in this music stuff. I'm the artist, the seller, the manufacturer. I'm sitting right next to the press plants. It's right here. I'm touching it. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the studio right now at the same time across the other side of the room. You know what I mean? Sitting talking to y'all. You know what I mean? Smoking a bone. You know what I mean?
You said you like to cook. Food trucks is real big and real hot right now. You could jump in a food truck.
Now, the situation with like the food trucks is like, I think that would be out of my league, even though I like to cook and all that, but I wouldn't do it professionally. But I got some homegirls up here. I've been trying to tell them about these ghost kitchens. And they been kind of getting on it. So, you know, hopefully when they get themselves situated, they'll go to hop on it. You feel what I'm saying? But I know a bunch of folks around here that do food trucks all day. Not to say my shit with one pop, but, you know, whatever. I'd rather try to get this music and movies off, you know what I mean? And promote them, you know what I'm saying? So on the back end of that, right? I promote like businesses around here, you know, give me whatever amount of money I might ask for, or maybe I do a barter deal with them, you know what I'm saying? You know, give me 250 of your business cards, I stick them in with my CDs and movies. Anyone come over here, you know, saying like, you know, referred by me or whatever, hey, give them 10-20% off, you know what I mean? This is why I need to stop playing to come up with my idea of our little black card, which would be our Green Book Card 2.0. You see what I'm saying? Hey, fam, when you're traveling to Jersey and you come into Essex County to visit Nook, you know what I'm saying? Nook, you know what I'm saying? You know what stores to go to by checking social. Make sure you got an account on social. You feel what I'm saying? So you know what stores to go to when you in someone else's neighborhood. Hey, fam, trouble, what's the spots to go to that's codified? They down with the reparations in your hood that got the good eats. Oh yeah, go over here, check the spot, Jersey Room over here. You know what I'm saying? And look at this hashtag, you know what I mean? They got the fire food. You know what I mean? We're looking for some Caribbean stuff. We know some couple Jamaican homes that get busy. They fuck with us, go over here. You know what I mean? So I've been able to do that over a course of 10 years. And pretty much doing the QR code newsletter. I got certain stores out here in the hood that got franchises that got the QR code newsletters up in there. But even with that being said, you can't force folks to engage the letter. That's been the problem. You see what I'm saying? Because it's just a QR code with no pictures. People don't know what it is. Sometimes folks don't always read everything clearly, even though it say fundedsocially.com on there. You know, it's too much ink time to try to press a whole picture up versus getting off QR codes. I can mass produce them cheaper, faster, more. You know what I mean? Just hand them out for free. I got bundles of QR codes sitting right here. I'm many unique, sister. You know what I'm saying? I got them in a multicolor of all black and white for Black History.
And that means that you need to get a little bit more creative. That means you need to put a catchphrase, a catchword, something that's going to catch their attention.
Right. Well, that's only for those that are receiving the letter without me actually telling them. See, I go hand in hand with the letter. So every person I meet, hey, boom, this is what I'm doing. Some people, most folks do engage it. And I always say, hey, you know, if you like the information, send me a donation through the red one. That's my color one, or the Kite Productions. And I wake up in the morning to be some bread in my cash app sometimes. You feel what I'm saying? But that's not enough if we're talking about getting our reparations collectively and trying to get folks to understand, hey, look, we ain't voting for the Democrats this year. Was good. What we about to do, fam? You know what I'm saying? Because it's about to go down if we choose wrong this year. And then I don't even think no matter how we choose, we already know either side ain't fucking with us. So, you know, I'll be having offline conversations just like me and you talking right now. Me and Black be going at it. New Star be going at it. Shout out to other folks I done met up here, having sideline conversations. Hey, look how you do this, Look, whoopty whoopty whoop, come on social, the information there. Whoopty whoopty whoop, I got the DVD if grandma don't want to use the smartphone. Whoopty whoopty whoop, hey, look, I got some QR codes for you. You can either download the picture, print it yourself if you got your own bread printer, or want to go to Staples and get them ripped down, or you can pay me to do it. I got my own print shit, support the nigga. That's all the shit is, yo. But even with that being said, you still need to find the time to have folks, find their own time to learn this stuff. This is why social is important. So you can say, hey, fam, look, we doing reparations over here. You come up on social, you make your own account, you got your own invite link. Hey, look, fam, you can mass text your whole contacts list from social and tell them to come up there. I ain't got no arguments now, man.
Any college students that go to HBCUs, because if you do, maybe you can get them to put some copies around campus.
Okay, so two things with that, right? Just like I tell News Tata, go holler at the student body union at FAMU. You feel what I'm saying? I don't got my car right now, but I still got a phone, so I can make phone calls. Get on the phone with your local campus, find out where the Black Student Body Union is at, find out who what do you call it? The student principal, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you call it, the student president. Student president. There you go. Know what I mean? And contact them where the Black folks at. You know what I mean? Hey, look, we doing this. You can come on and get do some pro bono work for the most part, but hey, maybe you'll get paid too, because the idea that I came up with, hey, I'm willing to give the kids free CDs and DVDs, newsletters, whatever it is you need. Even Moco agreed to this with the T-shirts. He'll give up a couple T-shirts just so kids could go out here and not have to work for no one while they're in school learning, and could just go out on their lunch break for an hour or two a day, 3 hours or whatever, and ask for donations for the newsletter. What it's costing us to print that shit up versus they could get $1 letter, because I get $1 letter. So if I know that I could get it, I can teach them to get it too. But, nigga gotta get on it. I'm only one man. I can only tell you what the plan is. Hey, yo, write that down too. I'm only one man. I can only tell you what the plan is. That's fire. Put that on the T-shirt, Moko. You know what I'm saying? What time is it? 3:26. Run this shit back, nigga. Keep it real, yo. But, hey, look. Like I said, the information and the hustle and the knowledge is already there. It's getting everyone else here in this room up on games to try to do the exact same shit. That's all it really is, in my opinion. Is you willing to do the exact same shit Black America, Homeland, and Black Majority State talking about? I know how to promo shit. I'm a DJ, I know how to get people to the party. Hey, look, this is how we're going to get people to the Black State. This is how we're going to get people understanding reparations. But everybody else here got to fall through. And then I ain't saying the ideas all peaches and cream. Yeah, this shit got to be tweaked. You feel what I'm saying? So, hey, like you said, you got to make it a little more fancy. Hey, that little more fancy might cost a little more money. You feel what I'm saying? Because the lights got to stay on. That take time to sit here and to design this shit. You see what I'm saying? That's what it really fall down to. So who here on the graphic design level got skills in the audience here that's willing to do some pro bono work?
Right. So my son is the vice president of the Black Student Union. However, he doesn't go to an HBCU. It is, a PWI. He's going on VA funds, so they're paying for it. So they only
government monies. You know what I'm saying? Brad Favre, you know what I'm saying?
They only had 10 schools in the state for him to choose from, and he had to go inside the state. So he wasn't able to go to the school he wanted to. Neither of them was, but unless they're willing to pay for it out of his pocket, and me and Daddy you gonna go to the one that they paying for.
Get a job, Naka, you know what I'm saying?
However, he is real good at designing, and he is very well, and I told him he needed to take this as a minor because he is very good when it comes to designing stuff and looking at stuff and making it better. Sister Taxation had him look at her reparation site when she was getting ready to switch it over and switch it up and change it up, and he gave some suggestions she appreciated. So maybe he could look at your QR code and I'll have a conversation with him about, what it's about and everything. And maybe he could do something with it, and he better not charge me. But if he does,
well,
I'll pay.
Uncle's up here gonna jump you, son. That's all it is. No,
I'll video him a couple of
look out, nephews. You know what I'm saying?
Like, look, I already owe you a couple dollars, son. Add it to my tab. Sure.
Word up. You know what I'm saying? All the times we done fed you, you know what I'm saying? Can't get a free design, nigga. No,
okay, don't make me show you my stretch marks from when you came.
All that, you know what I'm saying?
See these war wounds right here? This was you. This was you right here.
Look, right here. Look, the coordinates is right here. You know what I'm saying?
Coordinated.
No bullshit. That's funny as hell and shit. But like I said, you know, I don't think it's really even so much about the designs. I just think we need more graphic designers to do more work, to start pumping out shit that got to do with like News Title, Black State, shit that we're doing. You feel what I'm saying? Reparationist perspective, news, you know, my Megan, sister online, you know what I mean? Whatever it is we're doing, we just need more people to do the same shit. So when you come up here, just to make an example short, hey, you already know the first thing you need to do is retweet the space out, like the space, and share it with your friends and your other social sites. If y'all be on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok, and all these other WPI sites, why can't you share the same space? Like, you know, stop being lazy and that type stuff. Because when I come up here, no matter what space it is, I'm sharing that shit out to all other social sites. How you think the algorithm is supposed to work? You know what I mean? That just keeps seeing the same thing. Hashtag BSOA. Hashtag BSOA. Black State of America. Oh, what the hell is that? Oh, damn, for real? Oh, damn, I'm late. A lot of folks just getting up here, you know what I'm saying, understanding this information that Joker's been bombing for at least the past decade. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, damn, we lacking, yo. We ain't taking the time to take this information down. And like, look, fam, and I ain't saying you gonna agree with me right away, but eventually you gonna, you know, understand it.
Yeah, and I ain't trying to be funny, because Black been having these spaces for as long as I've been in Black space from the time I discovered spaces on Twitter after I got kicked off of Facebook. But I'm just saying, I know it's been about a year and some change now since I've been coming to his spaces, but it amazes me how other people, some who came from that other app, you know, hold spaces about the subject of Black State of America. And it's cool if people are having these spaces, but it's like when I hear some of the people inside of the spaces acting like it's a new concept, I'm like, where y'all been this whole time? Because Black been here the whole time. But I think it's like, you know, now that that documentary from Charles Blow had dropped, everyone's like, oh my God, I watched it and it was so great, and this concept is so, and I'm sitting there like, Black been holding these spaces every Saturday for the longest, and I don't, where you been? Why y'all acting like this brand new? This is, but anyhow, you know, if people are just coming into or just paying attention, or if it's in the documentary for it to kind of hit home, then it is what it is. But it's just weird to me. That's all.
Right. I mean, you know, but look, at the end of the day, you know, that's good. Charles Blow got the information, but we know where it came from. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to Black America Homeland as well. So with that being said, right, while we ain't doing all we can, those that are here, be here every Saturday, been here every Saturday, 8:30 sharp for the last year or two. Well, what you trying to do, fam? You know what I'm saying? To help get this shit up. You know what I mean? That's all it really falls down to. You know, I know what I'm capable of. I'm not sure, can't speak for the next foot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that's wild. Hey, y'all, you and Black, y'all have a good night. I got to go ahead and tear out because I got to get back up early tomorrow and get the schoolwork out the way.
For sure. Vacation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming up and keeping the space, you know, alive. Because I was like, man, you know, they glitching me out so much. So here's what happened. As soon as I stopped talking, I got an alert. This is the first time I ever got an alert. I got an alert on the phone. It said the X app has a bug on it. Clear your cache. And what's
I was about to tell you that, but go ahead though.
Well, that's what I'm about to say. What's ironic is I was thinking, you could probably see me mouthing it on YouTube. I was like, man, I need to clear my data and cache. I haven't done it in a while. So how does the X app have a bug on it and the phone tells you that there's a bug on it? That's crazy.
Well, not really. Where did you download it from?
I used the Play Store on my the same place, the same app that's been on the phone since I got it.
Okay. You ready for this? Upgrade your phone, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you why. Android 13 has Google Play Protect on it, where it scans for bug issues before it downloads. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay.
So this is the whole argument to upgrade, bro. You know what I mean? No bugs over here, perhaps. You know what I mean?
You know what? So I may be oh, you there? Go ahead, you got it.
No, I'm telling DJ to stop telling people to upgrade their phone. Why you didn't answer that girl back in that space in the comments the other night when she told you she just bought a new phone? Why you telling her?
She optimized it. I did answer. I showed that's Sister Empress. Yeah. I got her on social, so it's good. You know what I'm saying? That's our healing and healthcare expert right now.
Okay.
So she good. You know what I'm saying? Optimize that new phone, sister. You be all right. You know what I'm saying?
Tell a Black to get a new phone. Black might like his phone. Leave Black
alone.
No. He's old, nigga.
Yeah.
Like, look, like they'll be calling you the old man. You got the old phone, nigga. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I'm actually because you know that S24 keeps coming across the timeline, and
get that. I'm about to try to get it, yo.
With the AI, probably gonna need it. You know what I mean? It's just something you're gonna need.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I'm probably gonna start looking at that phone and figuring out what they want to try to charge and all of that. You know.
Yeah, they got 50% off. Matter of fact, let me look at this shit
because I gotta get two. That's the thing.
They got 50% off, bro.
I gotta get two. You said it's 50% off?
Yes, sir, bro. I was just looking at it the other day. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You gotta log in and all that other shit to really see the price difference and shit. But the best thing to do, like I'm trying to tell y'all, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all to go get a tax ID. But if you don't want to do that, at least use your social security number to start selling products. This shit is easy. But if you have a tax EIN number, therefore meaning now you get business tech support from these companies. You know what I'm saying? You get the business deal because they know you're doing business, so you know that you need a phone either for you or for all your employees. Y'all could be my employees if y'all get on the foot grind and start getting these CDs off now. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But hey, that's on you. So yeah, let's go over here. This S24. You know what I mean? So look, I'm about to read it all to you just real quick. As soon as this thing load, come on, shop now. Knock out some of these here. Knock that. All right. Hold up. Which thing? Yeah, it's forcing me to log in. Hold on a second.
Okay, let me say this because I just filed taxes. I was a couple years behind, but I got caught up. Yeah, so I do deduct phone and internet, and so I got two phones, right? So at first I was thinking, well, I'll just do half, one phone for business, one phone for personal. But you can deduct the whole expense and take 80% of it off of as a deduction. So that actually ended up being a bigger deduction. So yeah, that's what so I think I will get if they're 50% off, that essentially is like a buy one get one deal. So that puts me right back where I need to be because I need two to make it work. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Hold on, this thing is I got my phone on a link to Windows right now. Hold on 1 second while this thing is coming through. There it goes right there. All right. Yeah, because remember I was telling you let's go half on one. Buy one get one free when they had it over the holidays. But you was like, yeah, I got the two phones, so and you got your own account, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
But I think what I'm about to do is hold on, let's go to shopping. And see, if you go to I'm on the T-Mobile for business shit, so it's gonna look a little different. But if you go sign into your account, you'll see all the upgrades right there, bro. You know what I'm saying? And what your trading phones is worth, it tells you. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking what I'm about to do is take this A71 that I got and my Tab X6, even though it got a crack, or you know what I'm saying, the stabilizer got cracked, but ain't nothing wrong with the screen. So I'm gonna see if I could trade both of those in and get like an S24. It ain't gotta be an ultra one, but that's what I'm aiming for. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, one of my phones, because these were glass front and back, so the back of one of it is like completely shattered. It never fell apart, and it was in the case. But I don't, part of me wants to just keep it because I really don't like them having that data information. There's so much in these phones at this point that I would prefer to keep it. And just pay for it.
Lose it.
Would you say,
it, quote unquote?
would you say lose it?
Quote unquote.
Oh, right. Yeah. I know what you're saying, but I still got to get them to transfer the data too, because I need them
transfer
to
yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nah, Black ain't the one to tie into all this Google Sync shit, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no, I mean, is it iPhone?
Nah, it's Android.
Android, yeah, Google Sync, damn. Yeah, man. I mean, if it's Android, man, just download that shit, do a backup, and then just return it, man. That means Android. If it was iPhone, I would tell you to lose it. I haven't done that. However, you know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people who do and shit, and they basically turn off their Wi-Fi and their network, and they just use it for like music and shit like that. Like I know a lot of people in the studio be doing that shit, but ain't nothing gonna happen if you lose it and find it again. You're still $200 deductible on. I think Android is $150. But yeah, man. I'm the same way. I want to keep my devices and everything, but by the time I want to return it or anything like that, or try to trade it in, it's so devalued. You pay like $1,000 for the shit.
Mm.
So you keep it and just buy a new phone and shit. I mean, that's probably what you're doing. But if you want a new phone for your joint, there's a plan all of the networks have, all of the phone companies have. It's called business insurance. It's a multi-device insurance plan, and it's basically only like $2 more than getting than the individual insurance on one phone. But they don't tell you. They'll have you paying the device insurance for each one.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying? That's the trick. But if you do the business joint, man, you can put them all on a group, and you only pay like $2 more, and all of your devices are covered.
Right.
Like I got an iPad, a brand new iPad, because the older iPads wasn't in stock at one point, and a new phone. You know what I'm saying? And my phone, I did give that in only because I didn't have no photos, nothing on it. I didn't even use it. It was a second phone that I had, and it was and I cracked the screen. I only used it for phone calls. But the phone that I have like photos and stuff in, I don't never turn that. I don't turn those in.
I keep them and throw them in the drawer. They go in the junk drawer. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. So, how y'all been though, man? What's going on, Black? What's up, WPI? I'm Black. I know you for a long time, man. You got the same picture up. How you doing?
Hey, nah, just chilling, brother.
Yeah, I'm good. I keep that picture up because what I've seen in different accounts, branding exactly. Because when people change the picture, it actually, for me, at least the way my mind works, I don't even know they're the same person, even though the name is the same. It takes a while to catch up.
So you definitely know my voice. I know people who know me know my voice, man. But if you don't, it's men's. But I have a whole nother account on here as well. My accounts used to get taken like left and right. But ever since Elon Musk took over, I haven't gotten kicked off or banned or anything like that. I was banned for like a few years until Elon Musk got on. But yeah, we used to be in the same rooms a lot and talking about freedmen and Negro and Black American. And I'm always talking about reparations, throwing that in the conversation somewhere or another when it's relevant. So as soon as there's a little piece of relevance, I throw that in the conversation. But you already know, man, it's all about liberation. And I know your concept was like what you're pushing on is like having a majority state, right? A black majority state. I think I remember you having like a map at one point.
Yeah, every day, black majority state, absolutely.
Yeah, see how I remember that type of shit? And yo, you know something crazy? I'm gonna tell you how crazy it is, right? I did not know I was one of those what they call window lickers, because I'll be trying not to get too invested into the talking and all of that, because I have too much to say about a lot of shit. And but I was just listening to your room the whole time, and WPI was out here going crazy. He's going crazy, man. He's holding a room. And I fucks with him because I've been in his rooms and he's mad respectful. So I was like, man, let me come up in here and chat it up real quick, right? But the crazy thing is this, right? So I was listening to so first let me tell you how it started off. I was like, going down the timeline, and Roland Martin had had made a post, and he's talking about Mark Carter and that other dude, Isaiah Washington, which I'm not even going to get into that because he definitely did come out of nowhere. But hey, whatever, right? But he made a post about him. And he's like, so yeah, with y'all opinions and blah, blah, blah. He basically threw in Shirley Chisholm and a few other people. And then he threw in Malcolm X. And saying that, they were talking against him and all of that, blah, blah, blah. But that wasn't true. So it made me go look at Malcolm X speeches and stuff, right? And I found his Malcolm X speech, the one that has something that he said within it. And within that speech, he also talked about a black majority state.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? And I have it. I downloaded that joint because I was like, it's crazy because every single part of every conversation we're having, Malcolm X actually discussed every part of it within one sit down with politicians and so forth. I'm talking about not only, the focus on like Black Americans, not only the politics and us demanding what is owed to us because of what has occurred, but even having a majority state and the empowerment behind it in one whole conversation. So it's like, and you know what it made me think? Like, I stopped talking a lot on Twitter. You probably didn't realize it, but I stopped talking for a long time, just been like, incognito listening a lot. And I just started talking again on Twitter because I'm doing a lot outside of that. On the outside of that, I'm also like about, I was also asked to run for the House of Representatives to represent Athens, Georgia.
Oh, that's what's up.
A district out here, right? So I've been allocating my time in a lot of other areas, but once you get into the Twitter world, well, now X world, it's hard to kind of separate yourself because you get a lot of the ground zero, what I'm saying? When I say ground zero, I'm talking about grassroots, pure, undoctored, what I'm saying, opinions and feelings and so forth. When people don't say to you in face-to-face in everyday life, you get the raw.
Yeah.
That's what I look at, X as. It's you get the raw. And sometimes, yes, a lot of people be saying a lot of raw shit on here and they won't say it in person, but it can't take away from that. That's their mentality. So if you really want the raw, you got to go to places where people can feel comfortable being in a closet and talking their shit. You know what I'm saying? No matter how brutal it is or honest or brutally honest it could be. But a lot of it is brutal shit that they would never say in real life. And then the other side is a lot of brutal shit that they want to say in real life. But, different contingencies. But to wrap everything up, that when I listened to the whole speech and everything, I was like, damn. I was like, we're literally having the same conversations. And our conversations are as powerful because in his conversation, the only difference is his conversation is documented. It's in a video, it's vintage. And I'm looking at it and they're talking and there's different people, one person's talking about Negroes and immigrants, and minority groups. And the disadvantage and the people who are discriminated against and combining them with Negro and so forth. Another person is talking about, what the white person who's promising, through legislation and government, what they're offering and blah, blah, blah. and the Democratic Party and trying to pitch, direction to, for the Democratic Party. And then you have Malcolm X.
Wow.
And Malcolm X is talking about how, the Puerto Ricans were never lynched. And if and the black people, the people from Africa who have been discriminated against are only discriminated against because they're mistaken for the Negro. And then you have another person that's saying no, they were discriminated against, but for not as long as Black Americans were. But in this whole conversation is like the same conversations we hear on we've been hearing on Twitter and Clubhouse for 4 years now. And a lot of people have been like, kind of like, even myself at one point mentally, I was like, man, discrediting the efficacy of having these discussions on social media. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, this shit ain't doing nothing. But then after watching that speech tonight, I realized that actually these discussions actually would serve a great purpose. You know what else he mentioned in there, which was interesting? Today we say 40 million Black Americans. He said there's 20 million Black Americans.
Yes.
At that point in time.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? 1960s was when the speech occurred. So it made me think, man, about how, the development and the numbers and stats and so forth, and how they're matching our growth rate, our reproduction and development and sustainability. And I was like, how white people are matching our growth rate? Do you know how?
No. And definitely once you drop that, the speech, it sounds like it was more of an interview, a roundtable. Do you have a link to that?
Yeah, it was a roundtable. Yeah, it was a roundtable. I have the actual roundtable discussion. The link is not easy. I got it from I had to sit down and record the whole thing, but the link is hard to. It was on a PBS site.
Okay. Yeah, if you got the link, if you could shoot me the link, because we found him talking to Bayard Rustin where they literally say taking over a region of states, and he agrees with that assessment and that conversation. So it'd be nice to get more, because this whole space was about the connection between the Black Panther Party, the Republic of New Africa, and Malcolm X, and all the other people that were involved in that. John Henrik Clark was involved in the things that they were doing. So there were a lot of figures involved in what Malcolm X was doing during that time period that we don't necessarily know, because that information isn't readily available to all of us.
Yeah, I'll post the link to it and everything. Yeah, man, I have it. I'll post it before I get off. But to drop the bomb, it's not really a bomb. I mean, everybody does know. It's just that I guess they didn't connect the dots. Our rate has grown actually much faster than every other group of people if you subtract the different separate groups of people. So he spoke about 20 million. Today, they say like 45 million, but you got to take account for the millions that immigrated here and the millions that are actually spanning from slavery. People that were enslaved and so forth, and basically in here before indoctrination of the United States of America. So if you take 20 to 40 million, and you ask yourself, well, how is it that there's over 200 million white people? Well, that's the reason why race has existed, because see, black at one point was specifically black people. 40 million, 20 million of us, and from 400,000 prior to that, and everything. But then they created, they more implemented and reinforced this white groups, and they added to it. So what is white, right? Well, all the Hispanics are considered white. All Irish people considered white. Italians, Dutch, British, Scottish, Jewish, German. And they keep up with this predominant white class or white group by allowing immigration. You know what else he spoke about in his speech, which is crazy? He spoke about how the reason why the only time that white people ever gives black people anything or meets anything, close to anything that black people demand is after war or during war. That was fucking crazy. Because I think about now, and I think about all the wars we're in right now, and I think about what's coming, and I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was like a fucking step in history that's supposed to be going to the past, but it's like right now, present. It's like present history, if that makes any sense. Present ass history. How about that word? But yeah, I'm gonna send it so it don't sound like I'm babbling, man, and let you watch it, whatever. It's just gonna blow your mind. Like, just watch the whole thing. This is a whole bunch of black men around the table, and it's a white, reporter and everything. One of them, his last name was like Fuller. He was a politician.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, because for me, Malcolm is probably, I'd put him as number one in my if it was like a top 5 of black historical leaders, he would definitely be number one. And I'm trying to think, there was something that you said I wanted to comment on, but yeah, because we kind of were in and out and weaving in and out with the whole conversation about him, this organization called RAM, his OAU, and it was after the nation when he went from being about the religion that he was following and kind of building that up to actually focus on Black American political strategy. And there was the political part, and then there was the military part, and they were actually doing both. When you said 20 million, because I brought that up earlier, so yeah, 20 million then, 40 plus million today, and there is the Holocaust of Roe versus Wade, which started in 1973, of 20 million plus black babies that did not get the chance to be born. And so, in fact, our population would be somewhere closer to 60, 70, 80 million had that not occurred. Now, the reason the white population is at 200 million is because they imported 100 million. That is the estimate, Europeans into the country since like the early 1800s, all the way up, and even still now technically, but that 100 million spans over roughly 200 years of them bringing these people over here. And that was done intentionally to keep us at the bottom economically and demographically. And they're doing it again with all these other groups of people from all over the planet. And this time around, they want to reach 400 million. And right now we're at 330 million or something like that. So that says they got to bring in roughly 80 to 100 million more people in order to get to 400 plus million because of death and everything else that can occur in when you bring in that many people. So we're going to be dealing with a demographic shift that is going to be as significant as it was at the turn of the 18th or 1800s into the 1900s. They're essentially repeating that, and we survived that back then, and we are very strong people, and we tend to survive things. I think we got to move from survival mode to actually thriving and self-determination and having authority to protect our population, so that we're not in a constant state of trying to survive while they keep bringing in all these different populations from all over the planet Earth to push us further and further and further down. Because at some point, you get to the point where you no longer can survive. And even with the recent, Supreme Court Roe v. Wade and some states, banning abortion altogether. I just saw a post that said there's been an equal amount of abortions across the country. So people are figuring out ways to either go to the state next door, where they may allow abortions or whatever they're doing. Maybe they're even taking flights to go somewhere to have an abortion, but it hasn't slowed down the number of abortions, which has been very detrimental to our population because we live in a majority rural society, and we got to get our numbers up, or we got to concentrate our population so we can have political authority here.
Yeah, we definitely got to get our numbers up too, fam. You know, this is what me and Sister Trouble actually having a backdoor conversation about trying to get our numbers up and tell people about what's going on with our cause and our plight and shit, stuff that's going on within our communities, man. A lot of folks either they don't know or are privyless to the information, act like they don't want to know, or don't care, whatever how it is. You know, we need to make sure folks is engaging this information. So, you know, my objective is, hey, what are you doing about it to make sure that folks get this information? That's what it is, man.
Yeah, indeed. And anytime you get a nugget from Malcolm, it just adds more, in my opinion, more validity to what we talk about. And any of those historical figures where you can find them saying something like Frederick Douglass saying, "Don't leave the South. This is where the power is." Way back in the 1800s. It just adds more confirmation to what we talk about, because I think our people are in this mind spell of hesitation and fear, maybe some of it's hesitation. It's a mix of a lot of different emotions, um, being conditioned to survive and thinking that we'll always be able to survive, even though they're shipping all these people into Chicago, they're shipping people into Atlanta, they're shipping people into New York, they're shipping people in wherever we're at, all over California and Texas as well, obviously. And there's got to be a breaking point where we just are not going to be able to survive anymore. They're not investing in our communities. They're not protecting our communities, and so we just end up in these desolate regions with no investment, and everything that we need is outside of our community. So we got to go over there, spend money, boost up their tax base, and then we're just left to languish, like a garden that's not being tended properly, or something of that nature. And we got to change it. Ultimately, it comes down to us. There's only going to be 1 to 10% of us that are going to do anything to make the thing happen. And hopefully we find enough people that are ready to make it happen, because for what it's worth, watching the news, and DJ started going over some of the stuff that's happening in the news cycle. These people that have come here, there's a picture of, it's a black man's neck that was cut open with a machete, I got to assume. I've never seen a wound like that in my life. It went down damn near, it looks like, you can see the pink, the fat, everything. It looks like it's at least 2 inches, or at least an inch, into this man's neck. It's amazing they didn't hit an artery. And it's just one of those situations where it's like, you would have to be armed, but I don't know if you can actually legally carry a weapon in New York like that. And you can, or you can't.
No, you can't.
See, so that's a problem right there. Because you're
have a knife over 4 fingers, bro.
Yeah, that's a gray area. Basically, you could apply for concealed I mean, you can apply for everything that you could at other places. It's just certain weaponry and it's also a longer, stringent process. But as far as whether or not you can own a gun, man, when I was living in New York, I owned many, whatever. Obviously, but if you talk about legally, and I can say that now because I'm a legal gun owner, but if you talk about legally, yes, it's a longer legal process. If you have a home and you don't live in a city, you can definitely have a shotgun. That's considered a rifle. It's just, again, a lot of people don't apply in New York, specifically Black Americans. A lot of white people do have guns in New York, but a lot of Black people who have guns don't have them legally because the process to apply for them is very long, and they're not required to get back to you in a certain amount of time, like Georgia and other southern states. Out there, I think it could take up to 1.5 years before you actually have a full, clear cut, approval for a license and so forth. So it's truth to it. But in New York City, no, you can't walk around with at the time I was out there, you couldn't walk around with a knife that was more than 4 fingers long. And if you had a knife that was less than 4 fingers long, even if it was a box cutter, when I was out there, we had stop and frisk and all of that too. And I got caught up with a box cutter, and they were like da da da, and I was like, nah, I just came from work. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to have a reason to even have it, or else they'll like stretch the whole interrogation process, or should I say investigation process, and bring it to the interrogation process. After they detain you, they'll arrest you, and you literally have to go to court and go through all of that bullshit. So it's like kind of like a lot of people in New York City have been like, I would say, not traumatized, but they've been, harassed enough to where it's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, to me, it's always worth it, but I can say that for the majority of people that I know in New York City, they don't even carry because they don't even want to deal with the headache. Because a lot of people in New York City, specifically Black Americans where I'm from, they're like one check away from, rent and anything else, and one emergency away from debt.
Right.
So, yeah, man. But that's why I push that a lot of New Yorkers at this point should get out of New York, or move upstate or outside of the city, because that city is a trap. I mean, that was one of the ghettos that they moved us to. And I'm gonna talk about the Seneca Village. I'm talking about after the 1950s when up north became more industrious. That was the place where they utilized, they was utilizing us already as cheap laborers, and then when more immigrants came in, they utilized them for the cheap laborers. Now out there, if you don't have like an executive position, or you're not working for the police or a state job, you're literally head above water with the high taxation and outrageous mortgages and rent. That's going to keep you in the struggle. So it's like I encourage for a lot of people to get the hell out of New York before the other states like Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina become just like New York, because it's only a matter of time at this rate of immigration if we don't stop this shit.
Yeah, that's facts, man. If you know anybody from the New York City area, tell them to move to Delaware. I spoke to
Delaware is another one. Yeah. I didn't. Delaware is only because of the climate. I didn't like permanently stay there, but I've been to Delaware many times. Partying and just hanging out and shit when I was younger. I went to Delaware Gap. You know about Delaware Gap, the white water rafting and all of that shit. That used to be like a little getaway. And I actually like Delaware for the most part, but I don't like the seasons, the different seasons. So, I'm in North Carolina and Georgia. I'm always back and forth North Carolina, Georgia. Then I go up to New York because my family refuses to leave. And a lot of New Yorkers are prideful. That's really what it is. A lot of New Yorkers are like, there's really nothing there at this point other than it being New York. Like it's just a lot of New Yorkers are very prideful. We were stained with the mentality. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Yeah. And they take pride over that shit, man. I mean, that's the only reason I can see, because as far as politics, as far as society, you know, the social level, as far as like academics, is not amazing like it used to be. Academically, we used to be able to say that, like, you know, we score better and we're smarter. We used to talk a lot of shit, but you can't say that anymore because everything is now digitized. Yeah. And you have access to everything. It's like kind of no excuse to be ignorant if you live anywhere else outside of New York, like how it used to be. You know, New York used to be more progressive and more innovative. You know, and of course, socially, because we're around so many people, we were able to communicate better than a lot of people in other areas. At least we thought, you know what I'm saying? And then you learn a lot of things that, like, everybody else doesn't have the accent. It's New York people that have the accent, things like that. You know, yeah. So again, it's like, I think the only thing that really people lack until New York is the pride and everything, because when it comes down to society and politics and shit, man, they've been getting, you know, should I say we, but they've been getting done dirty for like the last 40, 50 years at minimum. You know what I'm saying? Like, before, New York was good because of the social programs as well, insurance and everything. You know, the insurance and everything. But now you could go to Texas and Georgia and still get almost good doctors and access. Now you have, you know, well, North Side, that's being taken over by a lot of, you know, people who are not black, but or Black Americans, but from other groups and stuff. North Side, that you know, in the Spelman Hospital and all of that, like the number one hospitals, black hospitals, is right here in Georgia. And but before, you know, it was contested. But now I don't see no reason for people being in New York. I mean, honestly, I don't see no reason why Black Americans are remaining in New York, because majority of Black Americans in New York actually have ancestors that's from the South anyway, like myself. On both sides of my family, all my ancestors from North Carolina and South Carolina, and some from Georgia, and even Louisiana. So it's like, I don't understand what the latchet, you know, other than pride. I don't see what other reason people staying in New York. Money is you get paid, you know, almost double six figures. Some people get triple six figures, but after taxes and mortgages, man, you basically get paid around $67K a year. You might as well come to Georgia. Or Delaware. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing here in Jersey. It's high as hell, man. Rent high as hell.
Jersey's the same thing. Look, Jersey's like, what, $5 less than New York?
Word up, you know what I mean?
No, back then, no, don't get me wrong. Back then, Jersey was like the next spot to go to from New York. It was much cheaper, but now it's not. Jersey is just is damn near just as developed as New York is, man. I remember people was running in Newark and Camden. I remember that when, yeah, man, that was like 20 years ago. Like 20 years. Now people ain't running there no more, man.
Yeah, that's over with, bro. For sure, that is definitely over with.
So, Black, you been in Delaware your whole life, man?
No. I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. But the
Heinz factory.
Well, the Heinz factory. Yeah, I guess that's an iconic thing over here.
Nah, I mean, I learned that from my ex, man. She don't eat no ketchup besides Heinz and shit. I never knew there was a difference in ketchup until she put that shit out. Now, my whole life I've been eating Heinz for the last 25 years, man.
Yeah. Heinz is good. Red Gold, which is like I think that's out West Coast, man. That's actually really good ketchup too. But yeah, Heinz is this thing, but they were bought out years ago, I think by Dole or some big conglomerate. So I don't even know I don't think they make it here anymore, to be honest. But I almost opened up a bar. I almost opened a nightclub in a church that was right next to that Heinz. They're now lofts. They've turned a lot of that warehouse space into lofts, luxury lofts. But that thing never materialized. you know. So it's one of those things where I'm always trying to get in the bar business, and I'm very, very close again. Once again, should be kind of getting these doors open because I've had this thing back and forth with the state of Pennsylvania, and the attorneys working on that part and all of that. You know how that goes. But the thing about Delaware is that it's 27% Black American. Wilmington is over 60% Black. Dover is about 40+% Black. The schools have more Black American students in both of those large cities, or their large cities, based on their population. They have more Black students than any other demographic. So the future is Black in those two of their major cities, and then we just have to find a way to get more Black people to move into the other areas of the state in order to get the majority of the state legislators, the state senate, and then ultimately be able to elect a governor and U.S. senators across the state. And the estimate is somewhere around 200,000 new voters. In order to do that, to accomplish that, would give us control of the state of Delaware. So I know between New York, New Jersey, and Philadelphia, there's more than enough of us that could move into Delaware that could make that happen. The only it's not really an issue. It's just a matter of how long will it take to talk to enough people and convince enough people to move to make that happen. I think as people start to move in there with this plan and this intention, and we can take over some local governments and get some local seats and get some state rep seats as well, that will actually help accelerate the movement a lot quicker. And then it'll essentially take over, have a mind of its own, if you will, until we get to full state control. And then that will encourage and inspire others to take over Mississippi. And then we have, all the other states that are on the map. But those are the two that we focus on now. We've really condensed the map that you probably used to see down to these two states, because these are the two states that can happen the quickest. Turn these off. I'm gonna start to shut down the YouTuber situation and get it where it's a little less litty.
So my question for you is like, do you think that people are going to migrate? When I say migrate, I mean like, are they going to relocate from one state to another off of instruction and pushing out the message, or it's going to be something that triggers, such as like an event?
Yeah.
Whether that is, the reduction of employment or war or like homegrown terrorism.
That's a great question. So we often talk about a Black Swan event, Black American Homeland, who's not in here anymore. We kind of, I think, because he was talking about this a lot longer than I have been, and then we kind of found each other on this app or on the Twitter platform, and we've talked about this Black Swan event, but we're already in a Black Swan event with this immigration situation. And we kind of have already been in a Black Swan event because of everything else, whether it's the police killings, the subtle racism within hiring, and every other area of society where we are marginalized and really oppressed. We've kind of already been in it. We just conditioned to survive and think about, well, we can, even though it's hard, even though it's tough, we'll get through it, we'll manage. We've had that mind state. And so if you're talking about domestic terrorism, then that becomes a situation where I don't know if there's going to be enough domestic terrorism in one particular area that pushes Black Americans to leave like the state of New York, um, because that would mean that the police have are totally, I mean, intentionally um, looking the other way, allowing this violence to occur. They're complicit in that way. There's no federal response. There's no state response. That it would be almost just not a logical way to think that we could depend on something like that happening. Chicago is actually a really good test case, because what we're seeing is people are starting to stand up and stand back and voice their opinion. But the problem is, the opinion that they're voicing is, we're gonna fight for our community. We're gonna hold on to Chicago. And although we've been trained to think that way, and that sounds good and it looks good in these clips, the problem is, once you're surrounded, and they will be surrounded in Chicago. um they're already surrounded by Europeans, but ultimately they'll be surrounded by Latinos, Hispanics, Mexicans, whatever they are, foreigners. And then it'll be very difficult outside of their neighborhoods, where they may have some political power. They have a few aldermen or city council reps or whatever they call them out there. Their power, just like in LA, will become less and less and less and less, and it'll just eventually slowly go into the abyss, just like in California. Um, and so people who are not thinking long term, who are not just acknowledging things for what they are, not as what we hope they would be, will find themselves in a boiling pot of water. It's a slow process. um you don't realize that the water is boiling, and eventually, at some point, you're just cooked. You're just cooked. And so they're kind of going through that process now. Everybody's hopeful. I'm hopeful that they can reverse it, turn it around, but it doesn't really seem like that's going to be the case. And so these black swan events that we talk about don't seem to be significant enough, violent enough, to actually shake people and wake people up enough that they decide that it's time to move and migrate and concentrate. So it's going to have to be through education and advocacy, and through example. And the only real example, it will be, people move to Wilmington, people move to Dover, they get elected in the city council and the mayorship, and then they invite more people to move in the surrounding towns to do the same thing. Because I think if, I don't know if I said this in a space, I certainly have been thinking about it for a few months now. If violent mobs, how they got the Patriot Front and all these other different psychopathic groups, these Nazis, red and black Nazis running around, if they were riding around in black SUVs in broad daylight, getting out and murdering people in the street, I don't think that we would move. I don't think we would move. I think our initial reaction would be to arm ourselves and defend ourselves and stay where we are. And I think that it's one of those things I say. I hope I wish Malcolm X would have survived, and he would have focused on the politics, and it would have been very specific to Black America. He would not have gone on that international thing that he went into. Just focused on Black America, focused on the politics, run the numbers, get people elected, concentrate the population, and put us in a position to have state authority, because we would have it by now. If that whole plan that morphed into the Republic of New Africa was very militant, was just political. The Black Panther Party, once they got over the militant part of it, they kind of went into politics. If it had all been political from the beginning, and the people we're just focused on the politics, that we might already have a few black majority states today, at least one, if nothing else. And I think I think we probably would have got one each decade since the '60s, which means we'd be at 6 or 7 by now, or headed towards 7. We'd be in a much better position. So we're starting at ground zero. We can't depend on violence to be the trigger, and we can't depend on, because that's the push, and then the pull from the Great Migration was factories. There's not going to be factories for us to run to. Um, and this is not going to happen that way. So we have to find jobs, start businesses, find opportunities where we can pool our wealth, pool our earnings, support each other, have some social thing that connects us. If it's a church, if it's a social club, whatever it is, something in the community where we do go, a park, and we spend time together and we discuss politics and family and things of that nature. And, we just build a real community that is impenetrable by the Democrat Party, the Republican Party, the Green Party, Libertarian, whatever. None of them white parties can penetrate, Black American thought. And we use political parties for our usage, our benefit, for what we want to accomplish, not what their platform says that they want to accomplish. Um, because we know our people are going to vote Democrat. We got to run as Democrats. I don't know what you're choosing to run as, but there's thousands, tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of voters that are going to vote Democrat no matter what we say or do. And so we got to use that party to get into position to write laws and legislation. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. God. Man. Okay, I got glitched out, but hopefully that answers it. It's got
it. Yeah, there's a few points. I agree with you, man. I agree. I was already thinking. I wanted to chime in and say that before you said it, but I have a reason. I have a reasoning behind why. Okay, what you had said earlier when you said, so that people getting killed if some racist group. I'm just paraphrasing, but some racist group just came out or whatever reason just started mass murdering Black people. We would actually try to defend ourselves. We wouldn't try to leave. I think it's way more deeper than that. Yeah. I think regardless of how we react, defending ourselves, seeking protection or even like what the first instinct would do. I was watching this documentary about like the different stages of what would happen if there was like a civil war, or doomsday, and it was like the first thing people would do is hide out. They would all stay in isolated areas, secluded areas for as long as they could, and hope that the process runs through. Wow. Until they actually run out of their own food and they have no choice but to venture out. Wow. And I think the reason why, because it's happening now, I think the reason why we don't see this happen is the same reason why I think that we wouldn't leave when there's like, red flags. And that's because I think that we are programmed and that, most of our hormones is in sync to react to artificial display, like social media and the news and so forth, and radio or whatever. And until that shows like that red flag or those alerts, like even what we see today, because we're so in sync with social media that we're numb to crime and brutality as much, more than we ever have been. Like if a person gets shot in front of you today versus if a person got shot in front of someone hundreds of years ago, you would not actually react the same way because you watched it so many times. It happened so many different ways, fake or not, on TV and on social media, let alone in other countries and news. Yeah. So I think that in order for us, like you said, like education, right? Yeah. And I feel the same way, that like the only way you can really, get people to get it is like to educate them. But then I'm like, nah, it's gonna take way more than that, because these people are, their psychoactivity is so contingent and based upon the TV and their phones. You know what I'm saying? And like it's like you talking to them or teaching them something is going to go into the basket or the bin or backlog of all the other stuff they've seen already that's much more dramatic. Wow. Like you could tell somebody, man, you're going to die if you stay here. Wow. And then it would not be as much or matter as much to them, unless like, someone close to them is like, getting their brain splattered in front of them, man. And I've seen it. I've seen like, yo, I seen the person get killed when I was a kid multiple times. All right. And each time I can speak from experience. It was different. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that changed, the only thing that didn't change is that period that, the wow period. But each time that period got shorter and shorter. You know what I'm saying? Like the questions that I asked the first time was not the same questions I asked the second time, because I already answered those questions the first time, and so forth. Why did this happen? How could this happen? Like, why would somebody do something like this? How many times do you ask yourself those questions when you see that on TV? Yeah. To the point where, like, you know what I'm saying? It's life. Timeline. It's fucked up, but it's true. Like, you see kids, like, I've seen adults that happen to, but when I got older, the first kid other than what I heard of in person in my neighborhood, you know what I'm saying, was watching that Trayvon Martin video. You know what I'm saying? As, like, just watching that video, like a kid screaming for his life. The kids that I've seen, the two kids that I've seen get killed were like sit on that step in Brooklyn on Bainbridge. Y'all probably heard about that little girl. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't even talking yet. And another one was the kid in the park, at Tompkins Park, got caught in the crossfire. But what I'm saying now is today, even talking to like youth, they're way more trained and numb to like the things that we would feel is cautious or outright red alert. So it's like the only way I think that we could really, we would have to basically figure out a way to advance our education, in a way that like gives people like a flight or fight effect. Yeah. Because that's really the only way they're going to leave. You know what I'm saying? You would think that the stuff that's happening today, and like, I think the whole America is boiling. When you talk about boiling, I think the temperature gauge is immigration. It is immigration. That's the temperature gauge. And by the time we realize that this country's been this country's been taken over. That's when it's like it's too hot for you to get it go anywhere. It's you know what I'm saying? You watched it for too long. Yeah. That's, I think, the correlation between the temperature of the fire under the water, and or the temperature of the water before it becomes boiling, and America would be immigration and boiling and water that's simmering. And I think that the water is simmering right now. Yes, sir. And it's slowly simmering, and we're enjoying it. Like, our feet, it's comfortable. Damn. It's not. But by the time it's uncomfortable, it's already too late. Yeah. And I see that because I came to Georgia in 2012. Damn. Georgia is starting to look like New York. Damn. I'm telling you, it happens so fucking quickly. Like, I can't go nowhere. Like, I'm talking about storefronts, all the way down to walking pedestrians. That I'm going to, like, I could be driving 2 miles and I'll see like 6 different, Hispanic families. And I'm in Athens, Georgia. Atlanta, Georgia is even crazier. A lot of people think Atlanta, Georgia is a black Mecca. That shit is not what you think it is anymore. Wow. It's not what you think it is. There's a lot of we're like the beacon for these people, yo. Damn. And I've been to North Carolina, South Carolina. Same thing, man. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. I went out to the country in North Carolina, Littleton, North Carolina. I've seen people with acres of land. I thought they were like Black American. They just moved there like 7 years prior. 7 years prior. You know what I'm saying? I was like, hey, how long y'all lived out here for? Oh, we just moved here 7 years ago. What? So I'm just saying, like, it's happening very quickly. I'm not trying to, like, actually I am. You know what? You know, like, a lot of people say I don't want to be an alarmist. Oh, no, I guess I'm being an alarmist. Like, the shit is serious. It really is serious. And I think that's actually, like I was saying earlier to you, why we're not moving is that maybe we're not sounding like alarm. We're trying not to sound like alarmists. Like, white people have dreaded alarmists and wokeism and all that shit out. They destroyed so many of our fucking terms of where we would, like, you know, be feet on the ground, get the fuck out, pew pew, like, run out that motherfucker. You know, it's hot in the kitchen. They've deaded everything so much that, like, we don't try to become that. Like, we don't, like, it's like, stay woke. We don't like saying that no more. And it's like being an alarmist, like trying, and when you should be alarmed, we don't like doing that either, because how many times have they did that to us? They tricked us and shit. So we're so, like, persuaded to not want to do that shit. Anyway, what I'm saying is, I think, like, there has to be a phase of deprogramming before education can truly be effective. That's how bad it is. When I say deprogramming, I'm talking about, like, a lot of people try to intertwine education with deprogramming. But deprogramming is more like awareness. It's like a thing of opening your eyes. Like, you try to educate somebody that's programmed, they're going to ignore you, or they're going to act like they're listening to you, or they're going to listen to you, but it's not going to be able to combat what they've been programmed to actually take as priority, or accept as priority, or react to as priority. Right. You know what I'm saying? And you know that people are programmed because you can look at social media, and if something happened, like, you can look at the R. Kelly case, you can look at the Bill Cosby case, you can look at the Trump, all the Trump bullshit. You can look at Candace Owens, anything that's, like, you know what I'm saying, mainstream. What's something that was big that just recently happened? Puff Daddy, Diddy. I don't even watch that shit, but I know everything because of other people who've literally talked about this shit. Like, they're talking about themselves and talking about their own community and shit. You know what I'm saying? What this Diddy and his relationship with Meek Mill's and all this bullshit, right? Why do I know about that? You know what I'm saying? And let's not talk about, like, the shows and shit, but the bottom line is, like, they know about Cardi B and her showing her breast. Why do I know about that? I don't look for that shit. I don't watch that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that right there triggers people to react much faster than if someone's getting a brain splattered in front of within their neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? And the way we know this, because they would be talking about that more if it was really that, profound, or that, what they call it, if there was a shock value on that shit. But that shit's not shocking to them. What's shocking to them is shit that they put on the news or media. And, finally what I want to say is, like, so you was right about that. If they was just shooting people, people would probably just try to defend themselves. But I just say that it was even worse than that. They would still remain in their communities, and they would go home and then probably wait it out, or look at the news to see if it's safe to come out and see what happened to. They'll look at the news and literally watch and see if the person was arrested or not, and come on social media and talk about the shit, or read on Facebook to see what happened and all of that. And I think that what has to happen is, like, unfortunately, what has to happen is it has to be something that cannot be hidden from them. That cannot be, in whatever way, it has to happen to where it can't be swept under the rug. It can't be, like, cushioned on social media. It has to be something so detrimental that it cannot be, what does it say? Reduced on TV. It has to be something that happens that there's no way you can actually communicate it happening. Because they do that to a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're doing it right now. You know how many recently, this was last week. I'm not sure if you heard about this, but there was a UGA jogger. It was a white girl.
Mm.
She was jogging and she was killed by a Venezuelan. They're now saying that the Venezuelan panicked and killed her.
Mm.
But he was also an illegal. This happened about 5 minutes from my house, over here by UGA. You know what I'm saying? And gun-toting Georgia. You know what I'm saying? You would think that everybody around here would be fucking, you know what I'm saying, lined up, ready to burn down City Hall and go to Atlanta and demand the governor to do something, Governor Kemp. You know what I'm saying? Because they consider, you know, our mayor said that this is not a sanctuary city, but it is.
Mm.
It is.
Mm.
It is. Athens, Georgia. You would think that they would be doing something going crazy and shit like they do for everything else that, you know, that has anything black behind it, right? Nothing. As a matter of fact, black Americans are making more noise out here than anyone else about immigration.
Wow.
And about what it means, because I guess a lot of us, we came from other cities and stuff. Like, it's very rare to actually meet someone, a Georgia native versus someone from Texas, Chicago, New York, Florida. I meet black Americans from everywhere else more than I do black American natives.
Wow.
And a lot of the people that are from everywhere else are way more vocal. Maybe, you know, you might have a point. So, what has to happen is, like, you see, that didn't alarm this country as much as it should have. And that's not the only case. You had an 11-year-old girl that was used to gun, you know, murders and shit, and shot somebody in the freaking face. Forgot what state that was in. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so like what I was saying. Okay, so the immigrants, that is correlating to the boiling water. I think that, like, you know, the water is boiling, and by the time we realize it, you know what I'm saying, we're gonna be outnumbered. And I think what's gonna happen, yo, because I was listening to the Malcolm X joint. What's gonna happen? See what they're doing it again. They wash, rinse, repeat. They're gonna increase, and they're gonna allow immigrants to flood into this country. And while all of the experienced military is out fighting wars, and a portion of the immigrants who want the citizenship are out there fighting the wars, black Americans are likely going to get so fed up that they end up making a move. You know, they end up doing something, tearing shit up, which is what they're afraid of. And they're going to use the other portion of immigrants and people who want to be accepted to the white side to basically combat us. But here's the catch-22. I think that this country is sold. You know what I'm saying? And then we're going to be about taking it back. But I think that whatever we take back, whatever states we take over, whatever that looks like, we're going to be back to farming and shit. They're going to be on AI and technology, and where the production sites are going to be are not even going to be on this land. The production sites, carriers, and so forth, that shit's going to be all auto, digital, AI, and so forth. And, like, the only way, this is what I think. I don't think at this point that the rich actually have a stake in any physical property within the states. I think they're going to be in their own isolated place while everything is running automated. And the way they're going to penalize the people is if they rob these things, whatever, then they cut off production or manufacturing or circulation.
It sound like
and whoever knows, maybe that's in Israel. Who knows? Maybe it's on Mars. Who knows? I'm not, who cares about all that? But the way I see rate of technology and the choices that this country is making, it's like this country is sold. Like, there's no way that you can convince me with the amount of it's basically open borders, and you can't come up with no reason why that would happen other than, either Biden is compromised. You know what I'm saying? Biden is compromised, and this country's,
I guess this country's stability doesn't matter because they're going to force us to be stable because our livelihood is going to be contingent upon imports. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we be talking about a lot of military stuff. See, me, I know how to farm. But how much can you farm if the soil gets contaminated? See, me, I know how to shoot. All right? But how much bullets you going to have, you know what I'm saying, when the world's going batshit crazy, right? And I also know, and I know how to filtrate water and all of that. I know how to do all of that shit. That's why I moved to Georgia. To literally explore and like on some Judgment Day shit, right? But what happens when the rest of the people around you don't know how to do any of that? When you're farming, you're a target. Your bullets, you're a target. Women,
Oh, damn it. They still glitching me, even though I did the whole cache. I dropped the damn cache. Come on, mans.
able, and how would rich people continue to remain in power? Well, they will basically say, well, if y'all continue good behavior and this happens, we won't cut off electricity, we won't cut off the water. Like, they control all of that shit. And that's what they're going to be doing with AI and all of that shit, man. They're doing it partially in China. The only way that we're going to be able to prevent ourselves and keep some level of humanity is, or as I say, you know, keep some type of maintenance is if we prevent that from happening. But I don't think that we're going to be woken up by that time. I think by the time that happens, like you said, it's going to be boiled over, and society is going to be maintained by, you know, performing and conforming to whatever it is you're supposed to do. UBI, you don't think there's a reason why these conversations are coming up? UBI,
man.
Universal Basic Income, AI, automated driving, all of that shit. Digital currency, all of that shit, man.
Yeah, it's to put you.
It's literally those are all
it's
levels
bondage.
of systems of control.
It's bondage, bro. Oh yeah.
And we can't say it's impossible. We can't say this is like some Matrix shit because it's already happening in many parts of China.
City in Georgia. Freedom City.
Yo, that's why
they're still there.
This shit.
Georgia Freedom Initiative.com.
The hell up out of there too,
they're
man.
Still there.
Anyway, I don't want to.
That's the second one. There's
shit, man,
at least one other one, the original one.
Nah, because a lot of people take your time, man. You know, we agreeing when listening to you, bro. You're right. I was saying, like turmoil is going to happen. It's going to happen. But what I'm talking about is what's going to follow after. Turmoil is going to happen, but control always follows after. You know what I'm saying? Because control is necessary for stability.
That's it.
Right. Unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately. And they're turning this country, they're trying to turn this country into a mass
Freedom
labor
Georgia
country.
Initiative.com.
Like, mass production
they're
and
still
distribution.
There. That's
you know
the, like I said, they're the second one.
That's what they're trying to do. That's what
China
actually,
they got lots for sale. 4 final lots.
Right. China, made in China, made in China, made in China.
Built on 6 acres, starting at $450,000. So they're selling lots. They're selling 6-acre lots.
They're probably gonna have a massive people fucking go over there and take the resources from Africa and shit. You know what I'm saying? When shit really hit the fan. But anyway, I'm not gonna get into all of that. That's way too far. That's way beyond my pay grade. That's what I think is gonna happen. That's what I think is gonna happen. I think the first thing that's gonna happen is that we're gonna go through a state of distress when we realize that nothing is like yours and shit, and people are knocking at your door. And then from that phase, you know, the politics and everything, because we're going to be at war. We're at war right now, but we're going to be at war. You know what I'm saying? This is probably going to be like 4 years, within the next 4 years, probably prior to 4 years from now. We're going to be at massive war. Like, if y'all don't know what's going on right now, this shit is not like some small joint. Like, this is literally, you know, Israel committing war crimes. South Africa is sanctioning Israel, and Ukraine is going against Russia, and Russia, sees that NATO is just trying to spread the boundary, which is basically America, or should I say democracy, trying to spread their line into open their borders to influence more of Russia to become democratic. And when Putin is dead, that shit probably might even flip. But then you have Taiwan and China, you know what I'm saying? And then you have the fucking Middle East. And all of these things, like, this is literally like the beginning, like, this is literally how the World War is. World War I and World War II. Same fucking thing, man. And when that happens, America is going to do like the Greeks did in 300. Recruit their motherfucking slaves and the people that want to be Greek for the riches. Bow down and kiss that ring. You want some gold? You want some women? We give it all to you. You know what I'm saying? You want to be an American? We'll give it all to you. Just serve our country. We'll send their asses over there. Then they're going to have the people that's here. You want to prove your loyalty to us? You know what I'm saying? Protect us. Become the police. You know what I'm saying? Call the police when the black motherfucker's acting up. then after all of that goes down, and we have this fucking civil unrest.
Damn.
Bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're going to be announcing different forms of technology, automation. You don't have to work in the store and risk your employees no more. For the people that are starving to death, you don't have to drive trucking no more. We have AI with a battery. You know what I'm saying? Like, the truck industry is going to get replaced. That's going to be the first fucking kick in the nuts.
No, damn.
And all the truckers.
Not trucking, man. No,
right?
Not trucking, bro.
When you start seeing them automated trucks and shit, Teslas, fucking bringing fucking large cargo and shit. You don't have to worry about sleep. You know what I'm saying? Then you're going to have to pay a tax to drive. Traveling is going to be more of a luxury than it ever has been. It's only going to be for the rich. You ain't going to be able to travel nowhere without a lot of money. Not off of UBI. Right. Man, you don't think these rich, greed, man. It's all greed.
Greed indeed. Greed indeed.
It's all greed, man. You better be happy with what you got and learn how to fucking be happy with what you have and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because in order for you to make it through this storm and shit, you're going to have to be comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Trying to be like these other folks and shit, trying to travel the world and all that. You better travel the world while you can. But other than that, you better be happy with what you have and what's in front of you, man.
I don't even think it's world traveling the world. Did you see that post Tariq Nasheed put out about that couple that be traveling the world? Damn. They fucking around, got gang raped in India. They raped the husband and the wife, yo.
Damn.
Wait, what?
Damn.
Oh, yeah. Check Tariq Nasheed last post, bro.
Damn. Yeah. The women over there ain't safe. Yeah, women in India, they are not safe over there. That's all they do is gang rape women over there. Ain't no way. Man.
The couple was American? Hold on, let me go look at this shit, man.
I don't know about all that, though, but, yeah, sick. Come on, man. And look, stupid ass Americans wanted to vote Vivek Salami and Vivek Ramaswamy. This is what be going on in your country, but you want to come over here disrespect black Americans like Don Lemon, who CNN had to pay that nigga $20 million because you got him fired. Thanks, Vivek. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate the bread, dummy. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna play us like that, sucker. Call ice now. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man. Oh yeah, I wanted to add about the whole Black Swan tragic event or education. Now there is this thing that Black Americans have is we follow celebrities. For whatever reason, we follow celebrities. So if you get a team of celebrities, sports, music, Hollywood, that all come together and say, this is what we want to happen. This is what we want to do. This is what we're supporting. That would change a lot of hearts and minds very, very quickly. That would be an accelerant to a migration movement. And there are a few out there that are courageous enough. Cat Williams comes to mind instantly, that could voice that and it would not, he like, one, he would have no fear about it. It wouldn't hurt um his earning capacity, because he's not, seemingly not controlled by those people, and doesn't depend on those people. Kanye West, for what it's worth, he's got a lot of baggage for different reasons, but he certainly is not afraid to say it. And so if you get a chorus of six to a dozen that are saying this regularly and constantly, and then they start purchasing homes in Delaware and Mississippi and inviting people to come down to those states specifically for that purpose, that's all we really, really need. And I've tried to at people and get people and to understand this information, um, over time. And you just hope that you are 6 degrees of separation. So you hope that as you keep posting and talking and advocating, eventually you'll meet the person who knows the person that's going to introduce you, either to the person who's a billionaire, which is Think and Grow Rich, if you've ever read that book, or you're going to meet the person who knows the person who has direct contact to one of these celebrities that people do admire, respect, and will follow them if they lead in a certain direction. And Ice Cube comes to mind, to be quite honest, because he turned down a movie for $9 million, I believe is the number, during COVID, because he refused to wear a mask or get a COVID vaccination. So it's people like that who do stand up, who are not afraid. It doesn't affect their bottom line, and they could help facilitate a movement like that. So.
Yeah, yo, bro. All right, family. Yeah, man. Switch it up for a minute. Let's get into a little.
Switch it up, man. Yo, you sent me to that shit. I'm all in the comments now. Look, as much as I hate, you know what I'm saying, don't shoot me, but as much as I hate everybody that's non-Black American, like I have a disdain, dislike for a lot of people that's not Black American. I would never wish that on no woman. You know what I'm saying? And like watching that shit, it looks like the dude is not even as like, it didn't even look like, he might have ran or something, but you know what I'm saying? Like she said 7 men raped her and shit.
Crazy.
Right.
You think they're gonna like she sounds like she Hispanic.
Well, one thing I know, you could look at her eyes, you could kind of tell she dead serious, man. She fucked up, yo.
Crazy.
She is, man. And I'm like, yo, like, is she gonna make it through that shit?
Word up.
And this is, and yo, you know what, I mean, and I hate to tie it to this, but it's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is why young women aren't supposed to be with fucking old ass men in the first place.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not. It's like nature.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of, like, yo, people be living with this luxury shit, and they be like, oh, yo, he got money, he got money, he got money. So now you traveling the world with this old motherfucker who got money.
Crazy.
And look, where it fucking matters most, this old motherfucker couldn't do shit for you.
Hey, when you travel abroad, man, they tell you do not go off the resort. Do not go off the resort. And they obviously went off the resort. They probably were trying to get with the locals, the natives. You can't really be that person who wants to go and be around the natives, because you don't know the culture and you don't know what could possibly happen in those situations. So he's an old man. Yeah, they probably just pushed his ass out the fucking way. I just watched a video on YouTube. It was a Black reporter she was a Black American. She was somewhere in India, and this was probably like in the 80s. And it was something after a soccer game or some shit. and the cameraman, you know, he got the bright light and everything, but these motherfuckers are surrounding her. They're all upset about this soccer game or whatever it was, and she's trying to, you know, look around people to get to the camera guy. And I'm thinking to myself, man, this is gonna turn really, really bad. There's nothing the cameraman could do because there's at least 30 dudes surrounding this chick, maybe more. And eventually the cameraman cuts the light off to the camera. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? You got this lady surrounded by these psychopaths in the dark. You know, his light flickers and everything. And I want to say she escaped that without more than just being like, you know, roughed up. But you just can't, you can't put yourself in those positions, man, as a woman. Fuck that shit, bro.
Yeah, but you know, you know, they'll argue. You know, there's some women on here that don't go on TikTok. They be on live, man, just fucking anti. And the thing is, like, they'll put us all in that same. Oh, but the thing is, a lot of women be like, oh, well, you know, equal rights and y'all need to raise y'all children to not do that shit. And it's like, well, excuse me, my children ain't doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? What is me teaching my children going to change for what these other millions of people out, you know, these fucking savages? You know what I'm saying? You literally had, I don't know, man. It's a very hard discussion to have because people just don't want to be honest, and they think that when we tell them, you know, don't do certain things or like, you know, us as men, right? We're like, hey, don't go down a dark alley. Why can't I go down a dark alley? It's equal rights. We should be able to go down dark alleys. Why don't you just teach your child not to fucking harass women? Me teaching my child not to harass women is not going to stop the fucking child or the child that wasn't taught or was taught who don't give a fuck that's in the alley waiting for your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like you be like, don't be in compromising positions. Don't do this. Why the fuck do it? Why can't I be in a compromised position? Why don't you tell your son not to be in a compromised position? What the fuck you talking about? It's just like twisted. And then the next day they're like, oh, I was in a hotel room and Bill Cosby, you know, I was drinking with Bill Cosby at 2:00 in the morning, and he gave me this shit, and I fucking woke up and my vagina was feeling funny. And you'd be like, what the fuck you crying to me for? I told your ass not to be in no compromised position 2:00 in the morning in a hotel room. Wow. The fuck?
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Then, y'all men don't protect us. We told you preventive measures, motherfucker. Like, come on, this shit don't make no sense. And now I'm over here feeling all fucked up because this woman got raped by 7 men and shit. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? And now I'm victim blaming. Now I'm victim blaming.
Or victim shaming. Which one is it?
Or victim shaming.
No. You know it's prevention is man, that's 9/10 of the fucking fight right there. If you never put yourself into those situations, you know, they won't happen because you're not in that situation. Once you're in it, it's really too late to do anything about it in most cases.
That's toxic masculinity. Why are you trying to tell a woman how she should move? So women should be free to move the way they want.
You don't protect black women, black women say majority.
You see what I'm saying? Like, yo, like that's what I'm saying, man. Like, this shit pisses me off because now I'm feeling a way when if you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck I gotta feel like this for? Like, I'm gonna go blow some fucking Indians' brains away and shit. I'm gonna travel to India and just
get a job, nigga.
Yeah, I wanna go to fucking India and shit and fucking knock off some heads, man. I mean, that shit is violation. Like, I mean, it's kind of fucked up, and then we have to watch that shit. Why you send me to watch that, man? I'm taking my daughter to the gun range again tomorrow. Taking my kids to the gun range tomorrow, man. Yo, this shit is fucked up.
Hey, I am going to switch it up because I just came across this. I think this is really cool because we do get into some of this tech a little bit. So this is Microsoft AI analyzed 33 million candidates to find material to replace lithium batteries. Now, there's been a couple of, now this was Microsoft AI's. There's one where Google's thing, their AI found some different materials. There was another one that had found other materials to make batteries. to actually, make the lithium batteries a little more efficient. But this is where we're headed in terms of, this is actually, in my opinion, a good thing, because you're taking the technology and it's actually making things better and more efficient versus taking jobs away from people. This would likely create more jobs. So let's listen to this. I'll volume up here.
Incredibly scarily smart, has developed a substitute for lithium. Says actually lithium isn't even needed in batteries.
In the matrix, bro.
Hello friends, welcome to the channel. I'm Sam Evans. You're watching the Electric.
Okay, I'm in the Matrix. Which one? This phone. It's got to be, because that one's clear on my end. So it's got to be the. I got to log out, log in. Let me try that. Damn it. Say that part again.
No, I was gonna say, who send me the video if you want me to play it though. But good morning everybody who got the bacon, egg, and cheese. You know what I'm saying? Bring me one.
Okay, let me try it one more time, and if it don't go, then I'll send it to you.
All right.
Artificial intelligence, which is actually incredibly scarily smart, has developed a substitute for lithium. Says actually lithium isn't even needed in batteries. Hello, my friends. Welcome to the channel. I'm Sam Evans. You're watching the Electric Viking. Great to see you. Modern lithium-ion rechargeable batteries rely on lithium and other rare earth metals, or they rely on sodium. BYD has just begun building a sodium battery factory that'll build 30 gigawatt hours of batteries per year. Stellantis, one of the biggest car manufacturers in the world, will also build a sodium-ion battery factory. But, that technology is still relatively in its infancy. And there are some problems with sodium-ion batteries, which I've talked about in other videos, including energy density that is relatively low. However, Microsoft have collaborated with the Department of Energy's Pacific Northwest National Laboratory to discover a novel material that could, alleviate the global dependence on lithium in the production of rechargeable batteries, leveraging its artificial intelligence and the Azure Quantum Elements cloud platform. The Microsoft team significantly sped up, as in turbocharged, the time-consuming research on materials not found in nature. This is one of the things I've reported on the channel on numerous occasions over the past 12 months. Scientists, engineers, are beginning to use artificial intelligence to discover materials that would have taken us centuries otherwise to have found.
Crazy.
With Redmond's high-performance computing HPC systems, the AI algorithms were able to predict the characteristics of new materials such as energy, force, stress, electronic band gap, and mechanical properties. Microsoft and PNNL trained the AI models using millions of data points from simulations, resulting in a 1,500 times faster prediction of materials properties compared to traditional density functional theory calculations. Sounds complicated, but actually it's sort of relatively simple. The selection process began with 32.6 million candidate materials. Imagine how long it would take individual scientists to go through that number of materials. 32.6 million. And AI algorithms identified 500,000 predicted that were stable from that number. After screening for functional properties, the pool was further narrowed down to 800 potential candidates, utilizing insanely AI-accelerated simulations to explore dynamic properties like tonic diffusivity. The Microsoft Quantum team narrowed down the selection to only 150 materials. Now, even 150 is still a hell of a lot, but it's a lot less than 35 million. With the synergy of AI, the Azure Quantum Elements platform, and established scientific expertise, Microsoft says that modern technology can condense the next 250 years of chemistry, and material science innovation into the next 25. Practical considerations including novelty, mechanics, and the availability of those elements were then factored in to identify a group of a top 18 candidates. So 18, so those 35 million were withered down all the way to only 18. Leveraging PNNL's expertise and insights for additional screening parameters, Microsoft researchers pinpointed the final candidate, an electrolyte material that uses approximately 70% less lithium than existing lithium-ion batteries. So it doesn't actually eliminate lithium altogether, but 70% less could mean it'll be very, very affordable. It substitutes some of the lithium with sodium. So it's what I've been talking about on the channel now for quite a while, a hybrid sodium-lithium battery. And I believe that actually there's already a company in China attempting to build a hybrid lithium-sodium battery pack. And they have prototypes already that they've revealed. The new material has been synthesized, though, by PNNL that they add to the hybrid sodium-lithium mixture. And additional tests are planned to verify its stability and efficiency. Brian Abrahamson, Chief Digital Officer at PNNL, said developing novel batteries is a crucial global challenge. Abrahamson stated that synthesizing and testing materials at a human scale is a labor-intensive and fundamentally limiting process. Of course, it takes decades to do that. That's why we still use lithium today. With the synergy of AI, the Azure Quantum Elements platform, and established scientific expertise, Microsoft says that modern technology can condense the next 250 years of chemistry down to 25 years. Wow. They say that this artificial intelligence manufactured battery will revolutionize every single industry, unlocking a new era of scientific discovery. But what I believe would happen as a result is sodium is much, much cheaper than lithium. So a hybrid sodium-lithium battery would significantly cut the costs. There's other things to consider as well. Sodium is more stable. It's less likely to have a fire. It doesn't need the same kind of battery management, same sort of cooling. It's not needed. It's cheap. It's not needed to have so much lithium, which is much more expensive. And also, it has some other benefits. It can handle very cold temperatures quite well. So there's benefits to both lithium and sodium, but by combining the two together, plus adding this new novel material that the team of Microsoft say that they found that actually unlocks a better, cheaper battery pack, well, it's possible that this battery could in fact revolutionize the world. Will it happen in the next few years? No, of course not. We're a long way from that. But you can see how artificial intelligence will bring down the cost of cars. Now, Tony Seba said that by 2030, we would see electric cars costing $5,000. That may or may not be right. I don't know. But artificial intelligence will certainly play a part in reducing the cost of absolutely everything, whether that's your computer, your house, or your electric car. Everything will become cheaper and better at a very, very rapid pace. Thanks for watching.
Wow, that's wild. So that is really, you take 250 years of research time that it would take humans, and you condense it down into 25 years, according to that, which is really what the power of this AI is. I don't see cars costing $5,000 unless they're just absolute garbage. And why would the corporations that can save all that money pass it along to the customer? I just don't see that happening. But it is this is the thing that we're dealing with here. Imagine oh man, I just imagine what you could produce from having this AI operating system at your disposal if you wanted to essentially figure out how to produce a new strain of marijuana, let's say, a very potent strain of marijuana, and have it run through all the different parameters to get there, medicines that, for cancer and things of that nature. I certainly could see how you could use the same basic formula strategy to get to some medicines to cure cancers and things like that. So I think there's a lot of beneficial um, calculations that can be made with the AI. I don't think it's going to take everybody's jobs. It certainly will have it'll take a percentage of the jobs, but I don't think it's going to take 100% of the jobs. And I think that, a black majority state would put human employment above machine employment. And I think that we'll see certain states, and it'll probably be red states, that will do the same at some point. Um, that will make the human worker have the first right of refusal to a job, or something that sounds like that. Um, because I mean, universal basic income sounds, I guess it sounds good. Doesn't sound good to me, but I'm sure to some people it sounds good. The problem with it is you become a permanent dependent on the system that is designed specifically against Black Americans. And so while it may work really, really good for other people, I just don't trust it to work really, really good for Black Americans over a long period of time. I think once you become totally dependent on the government for anything, that's when you've already lost. You've already essentially chosen your fate, and whatever they choose to make your fate, that's what they'll choose. If they want to, so if you're living in their property, you're getting all your food from them, and you're getting what little cash digital currency that they're giving you, and that's all you get, is going to be just enough for you to survive, barely. And then anytime they decide to move you, you're going to have to move. Anytime they decide to cut food benefits, you're going to have to figure out a way to develop a way to get food, which will likely be through some other service, a church, soup kitchen, whatever that may be. And then as far as the digital currency, if they ever decide to cut that, then you're pretty much, in a position where you have depended on the system for whatever part of your life, and now you are not necessarily employable in the marketplace, and you're essentially looking for positions that are entry level, and you're essentially starting over from ground zero if you do decide to get into the marketplace as an employee. I think it just puts it reminds me of the welfare system in every way, shape, and form. And I don't know that that is a good system to live your entire life on. I think if you need it um, to transition from, being a young parent to going to school and eventually getting employment, or you lose a job because of an accident or some other reason, and you definitely need those. God damn it! Of course, you stop every time I was talking. Piece of crap. Holy crap. Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my bad. Got glitched out. So yeah, so if if you lose employment or something happens where you can no longer work, or you even have to move for an emergency situation, those benefits should be available because you've paid into the system, and you deserve to get return on investment, of course. But as again, I think as a long-term, life-term plan, I just don't see the benefit of it. I think it just paralyzes people, and you end up essentially being a ward of the state. Your medical care is determined by the state. Your food that you can purchase is determined by the state. Where you can live is essentially determined by the state, and so it becomes this. Um, you are essentially in a prison without it being behind bars. Is how I would see it. You may have a lot of freedom in terms of time, and just sitting back and enjoying life and watching TV, and yada yada yada. But ultimately, I don't know that we would ever recover as a people group if the majority of us were on some universal basic income and not actively engaged in the process of earning a living, investing, and producing businesses and other things of that nature. So I think it works in very short-term, temporary situations, but not as a permanent lifestyle.
Yeah, I'll say I think we already living like that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because if you pay attention to COVID, you know, people had to scramble to find something new to do with their life. You know what I mean? And some folks still ain't go back to work. You know what I mean? Like myself. You know what I mean? Man. And maybe you was already like me, part of the gig economy, so you kind of fell into play or fell in line. So it made the transition easy. Some folks still suffering, you know what I mean? They ain't never got no kickback. And they still ain't got no income coming in. So it's like, damn, well, what are you to do? You know what I mean? So this is why I'll be advocating, hey, go get that tax ID. You can find any type of product to sell, everything for sale. Another man's trash is another man's treasure. That shit is true. So it's like, you know, I think we're going to have to start developing some businesses in order to start really employing people, bro. Because, you know, same thing you said, we depending on these other folks. That also means employment. So, you know, even though you might be moving to a black state, you still might have to work for a white firm, you know what I'm saying, within the black state. So it's like, damn, you know what I mean? We only reaching a part of the goal, you know what I mean? We need to be like working on multiple things at one time just to get one thing done, you know?
Yeah, I think we are. I think that we have to. I think we are doing it. I think that we have to speed up the rate of what we're doing, and more so really focus on collectivism. Not one person wearing multiple hats, but multiple people wearing multiple suits. For example, you know, in order for us to really become liberated, you know, first, you know, fun fact is you have to have exports. We have to figure out what that's going to be and what that's going to look like. I remember like my family telling me that, you know, some of the lineages, you know, my grandfather on my father's side, which was similar to the grandfather on my mother's side, was telling me, both grandfathers, you know, not my grandmothers, but my grandfather was telling me how they had family, like their ancestry, and like they picked up trades from their parents, and their parents picked up trades from their parents. And they like, you know, focused on one of them was like focused on doctor, you know, the medical area. So like one of them was like a foot doctor and so forth. But his great grandfather was like a dentist. But they all like practiced that specific area of trade. You know, I guess I guess you would call it trade, but it would be profession. Right. And then my other grandfather was in mechanics and farming. And right. and they inherited land from like 4 generations prior, but it was all farming and land, you know, land management, mechanics. You know, farming today is not what it was back then. Farming today, people just think you're talking about growing food, but farming back then was actually mechanical engineering as well, fixing your own car engines and stuff, fixing other people's vehicles, combustion engines and everything like that, understanding, you know, different parts of a motor, different parts of a vehicle. And how to diagnose and fix that type of, the automobiles and different mechanics that was used to like harvest the land, you know, machines and shit. And so I think that like we have to get back into like, what is that going to be? Is it going to be technology, or are we going to take our entertainment industry back? That could be one, but you know, how long would that last, or how long would that work? You know, or be beneficial? You know, we got to have that discussion. Like, you know, the Indians and Pakistanians and Middle Easters, they got gas companies. The Koreans got the hair companies. And so Chinese got Chinese food. Japanese got, you know, the fucking Japanese restaurants. Those are the places that they cook in front of you and shit. Hibachi. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, everybody has like their own specific place. The white people, well, they're fucking Fortune 500 and shit, and they got all like the Fortune 500, majority of Fortune 500 companies and business owners, and they got the fucking patents and shit, and they're living off of their old money. we have to figure out what the fuck what it is going to be, regardless of reparations or not. It's something that we have to come to sooner than later. Of what industry we're going to take over. We were taking over industries prior. Engineering. We ran engineering. We had that was ours. We had construction. That was ours. Landscaping. That was ours. At one point, farming was majority. We had majority of farming at one point too. You know what I'm saying? So we have to figure out what that's like. What we about to do collectively. You know what I'm saying? Like what industry is going to be like primarily ours, to where that's always a go-to. And in order for us to really move forward, we need an export. That's what every community has. Jewish people, they fucking what? The landlords and bankers.
Yeah, and they own everything. You know what I'm saying? They own everything, bro. That's why you can't get ahead to do anything, bro. You know what I'm saying? You could have the most skills, be the most do the best at everything in the world, man. If you ain't got that bread and then playing along with their billionaire game, you ain't gonna make it.
And by no means, this is not comparison. This is just saying that we need an export. Everybody else has export. I just got into the details, but we need an export. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, so needs is where you focus on. In our community, we spend a lot of money on bottled water, health and beauty. You need toilet paper, paper towels, things of that nature. If you focus on those things, which are things that people are going to buy no matter what, then you just build a really solid foundation and establish retail products essentially that you could employ people with, and you can if, like you said, export to other states. I would say first, not thinking about international exports necessarily, but certainly export out of your state into other states that are close to you. um and that is certainly a good entry point for us. Food wise, you talked about food. Now, I don't think you were in a space where I said, the report is that Venezuela is producing 97% of its food now. So they're self-sufficient as far as food, where just a couple years ago they were having food shortages because of all the turmoil that the United States government was causing down there. They tried to essentially establish a coup d'etat, and they had turmoil in the streets, riots, people burning down shit, stores were empty, store shelves were completely empty, and they couldn't feed the people. And since that time, they've worked very, very hard, diligently to turn it around, and now they're able to feed their own people. So, there's, from what I understand about farming, there's you have a crop, and then you have either a cover crop or a bumper crop, or whatever terms they call it, something different that puts soil or puts minerals and nutrients back into the soil, and then you essentially grind that organic material up and then plant your next crop. But you rotate your crops around so that you're not just stripping out all the minerals or whatever. And then you do organic fertilizing and things of that nature as well. So there's ways to manage the soil, and you could bring in soil too. That's another thing that people have talked about in some of these videos I watched. But that is vital. That's super essential for us to be able to feed our people. So if you just focus on food, which is something you need, and you focus on products that you must have, and like I said, toilet paper just comes to mind. We spend
knackers be stinky in the summertime, man, for real, y'all. I some knackers, y'all.
Here you go.
In the summer, oh my god.
You talking about deodorant?
Yeah, that too. Soap,
There you go.
everything, son.
Soap, deodorant.
I walked past a couple of Mexicans walking home. All I smelled was cologne walking down the block, yo.
They go heavy on the cologne. That's.
I mean, heavy,
man.
I know you speak for real, and like you really speak,
Yeah, I think that's a cultural thing with them. But I know, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Think about alcohol. To be quite honest, not everybody, enjoys the spirits, but some of us do, and we certainly want to be in that business too. Bottled water, for whatever reason, it's just a big thing. Now that includes all the other drinks, juice, bottled soda, bottled sweet tea. Um, those are places we spend money, so we might as well, have a place in it. I didn't post the liquid death story, which is the canned water that, and it may be sparkling. I'm not 100% sure on it, but I watched the video of the guy who essentially launched that brand, and went viral online. They did a short run. It went viral online, and then it kind of just blew up really right from the start. I think it's a company that's worth. I think it's either 300 million or 3 billion valuation, and essentially all it is um, sparkling water inside of aluminum cans with, like, interesting graphics. They kind of look like those IPAs, those small batch beers that a lot of companies put out. But yeah, that was an interesting thing. Now he's a white guy who was kind of connected in the marketing industry and kind of knew, the inside in and outs of marketing products, and so he was able to kind of push that relatively quickly. Whereas again, we don't have the access, we don't have the connections. If we came up with a really great idea like that, it would likely take us. It would be very difficult for us to get to the level that it's gotten to without a celebrity attached to it. And so, that's kind of where we're at with this injustice system, is that we don't have the ability to take a really good concept, really great idea, take it to market, get it placed, get it on the shelves, and then have the funds to support the growth of the business. Um, so that, eventually it's making this really high revenue. But in terms of the black majority state, black majority city, black majority counties, we can certainly develop products that we need to use and then go from there. If someone comes up with a really, really good idea, that's where you have your social clubs, churches, hopefully, and maybe some other civic social environment where people can pull their money together. The government can potentially invest, in a public-private partnership, or something of that nature, grant funds to a really good idea, and then help get it, to a level where it can become a regional project, or local, state, then regional product, and then eventually a national and hopefully global product. So um, yeah, that would be awesome. That would be absolutely amazing. But I think for whatever reason, we have this love affair with our celebrities, and at some point, we're gonna have to call our celebrities to the table, um, and get them involved, and they're gonna have to be willing to get involved, and we need to have enough leverage over them that they can't really refuse. Um, like put them on the spot, call them to the table, call them to the carpet, as they say, and then make it very, very clear to them that, look, um, we have the authority to investigate your business dealings. We have the authority to, make things a little uncomfortable for you, in this system. All we're essentially asking you to do is invest in your own people. And if for whatever reason they fear other people more than they fear us, or they just don't give a damn about us, then I think that's when you do use the leverage against these people. Because personally, there are a few famous people that I appreciate because they keep it real. They do care about the people. Um, and it's probably less than a dozen that I feel that way about. For the most part, I think they're all very selfish, narcissistic, egotistical pieces of dog shit. And so I wouldn't care to call like Oprah Winfrey to the carpet and really put the pressure on her, um, to give back to the people in a way that actually made permanent, sustainable sense. And if she said no, personally, I'd say investigate that broad, man. Everything she's ever been involved with, investigate all of it. Open up the statute of limitations for the past 100 years, so there is no escape. And just light these people up, man. Because for what it's worth, if they're not going to help us, they're harming us, and in that sense, they're an enemy. And I just think, you dismantle these people, man, because um, if they're again, yeah, if they're not going to help us, they're harming us, and we just get them out the paint. And shout out to LeBron, he hit 40,000 points. Saw that he's most points ever in the NBA, and I think he's got a 3-year deal on the table. That's like $100 million+ deal. And that's where you're like, man, it must be nice, 3 years, several $100 million. um yeah, it must be extremely nice to be in that position. He's worked hard for it. He certainly deserves it and all that. And I'm sure he's added so much value. I think I saw a graphic that said the Warriors, maybe they were worth like 300 million or something, 15 years ago, when in Steph Curry's rookie season, whenever that was. Now they're worth like 3.5 billion or something, some ridiculous amount. Um, so he single-handedly, in my opinion, added what that would be like 1,000% increase in evaluation to that company, because these sports teams are companies. And I hope he's made a significant amount of money off of that team. I really truly do hope he's made, $500 million or something close to that when it's all said and done. But yeah, man. Shout out to the Black American players who make it to these levels and break these records. And we gotta be able to sit them down in a very nice way, a nice spread, 5-star restaurants and all of that BS, where we sit them down, we have these conversations in private, and we make it very clear to them that the people who do support Black Americans, and financially and otherwise, we will certainly honor you and respect you and appreciate you. But for the ones who don't, we're coming after you. That's all. And that's the position we got to be in. We got to get to that position and make it very clear. You can't exist. That's the last time for me. I'm ready to shut it down. This is my last one. Okay, that's the last glitch for me. So I'm gonna go ahead and you know what I'm saying? Because I'm tired anyway. I'm fighting my sleep over here. But yeah, it's over. It's over. So thanks everybody for coming out every Saturday. This one went a little bit longer than normal for me, but I don't have to go to work tomorrow, so but I'm gonna be working on some personal stuff. But just enjoy your weekend. If you go to church in the morning, say a prayer for me, my family, and everybody else. A prayer to Miss Dr. Deborah Jenkins on her New York Reparations Commission position, and all the fights that she's going to have to deal with. I think that Ron Daniels is on that commission, so is that's going to be, man. There's going to be a lot of frustrating conversations that she's going to have to plow through, but she's a strong, very intelligent Black American woman, so I'm sure she'll be fine. But thank you for coming out. Really appreciate it. Like, share, subscribe, fund it socially, and don't forget that April 15th DC rally, reparations rally event. If you can make it to that, I'll certainly be there. If I got to take off work, I'll take off work, but I'm gonna be there for that.
Or
Yep. So peace to the YouTubers. Shutting the light.
I was trying to pop up on that one for sure. Hopefully the weather holds up. The way the weather's been like the last April, Mays, and June, it's hella weird. You know what I mean?
Right,
I'd say look at the.
For letting me ramble with y'all, man. It's been real.
Yep.
Not really a ramble, but y'all let me talk my shit, man. But thank you for having me, man.
For sure, bro. You're welcome. Got your account on social?